Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Zach Rusty Pie. Almost called him Christopher Papa Smithy Smith because I'm used to casting with that guy. But Zach, thank you very much for coming along. Of course, stepping into the shoes of both Spawn and Papa Smithy. But we are here for day 2 of week 2 of the LPL. And man, the numbers are blurring together just a little bit, but I'm excited for this one. We do have RNG versus King first up. Of course, there is a little bit of name switch around, but we will go into that one. But let's bring up the schedule. Let's just go through exactly what we're going to be experiencing today. It is going to be RNG versus King, and then Invictus Gaming taking on QG straight after that.
LGD following that one up against Unlimited Potential, and the 4th game of the day will be OMG against World Elite.
Yeah, and that's going to be an exciting game, of course. 2 very big names in the Chinese scene there, finishing out the day. Of course, changed up just a little bit, but that is still very far in the future, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bring it back to our first game here. RNG taking on King. Interesting part about this is that they basically swapped names and then interspersed some Gamty throughout both of these lineups. In fact, the entire previous Gamty lineup is going to be playing today. There's just 3 on one team and 2 on the other.
It's one of the most confusing things to discuss ever, and we spoke about it before, and it was still confusing to just go through your head what's actually happening. So you've got Royal Club, Starhorn Royal Club are now King.
Yes,
but
basically.
You've got Gamty mixed in between both teams, so there's 2 on one, 3 on the other. But then Royal Never Give Up was part of Gamty, but they're now known as Royal.
Yep.
Against King, which was Royal, so they're just,
Yeah, and there's also the entire bottom lane and jungler of King on the side of Royal Never Give Up.
Yeah.
So I'm personally fairly confused about entirely what we should be calling these teams, but let's just go with the names that they have given themselves. So Royal Never Give Up is going to be with Let Me in the top lane, of course. We are going to have Xiaohu there in the mid lane as well, and it is going to be MLXG and Whoosh and Layam there in the bottom lane. So MLXG, Whoosh and Layam, they were both from King in the previous split, but of course Gamty members Let Me and of course Xiaohu are going to be taking the solo lanes. And then if we have a look over the other side, King now basically has Starhorn Royal Club, so it is going to be Name and Zero there in the bottom lane. And Huey from Gamty is going to be jungling this time around. Of course, Korn still in the mid lane there from Starhorn Royal Club. So look, some exciting stuff going on here, and we'll see exactly what's going to work out. Actually, no. I tell a lie, because Sync Dream is in fact subbing in for Zero. So Sync Dream making up the 5th member of Gamty that is going to be in this game.
Yeah, definitely don't know what to say back to that. It's just really confusing to process. And both of these teams, they're going to know a lot about each other is something you can take from this because they've all played with each other in previous teams.
Yeah.
They've got it all going on, so we'll see what they actually can do against each other with the mind games, perhaps.
Yeah, and we'll see whether the more powerful side of Garmty is going to be their solo laners or the support stuff there from the jungle and bottom lane. So, look, we'll see how it works out, of course. Actually, hang on. I think Tail is the only one that's missed out. Of course, was from Garmty.
Yeah, well, he's not in the roster.
So the 80 carry, it's not going to have a Garmty 80 carry. I got a little bit overexcited there. Thought we were going to have all 5. Not going to be the case. Of course, Whoosh and Name both there in that role.
Yeah, Name going to be playing. That's the big difference. Name's only played once so far in the LPL. Coming into this game, if he does play, will be second. And we saw the first game he played was a 50-minute game where he just put the team on his back and did his best attempt at carrying. Unfortunately, wasn't enough for this team. And they've started off with a 0-4 start here.
Yeah, things not going so well for King. Sort of definitely not Royal Club. But Name did his very best to try and carry that game. He did everything he possibly could. It came down to the late game team fights. And he was on the Jinx. He was on a fantastic hyper carry there. But you sort of need a little bit more help because, of course, Jinx not exactly all that mobile. Name has said in the past that, of course, immobile 80 carries just mean that you have to position better. And, in fact, generally, it's just better to do. He doesn't really care about having a displacement ability just because he's Name and he feels like he can just position himself correctly in a team fight. So, look, we'll see what he does decide to bring onto the Rift this time around. I'm excited about the duo of Name and Sync Dream, though, because Sync Dream's known for doing some pretty ridiculous things in the bottom lane, and Name known for controlling the lane, playing a very sort of secure style of League of Legends there from the bottom side, or if they lane swap at the top side, of course. But we'll see how it is going to work out. And we saw it last time and didn't work towards the end, but Name did get to a point where he could at least attempt to carry the game.
Yeah, the bot lane did their job. They got to the late game, and Name, on that hyper carry of the Jinx, managed to scale to that stage in their game. So achieve the purpose of what the bot lane was going to do, considering they have such a high control, as you said, in Name, and the aggressive, crazy play support of Sync Dream. The fact they can do so well already, this mixed roster, is a good sign of what's to come. But the fact that they've started so shaky, we'll have to see how they come into this game with Name's second time playing now, how he will settle in better maybe with the team, or how the team will work around him a little bit better, because he was doing his job.
Yeah, we need to get some better results here for King, previously Starhorn Royal Club. We're just going to call him King. Just go
Definitely
with that.
not Starhorn.
Royal Never Give Up have also had their share of sort of failings as well. They haven't necessarily come in here expecting massive amounts, but of course, not having quite as much of a shaky start as King have moving on to the Rift. But look, if King are going to win a game, it is against a team that they know through and through. They've got a whole lot of information with the fact that they have a couple of members of the team that know the rest very, very well. So we'll see whether they can make this one work. The one worrying thing about King is the fact that Insect's still not on the lineup, of course, was a star player for that side.
Yeah, it's going to be really weird to see how Insect not being in the roster will affect them. They do have a completely different person who's going to be filling in for the shoes, and the way that Insect worked around his team, it'll be really interesting to see how they start to work around the different jungler.
Yeah, we'll see how it works. But Sky there in the top lane this time, so Let Me not actually going to be there. Last picks there, of course, showing a whole lot of Sion, but that was way back in the spring split. So we'll see what Sky is going to be moving towards. Was, of course, known for playing some of the Aurelia there when he was fantastic in the LSPL on King very early on in the year, but things have most definitely changed. MLXG there in the jungle, also known as being a fantastic high-pressure early game jungler, and we'll see whether he can get things working early on in the game. Xiaohu, though, this is the guy that I really want to be looking at. He shows carry performances on the likes of Lulu, normally a utility mid laner, really steps up for his team, has played Corki mid, Lucian mid, all sorts of weird things. So we'll see what he's going to bring to the table now. And Whoosh there on the 80 carry is going to have difficult opposition this game around.
Yeah, he's going to have a very difficult game to come in, but seeing the champions that he plays, quite diverse, has the difference between hyper carries or support roles, he should be able to do quite all right there.
Yeah, Layham there as well, favouring the Thresh there just a little bit, but does have a very key pick in Alistair there in the backlog, and we'll see whether he is going to pick that one up. Of course, Alistair has seen a whole lot of high contention around the pick ban phase, and we'll see whether that's going to be on the ban list or whether we're going to see someone pick that one up, because it does seem like a Sync Dream champion as well. Going in, diving turrets, sounds like a Sync Dream
doing
move
crazy things that you would never expect to happen. Alistair very good at doing that, just turning it on out of nowhere with the ultimate, so should complement him absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and you can see Xiaohu there, smile on his face, pretty happy about what's going on this game. Just checking his phone. Not too bad. I think they're allowed to do that.
I would assume so. It's not
China.
CSGO.
Yeah, it's true. Most definitely isn't, Rusty. As we are going to have a look at Sky here. And, of course, Sky previously playing for King, so does know a whole lot about at least the King management. There is no one on King on the side of King at the moment, though. So let's have a look. And like you mentioned, 0% at the moment after their 2 series already. Cola there in the top lane. Not exactly fantastic score lines here, but playing the super tanks as usual. This is the Cola we know and love.
Yeah, Cola loves that Gnar pick and only the Maokai as well so far. So not exactly the best scoreline, you said it, but still doing his job so far.
Yeah, and Huey there with his sweet, perfect 1 KDA, but still not exactly having the best experience. Haven't seen him on his rec side just yet. Of course, one of his first games, picked up a pentakill there in the bottom lane. Korn playing very standard, but we haven't seen too much, I don't know, exceptional play out of this mid laner. And he's against Xiaohu. It's going to be a difficult time, but this is the man to watch. Of course, 6-12-6, not a great scoreline, but he is known to be able to carry through in the later stages of the game. He is a brilliant player, is Name. Just hasn't had a chance to show it just yet. Sync Dream there on your screen. Played a heck of a lot of Morgana, being able to pick people off, but we'll see whether he can switch things up. Don't know whether we're be getting any Archangel's Sheen Sonas this game. And hopefully not.
I would doubt it.
Yeah.
Given that they have gone 0-4 so far, they're going to be taking this very seriously, no doubt. They're not going to have any time for the Archangel Sheen Sona to be brought into the mix. I think they'll stick with quite standard play and try and take them by force.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they are going to be able to get this one to work out. And as far as how these teams stack up and where the power lies on both of them, what do you think is going to be the keys to victory for both of these sides?
So the key to getting ahead in this game would be Royal Club, or RNG as they are now, will have to go onto the back of MLXG and Xiaohu to really control the early stages of this game. We've seen 2 3-buff starts from MLXG last game against OMG, just completely wrecking his opponents. And if that can influence the rest of the game, then you might see a solid start translating into a solid rest of the game. But it's going to be on the back of King here to not let that happen. They need to prevent the 3-buff start, prevent any early aggression from MLXG, and keep themselves at least an even footing and make it to the team fighting.
Yeah, and I believe there will be a huge amount of contest around that Rek'Sai pickup as well. MLXG has made most of his fantastic plays on that champion. She's very, very strong in the early skirmishes, but ladies and gentlemen, we are of course, into champion select, and we'll see exactly what's going to be picked up and taken away. Maokai going to be banned first here, so Cola not going to see that champion, not going to worry about his Gnar just yet. And RNG, of course, with the first pick, are going to be able to possibly take that one away. And Hecarim gone as well. Cola getting a whole lot of focus.
Yeah, given that they have the first pick, that might be telling us they're looking to actually take away a top laner with that first pick. And Kalista being banned again has seen about an 88% ban rate so far.
My goodness.
Since the start of this split. So a big focus from all teams to get that out of the way, and the Azir and the Blanc follow.
Yeah, Cassiopeia still around here as well. They've removed Azir from the board. Not going to be seeing that matchup, but the Snake Lady still possibly able to be picked up. And we'll see whether King are going to remove that or whether Xiaohu's going to pick that one up. There's the Rek'Sai ban. Very understandable. But Alistair's still up. There's a lot of picks here. Gragas is there. We've got Sejuani on the table as well. Gnar is a massive high priority at the moment, considering the fact that the rest of the top lane pool does seem to be diminishing just a little bit. But it looks like MLXG wants to pick up the Gragas. And I like this because he can have some more early game power.
Yeah, there's going to be the option of, or there's no Rek'Sai available firstly, so all of the strong 3 in the jungle with the Sejuani or the Nunu being the other one, they don't have the early pressure that you can get from the Gragas. And straight away, the Gnar and Alistar hover make perfect sense. We're seeing them in every game.
Yeah, it is very understandable. We'll see whether Sky's going to go back to the Aurelia here. There's not a whole lot of other options around. We have seen Aurelia played already, Long already picking that one up. Not necessarily to great success, but is still around, still a possibility.
Yeah, you've got the Rumble as well for the top lane.
That's true.
So Rumble and Aurelia are the 2 most often seen. Otherwise, he could mix it up. We have seen some weird top laners lately. The Fizz, perhaps.
Yeah, that's true. And is Fizz considered a decent matchup into the Gnar? I could imagine that Gnar would probably be absolutely fine. Of course, Mini Gnar, very frustrating. Bit of a lane bully there at the same time. Xiaohu thinking about a Lucian, and this may not necessarily be going over to Whoosh. This could be a mid lane Lucian.
Yeah, it could be the mid lane Lucian, but I wouldn't really count that just yet. It does seem likely that the Lucian will be the bot laner, and it's not too bad into the Sivir matchup, which, by the way, is being picked in the fourth rotation.
That's crazy.
Not prioritized at all. The Kalista seemingly always prioritized over the Sivir, who just gets through the pick and ban for the most part, and is in it almost every game. 17-5, I think, up until today.
Yeah, I believe so. 17-5, 17-4, something like that. Very, very strong. MLXG was hovering the Fizz. Of course, that can go in the mid lane or the top lane. And Liam considering the Bard. And we haven't really seen that much of a skyrocket of Bard play just yet, but he has been seeing a little bit more play, especially internationally. The LCK region showing that Bard is a very, very powerful pick. And they're thinking instead maybe picking away the Morgana. And I just don't know about that. I feel like the Bard would be a fun choice.
I feel like you just want the Bard to be there for a fun choice.
Do.
For better or worse, Bard is impactful. Morgana and I guess Janna now is a safe version of Impact that isn't the offensive capabilities of the Bard, but still going to be very relevant. And now they've got the Lulu with that Janna. They've got a lot of shields and protection around the Fizz, who might be going damage because they do need a bit of damage. And then the Lucian, who's going to be hyper carrying in the late stages.
Yeah, now King looking to round out their lineup, thinking about more teamfight power with the Vladimir and the Orianna hovers. We'll see what they end up deciding on. But going back to RNG, this does mean that Sky is going to be taking the Fizz into the top lane. Looks like the Smite Teleport Fizz making a massive surge into the LPL here, and it is going to be the Orianna for Korn. Of course, Korn playing a heck of a lot of Orianna when Starhorn Royal Club were making their way through Worlds a little while back. But we'll see how it's going to work out. Of course, two very utility-based mid laners. Might just be a farm fest there in the mid, but we'll see what Huey can do as far as getting some early pressure on this map is concerned with this Lee Sin, because we've seen Lee Sin fall out of favor just a little bit just because he doesn't offer all that much in the late stages of the game.
Well, we've seen since the later metas, the later patches, with all the changes in items and champions, he started to get phased out a fair bit, and it's going to be very difficult for him to have that massive impact. But we'll see how he goes, and there is the possibility, because Lee Sin's still very strong.
He most certainly is. And Sky there, of course, first game in the LPL here for this season on the Fizz into the Nah. MLXG taking the high priority Gragas against Lee Sin. Of course, Gragas, sometimes known as good Lee Sin to certain spawns here on the caster desk. Xiaohu into Korn. Going to be the Lulu into Orianna. Not exactly the most interactive matchup there as Lucian into Sivir. This one's going to be a fair bit of action. Both of these are sort of short-range AD carries, and we'll see whether they are going to straight up lane against one another, because that'll be exciting to see as Liam into Sync Dream here. Janna versus Alistair, and it's a bit like engage into disengage.
Yeah, it's exactly what that is. The Alistar wanting to be aggressive, the Janna looking to just throw down the shield and let the Lucian do all of the work.
Yeah, and I guess as an Alistair, you've got the Headbutt for a little bit of disengage as well. You've got Sustain in the Triumphant Roar, so not exactly all in, not necessarily like a Leona or something like that who's not going to offer too much else. So we'll see exactly how this one's going to work out as we hop onto the Rift. But I like how the team fight's looking for King, because of course you've got the massive Nah. You can then place the ball on top of the entire enemy team, assuming he manages to get a few people in that one. And it can be the Corn and Cola show potentially this game round.
Yeah, not necessarily ball delivery. You've got maybe the Lee Sin in that respect, but you've got a lot of stuff that can at least allow you to be in a forward position to put the ball down.
Yeah.
And their team fighting will be very strong. They've got the Nah. The Lee Sin can initiate, does start to drop off in team fights unless the kick hits multiple people. But then you've got the Alistar, who can pretty much just press the ultimate and be so tanky that it makes up for what Lee Sin drops off in a little bit later in the game for team fighting.
Yeah, it's true. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, into a pause, ladies and gentlemen, as RNG and King are making sure that they sort everything out. You can see already Xiaohu taking a little bit of damage. You can see Korn on your screen just there, having a chat to his team. See how this one's going to work out. Very close MLXG right there. My goodness. Hello, friend.
Closer.
Yeah. Just making sure that he has his glasses on in the right position. Excellent. I think we've got it. We've got it nailed. As a glasses wearer yourself, how do you think he's doing?
I think they're sitting fine.
Brilliant. Excellent. That's about all we got right now for MLXG. But look, we'll see how it works out. Of course, this game, definitely more on the line for King, because they really need to pick up a victory somewhere.
Definitely. They need something to get the ball rolling for them. And they've got the makings of this really great team that just hasn't found their stride just yet. 0-4 so far. They need one win to make them feel maybe better about themselves. Find a style even that suits them more so. Without having Insec available, he was doing a lot of the initiating for them. And now that he's out the door, they need to find this new way of playing or rely on the jungler to get used to playing like Insec was. We'll see what they actually decide to adapt to. But being 4 games in, they've started to find a style. They need to develop it further and become really strong at that.
Well, pause is over. We are into the game, ladies and gentlemen. And Huey on your screen right there. He's who we're talking about. We'll see whether he can do his best Insec impression this game around. Huey, known for being relatively aggressive in the early stages of the game, so see whether he can get that one working out. King, very aggressive movements around this map. Probably just wanting to get some deep vision down on the map.
They already had the deep vision there. They don't have many wards left to place, so I guess they're just in a very aggressive position, waiting to find someone out of position. They spotted that ward going down, so they know that there's a ward on the red buff.
Oh, they're looking to catch Whoosh and Liam.
They've been spotted by the ward. Orianna walked out.
No. So it is going to be the red buff start here for King. Huey going to steal that one away to the best of his ability. Some vertical jungling going to ensue from that point. Is going to mean that RNG aren't going to go for that Krug start. Whoosh, nice damage there onto Name as he did face check that brush, and Eye of the Storm really helping out there as well. Oh my goodness, lots of damage from this Lucian. And King, they really need to hit the level 2 before they really have the burst damage here. Of course, Name probably wants to pick up the Ricochet as a very nice piercing light does come down onto the Sivir.
Well, Alistar started heal, and Sivir started with the bouncing.
Yeah, the Ricochet,
attack. So they have no capabilities of actually fighting at all until level 2. And even then, Alistar won't have the combo as he's going to get very low doing this red buff.
Yeah, thankfully did have the smite, but you're exactly right. MLXG playing with fire just a little bit, but Huey is heading over to this red buff. Oh my goodness, Name almost falling as a piercing light, just a little bit short there. And Whoosh and Lei, pressure is on here on the bottom side of the map. And we said that this was going to be a point where a lot of the aggression would be coming out, and already it's proven true as there's the aggressive level 2 movements here from Whoosh. Does have that relentless pursuit, can get himself into the face of Name, and 10 CS behind here at the very early stages. But Whoosh missed a cannon creep, so bad news bears.
Evens it out from moral victories. We'll see if they actually get the cannon creep themselves. They just warded and spotted Huey as well, so can't pull the trigger just there. But the level 2 has come out. That's not going to help them a whole lot. They don't have the pot available. The CS difference is already growing, and Whoosh is putting down all of this pressure that can't actually be answered because of the Janna shield. The fact they leveled the spells they did at level 1 is...
Oh, there's the flash pulverize though. Whoosh, they want to get the headbutt onto him, but wasn't able to get it off. That Howling Gale was wonderful as Huey has to safeguard up to that. The heal is going to come through as Whoosh very, very low on mana. Lei gets caught, but that boomerang not actually going to find Whoosh somehow there. Name not really doing enough damage, and the bottom lane of RNG is going to be forced back. Name able to get some very much needed farm.
He's going to be able to get the farm, so the pressure was in the right place, but given that they didn't have the headbutt available, no level 3 because of the denied experience.
Hey, that's so true. I actually assumed that when Sync Dream was hitting level 2, that means he has the headbutt pulverize combo.
Yeah, and instead he just flashed and used the pulverize, didn't actually have the headbutt because he started with a heal at level 1. So potentially a kill gone to waste there.
Yeah, not quite able to pick that one up. Of course, they would have been very, very low without the Triumphant Roar that was doing some work over the period of time in the lane where they were trying to just heal back up. But Whoosh and Lei actually deciding not to head back to base as this lane was shoved in. Name taking some damage from Lei as the Janna getting very aggressive. Xiaohu continuing his ways as the Xiaohu Lulu, very aggressive in this mid lane and able to farm himself out a bit of a CS advantage.
Yeah, no real surprise that all they're trying to do in the mid lane at the moment is farm. Both playing control mages with not an exceptional amount of damage until they start getting items, and even then, particularly the Lulu, doesn't do a whole lot of damage, so it's all about controlling the waves. And based off that alone, Xiaohu doing very well in the mid.
Yeah, and I like where Whoosh is positioning himself in this lane as well, making sure he's staying as far up as possible, putting as much pressure on Name as he can in this laning phase.
He's got the level advantage, and you can see that boomerang fully hitting him, not actually doing a whole lot of damage. So
Whoa.
in a very comfortable position, to say the least, is Whoosh and Liam in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Woosh and Lei have been playing together for a very long time, and you can see right there, Woosh just knowing that the Eye of the Storm was available, knowing that he could go a little bit more aggressive. Huey down here in the bottom lane again, as King are really focusing in on it. Does seem that it's okay, though, because the rest of the lane's not exactly suffering. Nice spell shield from Name. Going to get him some mana back, as Huey going to take some damage from MLXG. The Gragas, the Fat Man, doing some work here on this map. There's the Sonic Wave, though, as he flashes forward for Lei. There's the first blood. Huey might die for it, though. There's the passive to come through here as Name. He might be in trouble. MLXG is going to lock down that kill. Woosh flashing out of the way, and Sync Dream completely out of mana. Has to be careful. RNG answering with 2 kills of their own after first blood going over to Huey.
The dangerous game mastery actually giving Woosh some health back right there. Almost the difference between him living and dying. Very hard to say, but a gank coming out from Lee Sin, caught by the Gragas, but hitting the amazing Q, the resonating strike actually on the right target, making a kill from it. They do well to make the trade, but still, Gragas, you said the better version of Lee Sin. I'm seeing it right there.
Yeah, well, it's sort of hard demonstrated right there. You can see double the CS now for Woosh. There's the Shockwave in the mid lane. Xiaohu holding on to the Wild Growth Corn, completely out of mana. Probably just wanted to be able to back away, because he's not going to offer too much more here. And Xiaohu able to put on some pressure, and he's relatively safe now with the ult.
Yeah, it's safe to say that he's looking to get out. They've got a lot of pings going down on where the Lee Sin actually is directly, so the kill pressure in mid probably not going to happen. And Korn being out of mana, he's going to just try and use that ult to wave clear, maybe put some damage onto the Lulu so he can't push as hard because of the kill threat.
True.
And then just recall.
You can see Sky, he's actually decided to go straight for this Trinity Force. The last time we saw this top lane Fizz coming through from Zatai, it was in fact going for the Cinderhulk, then into the Frozen Heart, making sure that he has the Lucidity boots as well for 40% CDR. But this time looks like a straight up Trinity Force.
Yeah, he's opting, well, at this stage it could still be the Black Cleaver. I don't want to discredit it too early, because I'd like to see how a Black Cleaver would work on a Fizz, even though it doesn't really do physical damage. It just gives health and CDR, which is great for Fizz. The stats, maybe not the passive.
Yeah, that's true. I guess the passive does work, because he does do auto attacks, but the rest of everything that Fizz does gonna be magic.
Yeah, and then the fact that he's gone for the Phage, though, it doesn't often go from the Phage to anything else most of the time anyway. They tend to go the tanky stats directly after the Phage. And the fact that he's got a Smite, he had a Smite, right?
Yep.
Why is he going for the Phage first, not the jungle item?
Look, well, we'll have to find out. Probably just wanted to be able to duck around the skirmishes there in the top lane. But look, the Rage passive's fantastic. We'll see whether he can make that one work. We are going to hop back onto the Rift, though, as the pause is going to dissipate. And Woosh back in the lane, but now the BF sword into the pickaxe of Name. RNG able to make things work here on the bottom side. And you can see Woosh already asserting dominance, but the Boomerang's starting to hurt.
They are starting to hurt. You can see that once Sivir hits that level 5 spike, the Q damage is actually quite high. And it does have to be without minions being in the way. So very aggressive style that Woosh is using at the moment is working quite well to Sivir being able to at least turn it around and do some poke damage. The spell shield will have to be on point, but the level between them right now, level 6 on the Lucian, the pressure will start to come down and continue to come down rather, because it has been since the start of the game.
Yeah, and a 20 CS advantage still here on the bottom side of the map as Woosh presses this one forward. Nice piercing light. He's going to do some extra damage to Name there, but Woosh, and there's the headbutt pulverize combo. The Boomerang comes through as well. The flash from Sync Dream. Name locks down the kill, and Lei, he's going to have to run away. Name just trying to chase him out there, but Woosh just a little bit too aggressively positioned.
That's it. He's been playing like that since the start of the laning phase and felt like he had a lead, and that's because he does. He has the BF sword to the pickaxe. But the aggression and the base damage that comes out of the Sivir with the Alistar, flashing on top of him, straight after using the headbutt pulverize combo, the Ignite's gone down, everything straight away, and the Boomerang hit nothing before the Lucian and bounced twice.
Yeah, and MLXG was looking for something in the top lane, but that's going to mean Dragon here for King, starting to push their advantage forward. 300 gold is the lead at the moment for RNG, but a 9.5-minute Dragon here for King.
Yeah, it's going to be a very good early Dragon. The pressure, the pings came down. They know that Gragas is there. So there is a lot of counter pressure in the top lane if they want to push the turret, but it's going to be so hard for them to do unless they get a kill on Nicola, because you're a Gragas and a Fizz and you don't really have a lot of siege.
No, not a whole lot. Of course, the range not necessarily there, but Sky is going to be able to shove this one out. Cola very low on the rage bar, but RNG just going to make sure that he can't pick up any of this experience. Name, though, in trouble, uses the heal, is going to survive. Actually keeps the flash there as well, but Whoosh, very angry about falling down in the bottom lane, is going to make sure that Sivir is punished for that.
Yeah, he's not very happy about what happened just beforehand. Picking up the boots as well with the BF sword, looking to continue the pressure, knowing that now the heal is down as well. He's got an advantage from raw items because there's pretty much no summoners across the board besides all of Janus, who has the Ignite still, and there's just the flash left on Name. So more confident, much more confident in what he's doing right now.
Yeah, Name, of course, still there, sitting on half health as Lei thinking of coming around. Howling Gale just whistles by as there's a nice headbutt pulverized onto both bottom lane members. Eye of the Storm comes through. Name taking some damage back there. Sync Dream very tanky at this stage of the game.
He's massive.
Yeah, MLXG looking to move around here as well, but he's going to be spotted out, or at least considered to be there by King, because they want nothing of it. The lane has been pushed out as Huey. He might find MLXG here. Does have a level advantage now as well, as a nice body slam comes through. We might need to be careful. It is going to be Cinderhulk versus Cinderhulk, but here comes Sync Dream. Level 7, Name as well, able to get a lot of damage back down. There's the explosive cast. Huey taking the damage here as well, flashing out of the way. Whoosh picks that one up quite easily. The fish, though, because it teleports here from Sky, as Cola trying to get some work done as well. Piercing Light not going to land on a Sync Dream, whose Unbreakable Will is down now as well. The Hyperprocs going off on a Sky, only down to about 300 health. But Corn, what is going on? You are most definitely going to fall as... Oh, the last auto attack, not enough! RNG, some miscalculation.
The barrier and the command protect enough to save the Orianna, just barely there. The rotations, the teleports came out pretty much the same time, but Fizz has the ultimate available, whereas Cola was just the mini-nar trying to ramp it up.
Yeah.
You can see that was the big difference, though, between how that fight panned out.
Yeah, Sky still able to wave clear fairly effectively, just with some extra levels in the Playful Trickster. You can see now has the Skirmisher's Saber in his back pocket as well. So he's at least going to be able to use that Smite in a team fight just to make sure he can get some extra damage down. Make sure that the AD carry or whoever he targets with that spell is going to be doing as little as possible. And Cola has made his way back to this lane. But as far as where these teams spike in damage, is there one side that's going to be looking for more fights early rather than late, or are both of these teams sort of looking to scale through? Because I have to say that, you know, having a Lee Sin on a lineup, always a dangerous thing when you're looking towards the late game.
Yeah, Lee Sin not known for how well he scales into the later stages, as Name's copping some serious pressure now.
Yeah. Whoosh just going to take a cheeky turret shot as well, as he puts on as much pressure as he can.
But yeah, no, the scaling is going to be... You look at the side of King and you think their scaling is a little bit questionable, almost solely on the back of the Lee Sin being there. But if he builds full tank, then he's quite capable of being relevant in the late game. The kick just has to work onto the right targets. But you look at the side of RNG, they've got a little bit less damage almost, I would say. Sky's going to be going fairly tanky, unless he does opt into the damage, which is what I think he should do. Because Lulu's not known for dealing tons of damage out at all. And then you've got the Lucian, who does lots late game, but they're fighting.
They most certainly are, as Lei's going to get caught by that Sonic Wave. There's the kickback as well into the wall, but the heal's going to save Lei's life. MLXG wants to try and get aggressive. The barrel's down. Whoosh going to lock down the kill. Explosive cast just delivers it to Whoosh for the double. They're looking for Sync Dream, but Unbreakable Will is there. That will save the cow's life, but Xiaohu wants to try and pick it up if he can. MLXG tanking up the turret, and this is going to be another outer turret falling over here for RNG, and Whoosh, I mean, he's playing overly aggressive, yeah, but it's working out in a lot of these cases. Yeah,
Hui is trying really hard to get these ganks off, and he knows it has to be on the bot lane, because it feels like that's where all the pressure is coming down onto the side of King. Name is doing really, really rough at the moment. 82 to 114 in the CS department, and then 4 to 1 now in kills. So MLXG is very aware of the fact that Hui wants to be in the bot lane.
Yep.
And he's just coming bot lane as well and counter ganking perfectly. And you can see silver platter of kills right there being delivered to the side of RNG for this Lucian.
Yeah, and MLXG just looks so much more comfortable on Gragas than he ever has as well. I mean, he's had his good games, but that explosive cast delivery system there on Name just showing that he just has so much comfort here on this champion, and it's great to see. I mean, we were talking about MLXG as a little bit of a sort of one-trick pony. He was fantastic on the Nidalee moving through, and then he moved over to the Rek'Sai being his fantastic champ, and now it looks like Gragas really taking over. And look, it's great to see out of MLXG. This guy's really ramping up. Sky now has the Cinder Hulk as well completed there in the top lane for his Fizz, and the transition of the bottom lane up there just to make sure that the last outer turret is going to fall over.
Yeah, they've actually got a lot of item spikes, not just the Cinder Hulk here for the Fizz. They've got the Cinder Hulk finished on Gragas. They've got the Athenes and Boots too on the Lulu, so a lot of CDR right now.
CDR.
That's rushing that CDR as soon as possible to teamfight. They've got Lucian, Boots 2 finished, Berserker Greaves and Infinity Edge. And Janna doesn't need items, she just needs to press the shield button.
Yep.
So they've got all of these big items coming out right now. There's a good time for them to group if they chose to, especially because of the item discrepancy between the two teams.
Yeah, and you can see Whoosh just moving around, picking up every bit of farm that he possibly can. And it's in perfect time for the Dragon. They're going to have all of the lanes pushed up, apart from possibly that bottom lane, but Sky is going to be there in order to get that one going, as Whoosh and Xiaohu are going to start off this Dragon. Eye of the Storm, the Whimsy Shield's there as well. They're not going to be losing any health, and MLXG makes his way in. This is going to be an easy first Dragon for RNG. Second of the whole game, but that's going to be evening that one out. 6% stats for everyone.
Yeah, on the back of the item spikes that we just spoke about, there was a perfect time for them to do the Dragon, or for the Dragon to even be available to be done. So they picked that one up, the second Dragon, and now they might want to translate that. Extra stats, not a massive deal, but they've got the power still in their hands, so you can see the rotations coming out pretty much across the board. The Lucian now near the top side, they might want to swap that up and put some pressure up there. You've seen Fizz in the bot a fair bit, has the teleport available. They're going to start making plays and start doing these big rotations to get them a lead from what they already have, which is about 4,000.
Yeah, and Sky actually, I like Ninja Tabi and Fizz because those auto attacks are going to begin not really doing a whole lot because, of course, passive is going to give him a little bit less auto attack damage. So auto attacking this Fizz not going to be doing a whole lot at all as the Ninja Tabi is stacking alongside that one. So Name might want to look at hitting a different target, but Sky is going to sort of not have the level of CDR that we've seen from other top lane Fizzes who decide to go with the Frozen Heart, with the Lucidity Boots for that easy 40% CDR and 2 items.
Yeah, well, the Frozen Heart is still a very real possibility as the next item, but as for spike timings with the rest of his team, we can see Lulu rushing the CDR opposed to the Fizz, who's going for more tanky stats to get themselves ahead in teamfights just by being so tanky. So I guess in the same respect as the Lulu rushing that CDR, the Fizz is rushing combat stats to fight sooner.
Yeah, Sky actually not going to be able to pick up the Gromp. A little bit unfortunate there, smited a little bit early, but did still get the buff, and that's the important part. Kohler now switching over to the bottom lane as well, as the Rift Scuttler going to fall down. Baron buff is going to be warded up there by RNG. Xiaohu going to find himself a pink ward as Korn's going to come through and try and defend that one out. Nice amount of shields here from both Xiaohu and Lei.
And Korn. Shields everywhere right now on these teams.
Yeah, it's hard to know when they're losing health, when they're losing shield, what's going on, whose shields, whose.
Spell shields, health shields, tower shields.
Yeah, we need a Morgana in this game, make sure it's as confusing as possible. Where's the Hex Drinkers, boys and girls?
Let's not, actually.
Yeah, Kohler actually might be in a little bit of trouble here as Sky going very aggressive onto the Gnar, really asserting his dominance here on the bottom side. And this is frightening. When Sky has this much of an advantage and Kohler can't split push against him, we'll see whether King are going to be able to make anything happen because, look, that Fizz, they're going to have to deal with it some way or another.
Yeah, that's right. They need to do something about this Fizz, and if the pressure continues the way it is, Sky's able to control the wave, control the lane, and so far up that he can just rotate. But King,
oh, there's the headbutt pulverized. Whoosh is going to have to try and get out of there. Does use the E, but the kick not going to get back into the team as Huey now tries to get out of there. So much damage. Xiaohu locks down the call. The hula hoop in the middle of everything, doing nothing at all. Name now in trouble. A 3-man knock up against Sync Dream, doing as much work as he can, but Whoosh just going to kill Name with it. He's going to sacrifice himself in the end, and Sky probably needs to get out of there. The Playful Tricks are going to help out on that one, but that's a 2-for-1 so far. But RNG, they've got control of this turret.
They managed to come out ahead in the fight, and given that it was King initiating, they just didn't initiate the right way. So unfortunate, the Lee Sin kick didn't go in the right direction. And on the back of that, the explosive cask again. MLXG responding to everything that this Lee Sin does and doing it in better fashion. Turns the fight around completely, and they make it a fight that comes out ahead for them, when really they were initiated on a very bad position.
Yeah, and there's so much rotational play going on in this game. 100% kill participation for the jungler, AD carry, and support on the side of RNG. They're making things happen from this bottom side of the map, and I'm liking how it's working here. I mean, Sync Dream, to his credit, has had some fantastic sets of CC, and opening up abilities here for King to do some work. And let's have a look at it again.
So this Lee Sin kick was what started it all, and unfortunately, kicking the Lucian away, the Fizz Fish had already hit. The Gnar was massive, and that's what turned it around, but then Korn unfortunately missing the Shockwave again. Two big ultimates not hitting the targets on the back of what Kohler and Sync Dream did there, which was massive. You can see Whoosh going big just to make a trade. Fizz managing to get out in the end there.
Yeah, Whoosh now going to be able to clear out some vision as well. 7-3 in the kills, and that is going to extend the gold lead to about 6,000. And at 20 minutes into the game, that is relatively large here for RNG. Both of these sides, we've mentioned it before, very eager to pick up some victories. RNG only picking up one thus far. And now wanting to make it their second. Whoosh moving down towards the bottom side. Huge creep wave there. Does have the red buff as well in his back pocket. 10 CS lead for Sky there on the top side of the map. 5 for Xiaohu. And Xiaohu's been relatively quiet this game. It's oftentimes when we saw Ganti play, now when we're seeing RNG play, it's a lot about what Xiaohu can get done. But this time around, just farming it out, making sure that he's the Lulu in the late game, but it's been the bottom side of the map and the jungler here for RNG.
Yeah, the bottom side have had pressure since the start of the game, and on the back of MLXG making these massive plays has really enabled the rest of the team. You said 100% kill participation from all of the bot lane and the jungler. You can see how their rotations and their impact on this game are giving them such a big lead, and with the Dragon up in 30 seconds, it's on the perfect side of the map for them.
Yeah, and they're getting the vision down here as well, clearing it out. They've got 3 pink wards exactly around this bottom riverside area. Xiaohu just clearing out waves over and over again. Almost has that Rabbidan's Death Cap as well. And when you've got Rabbidan's Death Cap and the Athene's plus Lucidity Boots, I mean, you've got 40% CDR and everything's doing a whole lot more as well with the ability power that you're going to have in your back pocket. So 840 gold, Xiaohu looking for that spike in utility and damage.
Yeah, once he gets that Death Cap, he's going to be in a much better position. You compare that to just the blasting one here from Korn. Really, really getting behind in items and starting to feel it from every member of the side of King at the moment. This next Dragon, it's going to go to RNG again.
Yeah, MLXG easily picking that one up. Not even using the smite. Saying, cool guys, don't smite dragons when you don't need to. Huey going to trade that for his own Raptor camp, so not exactly the best trade there coming through for King. And Whoosh pushing up the bottom lane. Center turret might be under siege relatively soon. MLXG going to turn up too. And the bottom lane for King going to do their very best to try and stop this assault on the turret.
Even the static Shiv, by the way, on this Lucian, just a sign of the wave clear that they really want to have at the moment. They've got Lulu and then the Lucian. Their wave clear is going to be amazing coming into these siege stages where they're trying to find themselves with a better lead position. Sky and Kohler, it's been pretty hard for this Gnar at the moment.
Yeah, Kohler's been trying to get work done, but just never has the Mega Gnar at the right times, isn't able to split push effectively against the Fizz, just hasn't found his way into this game just yet.
Yeah, 0-0-1 has the Randuin's Ninja Tabi and the Spectre's Cow with the Doran's Blade. So has all of the tanky items, hasn't opted towards a Phage, but you can see the combat stats from Sky in response, the Sheen and Phage going for that Trinity Force. The difference is starting to scale out of the hands of Kohler at the moment and into Sky's favour.
Yeah, and is it sort of a little bit of a mistake here from Kohler not building any of the laning items, just going straight for the teamfight Gnar build?
Yes and no. It's very hard for you, once you've passed that team fighting up from that early laning stage, to actually deal with the Fizz. The Fizz,
Okay.
we've seen the trades coming out in favour of Sky quite early in this game. Even from the Phage pickup, funnily enough, was going in favour of Sky. So Kohler could have responded with a damage item like a Phage, would have given a bit better laning. But his laning's already great once you're the Gnar into the Fizz matchup, just because of the raw spell matchup that you have.
Yeah, so he's sort of seeding that one just a little bit, making sure that he can be as relevant as he can in the late game. Trinity Force now completed by Sky, though. He's going to possibly go for full tank after that. We'll see what he does decide to go with. Did see some Blade of the Ruined Kings on the Fizzes a little bit, but may not be exactly what he's going to be picking up this time around. Hasn't been what we've been seeing recently, but Sky, of course, first time we've seen him on this Fizz, may have some different ideas on how it's played. As RNG just going to continue clearing out vision and stealing away buffs. Another one going to be going down here as MLXG going to lock down this blue buff. Might even just hand it over to Xiaohu because they're that comfortable in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they don't need to take the buff on the jungle. They don't need the smite for it at all. Just push the opposition team out and From this stage on the side of RNG, they're just looking to stack damage and most likely armor. They can forego the fact that Korn has a lot of farm, but his items are really far behind, and the damage that he's doing right now is essentially negligible. So you stack armor against what is the majority of King's side. You've got Na, Lee Sin, and the Sivir, compared to the Orianna by herself doing the magic damage and not really doing much of it. Stack that armor, probably get the Frozen Heart next on the Fizz, in fact. Maybe even the Frozen Heart's going to be done soon on the Gragas as well. And from that stage, it'll be a lot easier for you to dive because you've got armor.
Yeah,
and then you're also going to be doing a lot, or taking a lot less damage from the side of King. So it's almost like a 30-minute time bomb almost. Once it hits 30 minutes in this game and they start to get that armor stacked on, it's going to be very hard for King to answer.
Yeah, and RNG, again, continuing to clear out the enemy jungle. The red buff now going to fall as Sky picks that one up late, clearing out Vision once more. So MLXG going to lock down the last hit on that. The Raptor camp even going down for good measure here as well. And RNG look unstoppable. Look at all of the vision that they have throughout the top side of the jungle here. They've got a pink ward on the Baron. King sort of floundering, and it's looking very similar to their other games, not knowing precisely what they want to be doing. And it's an 8,000 gold lead here for RNG, and it's not looking like it's ever going to slow up.
That's right. It doesn't look like it's going to stop. And Sync Dream might have been, never mind, he's just going to ult and walk away. It does look like they don't have a purpose right now.
No. They
feel clueless, almost like they don't have a direction. They need to find something to do. And even if it works out badly for you, they're still better off committing.
Yeah, the heal's going to be popped here. There's the shockwave. Whoosh going to fall down, but Name looked like he probably had that under control anyway. Lei going to flash away here as well. The flash forward from Name into the double kill. And might have been Whoosh and Lei once again being a little bit overly aggressive.
And speaking of committing, almost as if on cue, Name has committed to the 1v1. They managed to get the Orianna shockwave to secure the kill, and they get a trade. If they were doing this earlier, perhaps, I guess the item discrepancy has been a big factor in why they couldn't have. The static shiv against the Phantom Dancer and the pickaxe starting to do a little bit more damage for Name just because of the base damage and being able to spell shield what is a lot of damage that Lucian can deal.
Lucian was also sitting on 2.4k.
Yeah, it would have probably helped. I think he just finished the entire last Whisper from that. So maybe 1v1ing not as easy from here on out. But either way, they pulled the trigger on something. They made a commitment to a move, to a rotation, to a play that'll, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But you're already 7,000 gold behind. And if you're sitting in your base while you're losing everything in your jungle, control of every objective on the map, even minions that you're not getting starved from, you're better off doing that and having a not go in your favor. But in this case, it did go in their favor, so well done to Name.
Yeah, and they did manage to get the outer turret in the mid lane off the back of it as well. So King sort of breaking down that gold lead just a little bit here, as it is now at 7,000 as opposed to the 8 as it was before. So pulling back by about 1,000 gold, as 20 seconds until the next dragon is going to be up. Will possibly be the third here for RNG unless King are going to be able to stop that one from happening. But all of the vision available for RNG, 10 seconds on the clock. And King still looking like they're floundering.
Yeah, they know the dragon is up soon. I'm not sure if they have the exact timer of it because they have been starved away from this entire area of the map for about 6 to 10 minutes almost. Gragas solo taking the last one. They're grouping up and they're trying to find things to do, but the side of RNG are too far ahead with their map knowledge and rotation speeds that King are looking for things to do but not really finding it.
Yeah, they're trying to find a red buff now, and that's not going to be there. They have warded out the top side of their map as well, so got some vision for themselves, but not really meaning too much here as RNG pulling ahead once again. Pink ward's now around, and you can see RNG looks like the Baron is going to be the next option, and there's not going to be a whole lot that King can do. We'll see whether they can get into the right positions. Of course, you can see Cola not with a whole lot of rage bar here for this Nara. Sky's making his way around, but half of the health now on the Baron as MLXG just getting a whole lot of shields so that he can tank this up as much as possible. There's the flash into the pulverized Whoosh, not it getting over the wall, and he's still going to be safe there in the backline as Name pops the ultimate, but mostly for disengage here as Ardent Blaze is heading over as well. The fish down onto Cola. It is going to be Sync Dream falling down as the first one, but Name has to deal with Sky, who just destroys him. Xiaohu there as well. Going to take down Huey. 3-man shockwave in the backline, but the house is going to hit as well, but King, they just don't have the damage. The Nara into the wall as an afterthought, but RNG, they don't lose anyone. And Korn, the last man standing for King.
Sky and Whoosh just doing so much damage at the moment, and the item difference is so big. You can see the shockwave even hitting 3 targets at the end of that fight. Not going to be enough. Orianna able to shield, but Name got wrecked by MLXG at the start of that fight, knocking him around everywhere before it even really broke out. all of the side of RNG doing so much damage just because the level advantage, the item advantage, and the control they have forcing King into bad positions, working so well for them. And they managed to get the Baron, a turret, and it's going to get even harder than it once was for King.
Yeah, the empowered recalls are going to be coming out now. A whole lot of item buys as the BF sword now for Whoosh, almost the 4-item Lucian, which is such a terrifying thought. We'll almost have the Bloodthirster before Name even has his last Whisper for his 3rd item. So Whoosh is huge. 1-0-10 for MLXG though. MVP, I'm giving it to him right now because this guy, 100% kill participation, hasn't died, made sure that he's secured the Barons. There's a Luden's Echo now on Xiaohu as well, who's 2-0-4. Of course, a mortal performance, but just hasn't necessarily been there for as much as what MLXG has been doing. And you mentioned it before. You said that this game is going to be won or lost on the back of MLXG, and it looks like it's going to be winning it this time around.
Well, the impact that he's having right now is just unmatched, right? He's absolutely absurd. His timings where he's at the right place at the right time, completely counter-ganking what Huey can do. From the start of this game, he did it bot lane twice almost, and every single time a fighter's broken out, he's been on the right target. And it's funny that the tank has no deaths. You'd almost say he's not doing his job, but he's doing it perfectly. He doesn't need to die because he's so tanky.
Yeah, and you've seen MLXG on very low health quite often in this game as well. So you're right, it's not like he has sort of messed around. But I mean, the gold lead now at about 13,000 here, 11-5, as the kill score is there, and 6-2 in turrets. RNG just looking now to try and find their way into the base. They've shut out King from their whole jungle, now looking just to break down these Nexus turrets.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult for King to be able to stop this. And look at Sky, you can tell how confident he feels. The Baron minion's so hard for them to take down at the moment.
Oh, that Glitter Lance tearing through Korn.
And even the piercing light.
Yeah, Whoosh able to really nail a whole lot of pretty tricky piercing lights as well off the back of some minions. Some cute maneuvers there as RNG just doing their very best to protect this siege minion as it tries to take down this turret. Of course, they don't have a whole lot of siege. Of course, Lucian being relatively low range, and there's a heck of a lot of wave clear on the side of King, so they might be able to hold this one off for a little while. We'll see how it's going to work. Baron Buff going to be helping out the RNG squad as MLXG going very aggressive into the base here as Dissonance doing some damage. Ooh, just the tip of the boomerang under MLXG means that he may not be able to go that far up again. Whoosh, he has the Bloodthirster, so that is a huge deal. Xiaohu able to get some cheeky auto attacks off, but you can see this tower, it is getting taken down ever so slowly.
Picked at piece by piece with every wave. Just one extra auto attack from the Lucian will put him that much closer to being able to take it. They're looking at Sivir.
Yeah, there's the On the Hunt being popped here. Singdream, couple of knockups there at the same time. His ultimate is going to be available. There's the shockwave onto Lei Xiaohu and Sky as Lei's going down very, very low. Korn gets hit up by the fish as Cola trying to get in amongst it for his ultimate. No Gnar to be coming out just yet, as he does have the Mega Gnar bomb. Whoosh! Just destroys the turret and makes his way out. So they've broken the base. No one's died. But King, they hold on to at least their inhibitor.
They do keep the inhibitor, but that is a successful siege by the side of RNG. They get the turret in the end somehow from Lucian's random acts of manliness.
Yep. And random acts of manliness. That's beautiful.
Yeah, you don't really expect it. He's very good at it. And they do get the turret. No one dies for it, which is a great success given how the shockwave started that fight off and actually decimated them. So being able to keep their lives, Gragas' explosive cask actually hitting no one. So the disengage was really weird that it happened to work so successfully, but the Janna Monsoon is the big factor in that. It healed them all up straight back to full.
Yeah, the double displacement here coming through for RNG means that if MLXG doesn't happen to hit his explosive cast, they do have backup in that regard. 20 seconds until the 4th dragon for RNG is here, or possibly the 2nd for King if they can get a positional advantage. But right now, RNG look to be moving there, look to have control of the area.
We can see the death cap being done from Orianna and 3 big items now being finished for the Sivir. Their carries are starting to have a lot of damage, and they are able and capable to kill the carries from RNG. Can they get onto the carries, though, is another question, because the Fizz is basically untargetable at all stages. He's got the Frozen Heart finished. He's got a lot of CDR now. Yeah,
and even now with the Spirit Visage as well, so sitting on 30% from items there on the CDR front. So going to be bouncing around fights quite a lot. You're exactly right.
Yeah, and then you've got the Lulu shields, you've got the Janna shields with the Mikhails as well. You've got the QSS on the Lucian. It's getting so hard to actually get onto the carries of RNG. and you've got the Orianna Shockwave, the Lee Sin kick, and it has to be comboed quite well on the back of a Sivir ult. But if the Sivir ults, it's almost like a sign of, well, let's just disengage with our amazing disengage comp.
Yeah, Wish did use the ultimate there as well. MLXG tanking up a bunch of damage as they're trying to get the last few auto attacks down on this inhibitor. King moving towards the top side, but the inhib's going to fall down. Sky continuing the pressure here on this split push Fizz. Very, very tanky like you were mentioning before. And RNG, they're going to move around and try and deal with what this Fizz has started.
Speaking of tanky, MLXG can just sit there and let the laser hit him for about 10 seconds and not lose a single tick of health.
Yeah, the flab soak.
Doesn't even tickle him.
No, not happening
Oh
there.
my god.
Oh, he's getting a back rub. The turret back rub, very, very cute. And Shockwave hasn't been used just yet. The turret is going to fall down. Boomerang's doing a little bit of work there as Singdream down to about half health. There's the Unbreakable Will. Are they going to be able to turn this one around as Sky going super aggressive? The fish not landing onto anyone as there's the Howling Gale sailing past. Boomerang doing some work. The flash from MLXG. There it is. Korn gets locked around. The double knock-up not going to do anything now as Cola trying to double gnar them back into anywhere other than where they are at the moment. Cola's going to fall down after Name fell as well. MLXG first death of the game to the fountain, but the Nexus is going to follow. Double kill for Zhao, who as these Nexus turrets are going to fall. And RNG, what a dominating performance. 17,000 gold the lead in the end. And the surrender vote is what's going to come out. King, their 5th loss here in the LPL.
Yeah, they're looking like they're having a very shaky start, but
MLXG,
commanding.
come on, look happy, dude.
Give
You
some
had a
emotion,
fantastic performance.
He played phenomenal. All of the ultimates except
Yeah.
for one hitting at least 2 targets, doing the exact purpose of knocking Name towards the rest of his team. In the last fight, I think it was Korn got knocked towards them also. Amazing that the Gragas is getting onto the carries and at the right place, at the right time. Everyone from RNG looking very good.
Yeah, starting the right fights here as well, making sure that they're engaging at the right moments. Singdream had some moments of glory. His knockups were hitting multiple people. He wasn't exactly just wasting them trying to get picks or anything like that. He was able to be that team fight cow that they needed, but it was sort of not really getting followed up with anything. And a lot of these teams going for a lot of the late game scaling comps, not really working, especially not when you've got a Lee Sin, who Huey just didn't quite get it done.
Yeah, he didn't really do what had to be done. He had a lot of early pressure, but up against the Gragas that we coined was a better version of the Lee Sin, we saw why there. Because you can kick multiple people in multiple directions, basically. That was the difference.
Yeah, it's the thing. You've got sort of the 5-man kick. Get out, get everyone out. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is, of course, a best of 2, and we'll be back after a short break with RNG taking on King for the 2nd time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas. This is Rusty. And we're in for our second game between RNG and King. And RNG really came out swinging in that game. And Whoosh was so aggressive.
He basically started the team off with this perfect display of aggression, going straight at them, going ham at level 1.
Oh, yeah.
For the rest of the game, followed up by MLXG, and they just played so strong.
Yeah, and look at MLXG, 80% jungle control rate for the side of RNG. They were all in on destroying King's jungle performance. And I called it earlier, MVP is going to MLXG. This guy, what a monster.
Words cannot describe how great he was in that game. 1-1-14 doesn't do it justice. All of the ultimates, all of the ganks, so amazing. And apparently we're looking at a replay of it.
Yeah, this is going to be MLXG show coming in right now. There he is.
And this is why he gets MVP from plays like this. Just watch what he does to Name, by the way, here.
Perfect.
My God. That's gross.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff here. And the flash body slam.
Too.
Oh, man.
Name was having a really rough time trying to deal with this.
He was, and the team following up perfectly here as well. MLXG always going down super low health, only ever dying once to the Nexus Fountain.
Was that right? It's his only death.
That was his only death.
You have to give a lot of credit to Sky as well, though. Doing so well on that fizz. I could watch this all day.
Yeah.
If they just show me constant replays of Agragas doing explosive casks to that level, I'll just sit here and watch that.
It was beautiful stuff, and really well played there by MLXG, really deserving that MVP, and we'll see whether he can do it again the next game, or whether that Gragas is possibly going to get a ban aimed at it, because I would not be surprised to see the fat man taking a go on the bench.
Yeah, not even one bit surprised. And they banned Rek'Sai last time.
They did.
So now they might be prioritizing 2 jungle bans, which could leave open a lot of other things. The Kalista, perhaps, which has seen a lot of ban activity. And the win rate, when it's not banned, not that strong.
No, not exactly. Of course, the Sivir is still going to be there as well. Name actually contributing to the loss rate of Sivir. Sivir was going fantastically well up until today. Yesterday, actually suffering a loss there at the same time. So, look, we'll see whether she's going to continue plowing through the LPL or whether it's going to be a slight halt here to the rampage of Sivir. But other options here is the Azir going to possibly get through, because Zhao, who is a fantastic Azir player, and we'll see whether we're going to let that one be unleashed onto the Rift. But I think that the ban phase is going to be very different this time around.
I think it'll be a lot more reactive based off what happened to them in the first game here on the side of King.
Yeah.
So RNG came out really strong. The Lucian pick even was overwhelmingly strong. It almost overbared on the face of Sivir and really pushed them out of the lane. The CS differential was massive.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Gragas, who was counter-ganking the Lee Sin. And there was a lot of jungle bans, I believe. No, it was top bans, sorry. There was really no
a lot of top
bans.
bans.
So surprising that the Lee Sin was picked very confidently into the Gragas.
Well, Nunu was available. There was also a Sejuani there as well. So, look, surprising that the Lee Sin was picked up, but Huey might have had a plan, just was unable to execute.
Yeah, they might want to rethink again, though, what their actual plan is coming into this second game, because the AoE and the combo of the bot lane and jungle was just so strong that maybe coming into this next draft that they prioritize the jungle, they prioritize the bot lane picks so that it doesn't run rampant again. Yeah. Because when those 3 were ahead from RNG, they just carried the rest of the team on their backs and just snowballed the game from there massively.
Yeah, they really did. But, of course, it is going to be a switch over. Of course, red side is going to be King this time around. I believe, RNG this time around? Yes, anyway, it's going to switch.
RNG red.
So different sides are going to be able to pick up that first pick. And the first couple of power picks here that was, in fact, King that managed to grab, I believe it was the Gnar and Alistair there. So 2 very high priority picks. That might be this time going to be RNG being able to sort of take their pick of the litter. And we'll see whether the first pick can be decisive enough and powerful enough to get King over the line.
Yeah, well, the change of who is the first pick generally changes who you ban as well, because you get the availability of what you want prioritized, well, what they want to not have as the first pick. The second pick order is still picking strong champions at the moment, because there's about 5 to 6 key champions that are just so strong in this meta right now. The Gragas, Sejuani, all the junglers. Then you've got the top laners.
Yeah, there's sort of five or six of each role that are overly powerful.
Yeah, which is really good, because you don't just prioritize the one champion. You can take away what is strong. You can target it more. And that's why maybe the Gragas ban will be a very good decision.
Yeah, and you can sort of pick on players here as well. So if you notice that there is a certain player on one of the sides that has a shallow champion pool, you focus that one out. It has been Sky in the past. Sky hasn't necessarily been known for having a massive champion pool, but we saw picks up the Fizz, does amazing things on it, actually able to win out that lane very, very comfortably.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether that Fizz is possibly going to pick up a ban, whether Sky can demonstrate that he's really extended that champion pool beyond what we've just seen today.
Well, we've only seen the Fizz, and I believe Spring was the last time we saw
Yeah,
Sky
we saw Fizz,
prior.
and then there were 4 Scion games before that. And he's not necessarily a Luker. He's not still drawing
No,
the
he's
Scion
not the train
bans.
driver at the moment.
No, not so much.
So you had to do the hand signs there.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
So they're not going to look at the Scion. They may want to ban the Fizz, but then they've also maybe want to ban the Gragas. There's a lot of options.
I think
for
they
them.
have to ban Gragas.
What do
I
they
think
want
MLXG
to?
got too much done.
Yeah, he did. Well, MVP performance. We even got like 3 to 4 replays of just his amazing explosive cask. So
Yeah.
we'll see what they want to actually do. Do they want to get rid of the jungler, control the jungle, and stop MLXG, who was rampaging through their team? Do they want to focus on the top laner and get Kohler ahead, perhaps, and let him carry with the teleport ganks? It'll be a big decision on the coaches and the management on what they actually want to happen based off what King are capable of doing. I'm still getting them mixed up.
Yeah, no, well, it's understandable, man,
Yeah.
because, of course, they did start off as basically the opposite sides.
We haven't called them Gamty yet, though.
Yeah, well, you can call both of them Gamty, and I
Yeah.
think you're at least a few percentages right.
60-40?
Yeah, you're 40% right on both sides, so absolutely fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind then.
Yeah, you can just call them Gam.
Gam.
Yeah.
Gam Club.
Or, yeah. Let's not go too deep into this one, as we are going to see that players are getting ready to hop into Champion Select here, making sure the coaches are going to give them all of the information that they need. And King, they need to change something. They need to just mess with what they've got going on right now because, like we mentioned, didn't work in the last game. We'll see whether it is going to be getting the likes of Name onto that hyper carry once more, whether it is going to be the likes of the Jinx. And here we are into Champion Select. King going to ban away the Azir. Xiaohu not seeing that one. And the response is going to be the Hecarim here. Cola not on that champion either.
So still targeted bans, sticking to what worked for them last time. And coming to their last ban, will they want to continue the target bans? The Alistar is taken away.
Yeah, and do RNG now ban the Gragas and make sure that King don't get that as a first pick? There are a few other options. Maokai going to be taken off the board here. So Cola, the Rek'Sai gets through. MLXG, he can just hop straight back onto the Gragas, but I guess Huey now has his comfort pick.
Yeah, he's going to be a lot more comfortable than the Lee Sin was into the Gragas. It's
Yeah.
got the early pressure that the Lee Sin still had, but it's a little bit safe. You've got a bit more sustain, and you can match what the Gragas does quite well.
Yeah, well, MLXG,
Speaking
no
of.
surprises, is going to be locking that one in straight away. Sky now thinking about the Thresh here for Lei. There was a Janna available, but looks like Thresh is going to be the option here for RNG, wanting to go for a little bit more engage potential there on the bottom side of the map. And Whoosh with more engage potential sitting next to him. That's going to be frightening, but Lucian is going to be the priority here by the looks, and RNG going to lock that one away. So the power picks from the last game are still here.
Except for one of them.
Yeah, that's true. Korn thinking about taking away the Fizz.
Wouldn't mind it. It has the capabilities of going mid or top, so there is a chance that that could be done. And the Lucian again, the Lucian and the Gragas both very comfortable. They did so well last game, and those two champions were the big factors on why it went so well for them.
Yeah,
So
true.
Straight away, locking those two in a first priority might play the mind games even onto the side of King, saying, well, that beat us really convincingly.
Well, King, considering the fact that they have been able to mix it up a little bit more, now heading over to a Janna pick, so taking a little bit out of RNG's book there, as Sync Dream is going to be on the Janna. Not exactly a Sync Dream champion that you'd associate with him straight away. Does like to be on a little bit more of an aggressive footing, but of course, any support here in the LPL knows how to play that Janna very, very effectively. Sion being looked at by Xiaohu.
Wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, we'll see whether it's a demonstration of the fact that Sky hasn't necessarily been working on that champion pool quite as much.
Well, I mean, if it still works, it's being banned from a Luca.
That's true. Still copping some bans, and it's going to be locked away here. So first Sion that we're going to see in the LPL for this split, since a few of those nerfs, is going to be going over to Sky. And Lei going to formulate that Wife Steal bottom lane with the Lucian and the Thresh. And they're saving Xiaohu's pick until last. Name thinking about what he wants to bring there into the bottom lane. And I actually quite like Vayne, especially into Lucian. He can dodge out of the way of that piercing light a little bit more effectively with the tumble. but they'll be lacking a heck of a lot of wave clear. There, in fact, is no wave clear on the side of King.
Yeah, that'd be a really rough team if they have to deal with the siege, or if they're trying to siege themselves. So I'll do like Sivir a lot more than the Vayne in that respect. If they go for the Gnar as well, they've got a very strong initiation out of nowhere now. They've got the disengage from the Janna. They've got Rek'Sai, which is a pseudo-engage. You can't see it coming unless he uses the flash. So now you've got the Gnar, you've got that guaranteed engage tool, you've got Sivir to allow it to happen, and you've got wave clear. So it's much more well-rounded than what the Vayne would have been.
Yeah, now Xiaohu, considering what he wants for the mid lane, can just hop straight back on the Lulu if he wants to. And Lei is going to hover that one out for the first time here. But, of course, they can go double AD. Of course, Xiaohu a fantastic Ezreal mid player if he wants to. Ezreal hasn't changed all that much, but looks like they're more than happy to go with a Lulu pick.
A safe choice into a Fizz as well.
That's true.
You could even go for the Orianna if need be, and then you kind of just want to get through the laning phase against the Fizz, so I do not mind the Lulu pick at all. They've got the Scion, which does quite a lot of tanky initiation. Gragas, we've seen MLXG, I don't even need to explain what he does.
No, don't think so.
He's just amazing. And then you've got Whoosh with the aggression as well, so having the Lulu there kind of complements Whoosh really well. They let him carry, and then you've got a Lulu for shields.
Yeah, and so Sky Decola here in the top lane, Scion into the Gnar. Scion known as being a bit of that lane bully, but haven't seen too much of him just recently. We'll see how Cola does deal with it. Huey on his pentakill-esque Rek'Sai, and MLXG going to take back his MVP performance there on the Gragas onto the Rift, and we'll see whether he can make it as impactful as it was in the last game. Korn now going to be taking the Fizz, this time into the mid lane, into Xiaohu's Lulu once more. Xiaohu really been favoring this Lulu since heading back into the LPL.
Yeah.
Looks very angry there in his picture, as well as Name. Very proud looking into Whoosh one more time. Exactly the same matchup now on other sides of the Rift.
Yeah, well, at least they'll be confident with the matchup. Whoosh will probably start with that same aggression. The difference is the supports here. You've got Janna for Sync Dream, and you've got Thresh for Lei M, and it's going to be a lot harder to get through to the Sivir with the double shield comp.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit more lane pressure, but I guess Janna not really known for that. So we'll see how it is going to work out, ladies and gentlemen, as we hop onto the Rift, because, of course, you know, Thresh is going to give a little bit more, I guess, playmaking ability. But with the spell shield, you can stop the death sentence. You can possibly avoid a bit of that engage.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot more level 1 as well strength from the Sivir, just because of the raw shield. And that allows the Sivir to trade a lot better, whereas last time they had a Alistar heal, which wasn't really going to do a lot. No,
it certainly wasn't. But ladies and gentlemen, let's waste no more time. Let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, King versus RNG, our second game of the day. This King are positioning very defensively towards their own red buff. RNG may actually face check into this one as well. Oh,
the anticipation.
Dear. MLXG, oh my goodness. Whoosh! Don't do it! Gets knocked up into the air. Look at all of the knockups. The heal comes out. Relentless Pursuit was skilled, but First Blood is going to go down for Name as well. What beautiful positioning. And King already off to a fantastic start.
What are you doing, Whoosh? You're a Lucian. Why are you face checking?
He wasn't even face checking. He was standing next to the brush.
If they are here, they're going to come out and get me. And that's exactly what they did. Destroyed him. He has no heal available now. And Name got the First Blood.
Yeah, already gone back to base. Picked up that longsword there as well. Picked up an extra potion. This Sivir is going to be obnoxious in the lane. And Whoosh, tail between his legs, heading back towards his lane.
It's going to be a lot harder for him now because of the longsword difference in this. Didn't use his pot, thankfully, so he's going to be all right. But the levels that'll mostly come out, the fact that Sivir looks to be even doing the Krugs, maybe just giving it to the Rek'Sai. I was going to say the experience difference. As Sky is in the bot lane waiting for them.
Yeah, decimating smash potential onto the King bottom lane is there. We'll see whether Sync Dream's going to cop that one. There it is. Fully charged. Sync Dream gets ignited as well. Whoosh going to pick up that kill in answer of Name's First Blood, and 1 for 1 already.
That's amazing. I haven't seen that since the Annie would start there and teleport to lane straight after. That's great. The amount of damage that the Scion Q does is exceptional at this stage of the game, especially against the Janna. So Name's got the first blood, but the responses come out. I guess the big difference is that Name does have a longsword already, so more damage can come out once Janna returns.
Yeah, already into the lane with that item, so Name going to be sitting in a little bit of a better position. Of course, has gone through one of the potions, but does still have another in his back pocket. And Korn and Xiaohu still fighting one another. Of course, Xiaohu going to have the poke advantage, but Korn might be able to get some sneaky all-ins around this one. And look, we'll see how Sky does on this Scion, because we haven't necessarily seen too much Scion very recently. Of course, does fit into a tanky meta. There's no one more tanky than a Scion.
Oh,
But
definitely.
why did he fall out of favor? Which nerf was it that really put him out of the top tier top laners?
Oh, mate, there has been so many nerfs, I couldn't tell you which one exactly has put him out of favor, but I would say the nerf on the damage that the E does, the Raw,
Yep.
was probably one of the biggest factors because it was a very underrated spell for the damage that it actually deals and the resistances that it takes from you. That, and there is also a bug, I think, in this current patch with Scion doing damage based off someone's total AD with his ult, so he's still quite strong at the moment.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Accidentally calculating the enemy bonus AD when his ult hits as opposed to his own. Korn going aggressive here onto Xiaohu, but Xiaohu not looking like he's too phased by it whatsoever. MLXG now thinking about heading towards the bottom side of the map. We'll see whether that's going to be, once again, where all the pressure is. Huey is taking his wolves at the moment, so not down there. You can see this time around Name with full control of the lane.
Yeah, they're in a very good position. You can see once Janna returned, and they did get the experience back in, not in their favor, but at the very least even. It's very hard for this Lucian, given the difference in items even. Just the longsword is quite a big deal.
Yeah, Xiaohu was ganked in the mid lane, but didn't use any of his summoner spells. Not a whole lot. Lulu just very, very strong. Oh, meanwhile in the bottom lane, Name getting down very, very low. The storm is there from Sync Dream, is still at full health. The RNG members, on the other hand, looking a little bit wounded here as they're going to try and use that Relic Shield in order to get some of that health back. Potions have been used already here for Whoosh. Name has used his last as well. MLXG looking to try and get something done here towards the bottom side. Pink Ward already down for Sync Dream. He's going to spot him out as tries to get over the Howling Gale, but not going to get there. Flash was used by Name, though. That is a big deal here for the RNG bottom lane.
Yeah, not enough trust right there from Name.
Xiaohu in the meantime is very, very low. He's going to fall. Huey locks down the kill with a Prey Seeker in the mid lane. And Korn, he's beginning to get going. Didn't actually pick up the kill, but the fact that he got the assist, now has lane control, that is going to be huge. Whoosh under a little bit of fire here as Decimating Smash is going to come through. MLXG looking for something there as the Piercing Light comes down. There's the flash, and MLXG locks down Name. Lei not going to land the death sentence either, but MLXG continuing his reign of supremacy here from the jungle. Huey answering back a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, managing to get the gank off. Fizz starting to ramp up as well at the moment. 0-0 and 2 has a CS advantage, which isn't massive, but it is ahead in CS against the Lulu, who usually controls the lane quite well, and starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, so to speak, in this top lane at the moment. But at the same time, MLXG doing what he does best, ganking the bot lane. Name wasting that flash quite early on, not actually putting enough faith into his Janna as the support. And Cola's being really aggressive. He's 6.
Yeah, Sky actually going to use his shield there, but dodges out of the way of the last boomerang as Cola is going to head into Mega Gnar form, but Sky has to be careful.
Need to respect that level 6 now, especially with the health you have right now. Sky, starting with the Flask, you don't have a lot of health or tanky stats, just sustain. So after that first recall, Sky will be feeling a lot better.
Yeah, and of course, a Scion at the very early stages of the game doesn't have that passive on his E stacking up just yet, so looking a lot more squishy than you would come about the 20-minute mark. But still staying relevant as far as the farm is concerned. Cola not wanting to move too far up in that lane, just in case there is an MLXG waiting in the wings.
Don't blame him at this stage.
Oh, definitely not.
There has been a whole lot of activity in the bottom, and it's so unfortunate as well that Name didn't put enough trust into Sync Dream's knock-up to stop the Gragas. They spotted him so early with that pink ward too. So having the flash down, MLXG just did the roundabout, just did a circle, came back and used his own flash to get a kill.
Yeah, and it was actually Kohler deciding to pick up a very early home guard boots and not using the teleport to get back to the lane, relying on that extra speed to try and get there in time to pick up a few bits of CS. Not actually going to make it there to grab more than about 3 or 4. But it is going to mean that he still has that summoner spell available. Sky not going to use his either. Not even going to use his ultimate to get to the lane, which is something that Scions have done in the past.
They do enjoy that. I enjoy that even. It's great.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Of course, it is going to lose you a very high impact ultimate, so not exactly ideal. Not piercing light on a Sync Dream. Whoosh is very, very good at making sure that he lands that extra damage as a form of harass. Korn now going to try and deal with this creep wave. He's going to do so very easily now that he is level 7. A few points into the Playful Trickster allows him to get that one done. And there is a ward on this dragon, but King are looking for it. Name in a little bit of trouble here as a nice shield comes through, but Whoosh, what are you doing? Over-aggressive players. Yep, there it is. In fact, MLXG coming around as well. Oh, Korn and Huey, they want to find something here. MLXG trying to get there. The fish is down onto Lei. The teleport from Sky as well, as Whoosh trying to keep himself safe. There's the death sentence onto Korn as Whoosh has to get out of there. Decimating Smash finds no one. Xiaohu, though, burning down his Korn, and they're going to lock down the kill with an auto attack from Lei. And RNG just protecting their AD carry and picking up the kills on the, I guess, overly aggressive members of King.
It was a very aggressive decision. I'm not sure if they wanted to go through the river or if they wanted to dive. And by the time they'd made the decision and got to the turret, MLXG was already there. He's so good at reacting and timing his paths to be at the right place at the right time. Hits the 3-man explosive cask, followed by the death sentence and Flay, and then Lulu managed to get there already. Fizz had a lot of control of mid. He had a slight CS advantage, about 8 CS, and forcing Lulu to stay in lane, which is very weird to see, but that's how much pressure he's putting down right now. But given that Lulu can get there in time and still be able to pick up the kills with his side, RNG do not die easily is the best way to put it.
Yeah, the whimsy, so useful. You can see King there stopping some backs here in the bottom side of the map. They're going to get a whole lot of extra free time with this turret. Continuing to form a bit of a CS advantage is Name. Whoosh did a decent job trying to catch up. Of course, picking up that BF sword going to be a big deal, and now has an item advantage as well. Name can possibly head back and pick up his BF sword next time around, but the first dragon is going to fall in favor of King without a response here from RNG.
Yeah, no chance for them to have the response. Everything was down. They just used everything to secure a kill, and then they didn't have the time or the ability to rotate from that to the dragon. So really, really nice decision to go for it on the fly. They had all the numbers available, so very smart again.
Yeah, Whoosh just going to clear out this minion wave. Pickaxe and BF sword in answer to Name's equal items. Actually sold his longsword here just to make sure that he could grab that BF sword as well. So
That's
perfectly even items, apart from the boots that Name now has.
Yeah, the fact that he has boots and sold his longsword is an interesting decision, because the longsword is just effective damage, but he's opted for move speed and to sell the Yeah.
Yeah, selling an item when he probably will want to build a longsword item. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
Because Last Whisper is generally pretty good, as is anything that builds out of a longsword most of the time. Probably doesn't want a Ravenous Hydra, but he's got a few other options when it comes to that one. So, odd choice. Name known for being able to go back to the shop and picking up exactly what he wants. So, knowing that wasn't going to wait around, needed to have that BF sword power spike as soon as possible.
Yeah, I guess that would be the only explanation that I could come up with also. So, going to have a lot of items. It's matched besides the boots in favor of Sivir. Up against the Lucian, you need that mobility.
Yeah, Boomerang doing a lot of damage here to Whoosh, who's playing very aggressively, able to take some lanterns out in order to get to safety, but you can see Name able to position very, very well. Also, health potions now in favor of Name as well here in the bottom lane. Whoosh has eaten all of his.
Not a massive difference in CS, not a massive difference in gold.
No. About 300 in favor of RNG here as Name is going to use a nice spell shield. Get out of that death sentence. Lei picking up some souls, and RNG okay with their position here on the bottom side, but it's nowhere near what they had as far as a level of control in the last game. We'll see whether Name can carry his team forward off the back of this one. Whether it's going to get, again, too hard off the back of some plays from MLXG. Huey waiting around, wanting to get some pressure onto Xiaohu, but it's very difficult to kill a Lulu.
Well, it's funny, last game, the reason there was so much pressure in favor of MLXG is because Huey was trying to make these plays. And speaking of...
Yeah, actually, there's the explosive cast onto Korn. Jahu looking to try and get some pressure down. The Glitterlance doing a little bit of work. Wild Growth still available. MLXG going to take that one. Oh, Huey falling down super low, but does manage to flash out of the way. Lei picks up the kill in the end. It's Korn down to about 400 health. A barrel over the wall as well, but Cola, he's made his way in. Name flashes under the tower. Flayed back as well as Jahu able to get some damage down. Oh my goodness. Almost locks down the kill. Unstoppable Onslaught is not available as Death Sentence is not going to find Cola either. Does get the knock up to Sky, but just wasn't there in time.
Yeah, the entirety of that fight was getting there in time. Jana almost there at the perfect time to save Huey from going down, but it was so close. Just unfortunately, he did go down. Everything used from RNG from that point on to escape. All of the flashes down. Lulu almost picking up a kill, and Name with the aggressive flash to secure a kill there. Did get one and managed to get out by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, Sky almost with his Sunfire Cape completed as well. Barmy Cinder is there just to make sure that he can split push in this lane as well as possible. But we'll have to see this Sion around for more team fights. Of course, that's what a Sion is picked for, to be able to be that tanky monster in the front line, just disrupting everything with his bevy of CC. Hasn't necessarily been working out just yet. Has headed back towards the top side. Now going to back away and pick up some items. And Name farming out the bottom lane. Korn picking up a blue buff. So far, everything just calming down once again, but you can see the gold entirely even after that skirmish.
It feels like RNG play their best when they're reacting to what their opposition is doing. So you've got King trying to really push the aggression onto them with these ganks from the jungler of Huey. I'm MLXG, generally speaking, besides right now because he's on a ward, in the right place at the right time to be able to counter gank, and that's where they found their lead from in the last game. This game, not as much aggression from Huey, and a lot of MLXG trying to make plays himself and not really getting the most successful plays out of it. So maybe he wants to look to continue to counter gank or be in the face of what Huey's doing. It seems to be where MLXG shines and the rest of the team follows.
Yeah, well, it is going to be that getting them into the fight as Name
no.
taking a whole lot of damage. That is going to be the culling securing the kill as Sync Dream down to about 400 health as well, but after the Dark Passage, MLXG easily able to secure what he wanted, but double teleports coming through. Cola landing some nice boomerangs here as well. Whoosh able to get to safety. MLXG is going to eat a fish now, as well as Monsoon from Sync Dream soaking up so much damage, but after it's been broken, Sky just being a massive menace in the front line. The knockups from everyone. Decimating Smash. Huey in a fair bit of trouble. The Whimsy shield from Xiaohu here as well as Whoosh. Now going to be taking up the turret. Probably not they want here as Pre-Seeker going to deal some damage as well. RNG, 2 quick kills.
Lots of teleports, lots of rotations, but not a whole lot of kills right there. It is 2 quick kills. They're going to be able to get out quite all right at the end of it. And really, it felt like it was building up to this massive fight where not a whole lot came from it. But the start of it was MLXG doing exactly what I said he shouldn't be doing and getting successful gank call.
Yeah, and was it actually, did Sync Dream fall down eventually in that fight, or was it only 1 kill? Am I actually losing my mind?
Actually, yeah, it was just the one, I think.
I think it was just
yeah.
Name.
Yep.
Okay, so 1 kill. RNG are going to be ahead in gold by about 300, but this game is super close. Korn continuing to just try and clear out some minion waves here in the mid lane. 0, 1, and 3, so not necessarily having any solo plays here in the mid, but King have position around this dragon. That one's going to be going down relatively quickly, but RNG, they have something to say about it. Ward is over the side as Huey looking to try and lock this one down. Slowed down by the barrel.
Whoa.
There's the Death Sentence as well as Huey taking a whole lot of damage. Explosive cask locked down again as Korn. He does find the fish onto Xiaohu. The Wild Growth is going to be there. There's the Nah heading over the top. Xiaohu's going to get taken down first. Howling Gale across 3 as well as Whoosh locks down a double kill, but he's going to fall eventually. Double for Name as well. It's turning around. Cola's going to get locked down. The double for MLXG. Sync Dream is getting melted by the culling, but is going to survive in the end. And I don't know how RNG did it, but they locked down that team fight after a wonderful ult from Cola.
Cola hitting the amazing Gnar ult. So good and almost securing the rest of his team in an easy fight. But straight away, the Death Sentence going down onto Name, trapping him in a bad position where he was able to take free damage from Whoosh and the rest of RNG. MLXG hitting another amazing explosive cask as well, knocking Huey into them and making it a 4v5 from the start of the fight. So all of these ults even though they're going so well, they were a member down from the start of the fight. We're going to have another look at it. That hook was amazing. Followed up by the explosive cask, and then Huey's gone. You've got the fish that comes through at the moment. Kohler just hits Mega Knight and uses it while in mid-air jumping. And this looks like it's starting to go well for King, but here you go, Decimating Smash and the Thresh Hook, locking Name up, and from there, the rest of RNG just start to run over what's left of King. This culling's so close too.
Yeah, really, really close. And of course, it was RNG just knowing the fact that as soon as Name was dead, that was the damage done. There was no more damage left to be coming out from the King lineup, and able to lock that one down. They may lose this outer turret, will RNG, as the first turret for King is going to fall down here on the bottom side of the map. Mid, of course, has already gone here from King, as Name probably wants to auto-attack it a couple of times. Come on, Name. Hit it.
One more minion has to die before he's happy.
Yeah, maybe two. Oh, not going to get two, as it's going to aggro onto the cannon creep. Takes a little bit too long, ladies and gentlemen, as Sky is going to burn this one down, the explosion from the shield. Lots of wave clear available for a Scion, but watching this guy do stuff is largely like a wet noodle.
It's largely or entirely?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't want to say entirely.
Completely.
Yeah, Soul Furnace explodes. Decimating Smash.
Things
Do
are
your
happening,
buttons on the minion wave.
No one's losing health.
No. This guy's losing... He lost a health, I think.
A single bar?
And health. He lost an health. But blue buff is up. Xiaohu probably wants to pick that one up. Korn going to sweep out some vision, and Huey is going to lock down these Raptors. Of course, Korn still with a decent amount of CS here in the mid lane. 5 ahead of the Lulu, who now has secured the 40% CDR. Now has a blasting wand in the back pocket as well. Going once again for that Rabbiden's Death Cap. Decimating Smash on a collar underneath the turret. But of course, there's a lot of armor already built up for this Scion. Not going to be too worried. There's not a whole lot of magic damage. Of course, Korn not going to have a whole lot of AoE unless he can get the fish in the perfect position and maybe just Trickster on top of people's faces very well. But itemizing for pure armor means that Sky's going to basically ignore the entire team and just be really, really frustrating.
Well, yeah, and Korn's not going to be going for the Scion either. If Korn's going for Sky, then there might be something wrong with this team fight.
Yep, true.
And saying that your only magical damage carry, though he's stacking armor, and in a way, it's not a bad decision to go for the Scion, but if you're having a full team fight, you definitely want to get Whoosh out of there as soon as possible. So you're able to itemize full armor here on the Scion, because you can assume that in most team fights, he's not going to be hitting you, is Korn.
No, and that's why I was sort of mentioning the AoE, because of course, if inherently Sky gets hit by that after, like as Whoosh is getting destroyed, maybe that's how it's going to work, but look, he will be building a Spirit Visage relatively soon, I could imagine. Or might even go for that Banshee's Veil. But now just has a whole lot of ingredients, possibly going towards that Frozen Heart as his first option, and then into the Sunfire Cape, unless he's just going to leave it as that Balmy Cinder. King clearing out some vision. Whoosh and Lei hanging around in this brush. Ooh, Name gets caught by another hook, but Whoosh not reacting to it quite in time here.
Oh my
as the
God.
flash over from Name, so much extra damage. And he just knew exactly what he was capable of there. The heal's going to come out. Lei tries to pick up the kill. He's going to secure it. And it's going to be the Na picking up the kill onto the Thresh as well. But Name maybe a little bit overly aggressive as Korn does whiff the fish there just a little bit as Xiaohu's coming in. And Rek'Sai just... Yep, Huey. Hi!
G'day.
Yeah.
That was an interesting fight in the bot lane. Thresh managing to make a kill out of it too. So having the Ignite available, getting that Flay extra auto attack damage and hitting the hook at the start of it all. Name over-aggressive, but did pick up the kill as well.
Yeah, and it was interesting from Whoosh, not actually committing straight away. What we've commended this RNG lineup on is the fact that Whoosh and Lei have just very, very well coordinated together, always have been. It's not exactly been something that we've never said before as far as when they were playing for the King lineup. But that time, I mean, Whoosh was just sort of, I don't know, checking his phone.
Well, he knew he couldn't fight, I think, was what he was doing right there. The difference in items at the moment, you have to have a look, is a static shiv to what is almost a static shiv, but not quite there.
Yeah, true.
So the hook went out, but when the hook went out, there was no time to do damage during the duration of the hook. The spell shield was going to be available afterwards, so there was no point actually following that up. Instead, Sivir noticed this, used the ultimate, and caught him out.
Yeah, flashed over the wall as well, making sure that Whoosh had nowhere to go. Sky, once again, just clearing out some minion waves. It's a whole heap of gold. Managed to grab for himself. Frozen Heart is now completed.
Looks like a Thorn Mail too.
Oh my goodness. The Scion is going to get to a point where he's basically unkillable. But is he going to be doing enough for the team while he's not dying? That's the question. Team fights have been looking pretty good here for RNG though, as they've secured the most recent dragon. Made sure that they've got to 1-for-1 on that front. So 3,000 gold is now the lead. And RNG, can they continue what they started in the last game? MLXG this time around, only 80% kill participation, so nowhere near as 100% of last game. But this time it's Wushin, or Whoosh, who's sitting at 100%, 4-2-6.
Yeah, almost exclusively.
Oh, yeah, Lei as well.
The bot lane. They've been involved with everything in both games, really.
Yeah.
These two are the enablers of their entire team. They're the carries, and you can see why MLXG puts so much pressure into this bot lane. And Sky teleports, and even Zhao, who rotated once for a fight there. And you can see he's playing a support-style mid laner. You've got the tank top, tank jungle. It's all on the back of this bot lane and their kill presence.
Yeah, and a whole lot of the damage is going to be focused onto Whoosh here as well for the late game team fights, as MLXG has got position around this dragon. Of course, vision is available for King as well. And Zhao just going to clear out this mid. And MLXG looking to try and get something started. Explosive Cask is going to be there. There's the flash into the body slam. Explosive Cask as well. Huey going to get destroyed. The box is down for Lei, and they get the pick on the jungler. Might just transition straight into a dragon.
MLXG is just so good at this game. He body slams, cancels the Rek'Sai, sorry. He's done it twice this game alone.
Yeah.
Stopping the tunnels from just using the body slam. Ults them back into the rest of his team. And that has happened twice on separate occasions as well. So completely outplaying his jungle opponent here.
Yeah, and then making sure that King can't fight over the dragon. They don't have an extra smite in their top laner, so Cola is going to be using the flash and teleport instead. So RNG, they just knew the fact that they could take that one down. Now going to transition into this bottom outer turret as well. The whole outer ring is going to go down, and King not going to be able to catch the Lucian as he takes that dark passage to safety. And once again, things going well for RNG.
One small misplay of positioning gets them caught out of position from a great play from MLXG. Results in the dragon, results in the bottom turret. No one dies for this besides a single member from King.
Yeah.
All of these rotations are very smart and very calm almost from the side of RNG. They're playing exceptionally well.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of assists here on the same at the same time. So RNG playing very, very well as a unit. So, you know, 6 assists apiece, apart from Lei, who's picked up 8. So really, really going well.
Korn's starting to ramp up in damage as well. He had the Sheen early, but straight for the needlessly large rod as the second item, most likely going for that Zhonya's Hourglass. Because everybody in this game is stacking armor against the opposition team.
Yeah, and he might... Do you think Luden's Echo is a good idea on a Fizz?
I think it's fine. You're going to be doing lots of damage, and you've got reasonably low cooldowns because most Fizzers go for the Morellos and the Lucidities.
Yeah.
So you have pretty much 40% CDR from Rune's Masteries and items, from the 2 items. Luden's Echo is going to get used a lot, but you'd also need the Zhonyas much more than you would need a Luden's Echo because you're in their face, and that is how you team fight. So get that Zhonyas first at the very least, and then you've already got the Sheen because you need that, so it's going to be a Lich Bane. You're starting to run out of item slots if you want a Death Cap or a Void Staff.
Yeah, it's a good point. But Jahu is going to carry a fish over the wall here as well. Does ult himself up, but Name locks down the kill. MLXG now might be in trouble. Uses the explosive cast to try and get Name out of the fight. MLXG is trying to run. He's very tanky. Does, in fact, have the Locket of the Iron Solari for an extra shield as well. Sky, massive amounts of CC as Korn down to about 400 health. There's the culling coming through as well as Lei is going to be out of... Oh, the hook onto Name. Whoosh takes the lantern back in as well, but he gets destroyed. Way too aggressive there, Korn. Burning down now. Sky on full health as MLXG trying to get back into this fight. It's a 2-for-1, but Name's dead. It's a lot of the damage down.
I think he just wanted to keep the 100% kill participation there.
Yep.
Way too deep. Did pick up the target. The target has gone down in Name, but Whoosh is going to be the trade for it. That was interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
And you have to say, Lei did a fantastic hook right there, and Sky with the knock-up as well enabled that all to happen. The culling did a bit of damage, but Sky and Lei right there, amazing work.
Yeah, really well played. And that's all off the back of Zhahu getting caught out there in the mid lane as well. Imagine what would have happened there if RNG were fighting on equal terms at that stage with the Lulu there. And let's have a look at this one again as Sky A fair bit of damage with that Soul Furnace.
We get the culling come straight out here. Name, notice, used the spell shield for one block of the culling. So the hook hits. Whoosh just being whoosh. Gets caught in a very bad position. Korn barely makes it out alive, and the rest of King, with that hook being very unlucky, can just walk away.
Yeah, 9-12 now in favor of RNG. They're still ahead by about 4,000 gold as Whoosh does have that 3-item spike now, evening it out with Name, Static Shivs, and Last Whisper Infinity Edges already completed by both of these AD carries. Similar scorelines as well, and CS very, very even. You have to think that the gold probably going to be sitting on a little bit of a similar mark. MLSG going to get knocked up a little bit by Huey here, but might just take the lantern. There he is. Oh, Korn and Cole are looking to try and pick something up as Cole is going to get knocked into the wall with the explosive cast, but King unable to find anything there as the culling comes through from Whoosh. Interesting. Of course, Korn able to dodge out of the way of that one with the Playful Trickster, but sending a message is the Lucian.
They did send a message there. It was get away from my teammates, basically, and not a whole lot going to come from that, besides the Grag Assault, which is now down.
Yeah, explosive cast on cooldown, but of course not known for having a massively high one of those. Does have a bit of cooldown reduction in his build as well. About 20% sitting there from Lock of the Iron Solari and, of course, the Glacial Shroud that's there. MLXG might be looking to go towards that Frozen Heart as his next option. And look, we'll see what happens. Sky has a Spectre's Cowl now, so a bit of magic resist. Not going to be taking too much damage from Korn now as well, although he did mention the fact that it's probably not going to be happening. Static Shiv procs. Not going to be whittling down this Scion to any high level.
No. This Scion has the Thornmail finished as well. Hits that big spike, working on what looks to be a Banshees or a Spirit Visage next as well, and has the Barmies, which is the making of a Sunfire. And once these items are finished, probably even just the next item, once the Spectre's Cowl becomes the Banshees, it's going to be the signal to go for this side of RNG. They're going to have an immovable front line right there. They've got the Locket from Gragas. MLXG is not going to die anytime soon, that's for sure. He does have enough armor in the W passive to sustain him. They've got the Scion, who's just going to be infinitely tanky from here on out. Lulu's getting very close. Has the makings of a Luden's Echo from the looks of it, unless she wants the Lich Bane. And I think once that is finished, you've got the Last Whisper. It'll probably be a Bloodthirster. Once this next item spike comes from Lulu, that'll be the big sign that they're ready to fight, because they need magic damage against his armor stacking.
Ooh, 3 seconds until the Dragon King have already set up a bit of a gank brush here. Lei might be in trouble, is thinking about checking that one out. We'll see if RNG are going to take this bait. Throws in the Lantern. And King being very, very patient. They've swept out the vision. The King's still sitting there.
They really want it.
They do. It looks like RNG are going to give up this Dragon because they just didn't want to take the risk. And it's intelligent. If they had walked into that, it would have been almost definite death. Dragon is going to go down. That's 2 apiece now for both of these teams. 6,000 gold the lead in favor of RNG, but this inner turret is going to fall down. Jahu trying to take it down with the last hit, but not going to get there as King transition over towards this mid area. MLXG just being a chunky Gragas here in the mid lane.
They didn't opt to fight for that Dragon, so they're not looking to the Dragon as their avenue of winning this game. They didn't really feel the need to do that. They can just let Scion split. He has the teleport available, and there's no way that either of those top laners are going to kill each other. So the advantage is most likely to Sky because of the wave clear that he has compared to the Gnar, which is very hard to use the wave clear unless you want to be a Mega Gnar, in which case you want to be teleporting anyway, or it's going to run out and then Scion's going to have control again. So it's becoming a bit of side lane control and a bit of rotational play and mind games almost on where they're going to be and when.
Oh, Korn actually going aggressive onto MLXG. Takes a little bit of damage, but that Locket of the Iron Solari is helping him out here. MLXG now looking for his opportunity to head in there. Culling going to be used by Whoosh as he deters any members of King from hanging around this inner turret. They are going to be able to lock that one down for the 4th of RNG's game. Top lane is shoving in here for RNG as well. They might be able to make some sort of a play as Sky is heading around from the bottom side of the map. The rest converging now on the mid lane.
Here he goes.
Yeah, there's the unstoppable onslaught as he launches his way into the fight. Huey, we're just going to check him out for a moment, but Sync Dream's going to fall down. Kohler trying to build the rage as Korn down to about half health. There's Azonya's Hourglass as well. Lots of damage going off here as RNG members are falling down. The double stun into the wallop as well from Kohler as he's trying to get some work in here. Lay very, very low. MLXG able to get out of this fight, but Whoosh, he's at full health. Kohler now in trouble, gets a decent stun there, but the Relentless Pursuit, so aptly named, gonna net a double kill here for Whoosh as Name trying to run away. The Whimsy down. Xiaohu is gonna be able to pick up the kill. The laser not strong enough. And man, this RNG lineup just ripping through King, and their team fight has been what's been winning them every game in this series.
Well, they hit that big item spike. You got a needlessly large rod on Lulu, and you've got Sion who's now finished that Banshee's Veil. It was time for them to go. And they're getting quite low in this Baron pit. In fact, Lei is one hit.
Yeah, Lei almost falling down here. Xiaohu might be in trouble, but they lock down the Baron buff. Wild Growth still available for Xiaohu, and Huey's trying to tunnel his way out of here. There's the help picks. Glitterlance is going to go down, and Xiaohu just demonstrating that he's pretty good at Lulu.
Also demonstrating how irritating Lulu can, in fact, be.
Yeah, or is whenever Xiaohu's playing her.
Well, yes. Amazing work, getting the Baron, utilizing their spikes, their item spikes, their timing around the map, and finding a Sion ult, instantly destroying Sync Dream. And there was nothing Name could do that entire time. The Sion has a Thorn Mail, and you can't kite and auto attack at the same time, so you're left just running away.
Yeah, and there was no way that Sky was dying. He's just looking like he's not really going down to any low health values at all. You saw in that Baron pit, everyone else was losing health because they're standing behind the Baron and you take consistent damage then.
Just laughing
and Sky's just sort of like, oh, hey, I'm a Sion. Not taking any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, there could have been better ways for you to explain that he wasn't taking damage.
I felt like with, yeah, it's sort of
not what
sing-song.
Sion sounds like, though.
Oh, a little bit.
Not like 1%?
1%? I'll take that.
I'll go 1%.
About as accurate as I generally am. Lock it in. 11,000 gold now the lead for RNG. They are definitely on top of this game. Able to take down 5 turrets now as well. The inner and the bottom lane. The only one standing outside of the base of King. They do have some decent wave clear. So Name making sure that he picked that one up on the Sivir instead of picking the Vayne like he wanted to. 15 CS in the lead is Sky as well as he's finished the Sunfire Cape. Very, very late in this game, but 0-0-11. It's almost the ideal scoreline for a Sion here. You don't want to be taking too much of the money, but you want to be involved.
Yeah, 0-0-11. Great scoreline for a Sion, in fact.
What secret agent was that?
Very hard for him to take kills at all because he's only building tankiness. So
That's true. That's true. Sunfire Cape burning people down, though. You know, he's got some abilities.
From what we have seen, Whoosh is a very big fan of getting the kills himself. And we've got the Death Cap now done from Lulu. Yep. We've got the Bloodthirster finished here on the side of Whoosh. All of these items that have finished. Sunfire even on the Sion, like he needed any more tanky stats.
Yeah.
Now is probably the time. Get the blue buffs, get your elixirs even if need be, and push an advantage that you already have that is 12,000 gold. Just pick a lane and just go to the lane and win the game would be the next plan of attack if you can do that.
Yeah, see what you can do.
Give it a go.
Yeah, yep. Whoosh, not at 100% good participation now. A little bit sad, only at 15 out of 17, but look, it's okay. It's not all about that, but still massively high for all of the players here on this map. You generally expect for a few more things to happen outside of a team fight, but it does seem to be RNG always positioning themselves in a way that they can get to that point. Sky now sitting on about 4,000 health with ridiculous amounts of armor as well, and Huey and Kohler cannot hope to kill him.
Oh, there's not
in any time under 3 minutes.
Yeah, there's no chance that they're going to get a kill off on this. They're left alone to their own devices for the next...
Oh, they're going for something here. The ult's available for Sky, so just wanders away.
He doesn't need to press a button.
No.
No, he's just going to walk away and...
Uses his right click.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he did that button.
Yeah, one. That's not bad.
Yeah, may have pressed that earlier.
So the rest of the lanes are just being pushed in at the moment. They're not looking to group just yet. They're looking to get control of all 3 lanes so that their only wave clear in the Sivir has to be at one of them. And it's most likely going to be where all the enemy champions are, and then you can pressure the other second and third lanes. You've got Lulu, who's actually really good at split pushing. Sky, who's not going to take any damage and can just sit somewhere. Now they've got 3 dragons. They move faster.
Yeah. A little bit of extra movement speed there. Is Sky going to shoot some minions through some other minions. And MLXG going to hang around here as well, just help clear out this minion wave. RNG looking to try and pick up the last remaining outside turret as the inner might be falling down. Huey is going to find MLXG, but he takes next to 0 damage as the death sentence is going to go slightly wide here as well. There's a lot of tanky members here in the front line on both sides, just taking no damage. Ultimate still available for Sky if they want to try some sort of dive. Sky's realizing that he's taking no damage at all from anything ever.
I think he's noticed.
He has most definitely noticed. There's, in fact, the Locket of the Iron Solari going to be used here by MLXG. Lots of shields down, as there's the hook onto Collar as well, but he's got Mega Gnar there looking to try and get something started. Oh, Whoosh gets out of the way, but it's a 4-man Gnar as RNG are looking so tanky, but not Whoosh. And he's going to get taken down at the beginning of this fight. There's a Monsoon from Sing Dream trying to get everyone back to high health. King not losing a member just yet, but MLXG going to make me eat my words as now Huey getting taken down very, very low. He's going to fall. Kohler as well. He's going to get decimated. Xiaohu with so much damage. And man, they turn it around even without their sort of MVP Wushin as far as the damage is concerned.
There's just so many tanks right here. Even the Lulu is like a pseudo tank with the shields that the initiation was
How is
great.
Sky at that health after a team fight?
Because he doesn't take a single point of damage whatsoever. In fact, he loses mana quicker than he loses health in team fights.
Yeah, he's got to watch out. Got to head back to base, otherwise you're going to lose all your mana, Sky.
Thankfully, he has teleport and flash and anything else that he could ever need. But that fight was great from Kohler. Like, it started the fight at the right time. Rek'Sai initiating.
Kohler's had some good moments.
Followed by Kohler's ult. It was perfect. Again, it hit all of the members except one. But that one member, Whoosh, was being destroyed by the Fizz. So it was a great start to the fight. The thing is, and we've just touched on this for the past 5 minutes or so, they're not taking damage. The only one that is taking damage is Whoosh. And once he died, it was a slow fight where they bled out the rest of King. One hook goes onto Name. Name dies to all of these tanks. And you start to feel quite useless as an AD carry in this.
Yeah, you do. And Lei now on 20 out of 21 as well as far as the kill participation. Let's look at it again, though.
You ready for the longest replay in history?
Yep, I'm ready.
It's going to start.
I want to see when Name died, though.
Well, watch Huey here. He starts with the flash, followed by Kohler. Massive ult. The same time at the bottom of the map is Korn destroying Whoosh. So he goes down straight away. And all that is left from RNG is tanks and a Lulu who's going to assist tanks perfectly.
Oh, Name spell shielded the explosive cask as well.
Well, the fact that the spell shield is down, though, allows this hook to come out shortly after. Catches Nami out of position. Everyone just slowly gets bled out and dies.
Yeah, but another team fight is erupting here as well. Beautiful Zonya's Hourglass from Korn, but oh my gosh, that was almost exactly the right timing there from Lei. That would have been very, very difficult to do, but not going to get there in the end. Name just going to clear out the rest of this minion wave. The rest of RNG going to head towards the Baron buff now. Sky can tank it forever, so they can think about doing that as MLXG is going to body slam his way over the wall. Very, very fast is this fat man with the whimsy on him as Kohler might take a bit of damage here. Oh, Sync Dream. He's the squishy member that they can try and take down. Oh, Kohler trying to get some work done, but he's going to die before Mega Gnar comes in. Huey now as well, down to about 1,000 health. He's going to fall. Whoosh locks down that kill. Fish just hanging around in the mid lane, not doing anything at all. Wild growth onto Xiaohu. Name trying to get some work done, but Sky flashes on him and explodes. Korn now trying to do some work, but he's going to fall. The clean ace for RNG. They're going to try and take down the turret in the mid lane, but I think they may as well just win the game. Nexus turret's now falling down. Explosive cask going to be used because MLXG had it off cooldown. And again, brilliant performance from the Gragas. RNG looking like they didn't have to change up their playstyle, and they win this time by 20,000 gold at the 40-minute mark.
Yeah, just a casual amount of gold, and they just look so solid at the moment. Everything is cool, calm, and collected from the side of RNG, and they waited till they were far enough ahead. They felt confident with their item spikes, and the timing in the game felt right.
Yeah.
And they just completely whitewashed their opposition here. And what is it, 2-0 sweep now?
Yeah, 2-0 sweep here for RNG, looking fantastic. First time they've managed to pick that one up, so it is going to be a loss, a tie, and a 2-0 sweep for this team, evening out their scoreline in 3-3 now in the LPL. So RNG managing to pick up their first sweep, but they'll have to try a little bit harder against some of the other teams. Of course, we've seen King floundering a little bit at the beginning of this, and now 0-6. It's not a good start.
No, it's not a good start at all. They do need to find their stride. They need to start coming into this with a new approach perhaps and look at what they're doing wrong and attack that directly. Change up the play style, change up the team comps perhaps, but RNG looked really strong, and that Scion was an immovable object.
He was, and Sky sort of demonstrating the fact that, yes, his champion pool might be an issue still.
I see why it's banned against the Luca.
Yeah, I see why it is too, because he just, like, if there's any sort of full tank player, it was a Luca and Pokemon from last split. And Pokemon, of course, not playing for IG anymore, but yeah, Aluka definitely still able to do it. And we can see that Sky, that Scion did not take damage at all that game.
No, not one piece of damage. Way too tanky. And the fact that he could stack armor kind of helped a bit. The fact they could all stack armor helped a lot.
Yeah, that was very, very true. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude our first series. The second is going to be coming up right after this short break as Invictus Gaming going to be taking on Xiaogo. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Alice Anderson. This is Zach Rusty Pie, and we're here for our second series between IG and QG. And both of these teams off to a fantastic start early, but I have to say I'm not seeing the IG train stopping a rolling at this stage.
No, it is well and truly rampaging through their opposition right now. And I have so many stats about IG, it's ridiculous. They've got the highest KDA out of every team at the moment, just from their raw, every role. In fact, like their combined KDA is the highest. And we're looking at some stats now even.
Yeah, this is in fact from our previous series, RNG really taking it to King in that 2-0 victory. Jungle control massively in their favor, and Liam picking up the MVP. So that Thresh play, flashing over that wall, landing the key death sentence onto Nami in one of the, I guess, later team fights of the series, and definitely doing some fantastic things. And it was the support stuff. It was the sort of jungle and the support that really played well for RNG to get them into the positions to win the game. And let's have a look at this kill reel.
That was one of the coolest kills possible. We haven't seen that in such a long time, to have the Scion camp the bush. And look at all these flashy plays. You've got the hooks coming out at the right time. Except for that one.
Yeah.
It's almost like an MLXG highlight video. But this one in particular was great. Initiating, followed up perfectly by his team. And just the coordination that RNG seemed to have in this last game was phenomenal. All of these death sentences, and that was still one of the coolest Nara ults I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Even though they ended up losing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cola able to get some things done, but not anything that's actually going to contribute to a victory, unfortunately, there for King. But look, RNG played fantastically, and we'll see whether they can continue that performance as they move through the OPL. LPL,
They started, LPL. They started to look really strong towards the end of it. They look like a very cohesive unit now, which is great to see from them. And on the back of their bot lane and their jungler, the other two lanes can kind of just pick supports if they want, and they'll still have a very good chance of winning the game.
That's precisely what they did. I mean, if you think of Lulu Scion as your lanes, you're not exactly thinking of high pressure, high kill potential lanes, are you?
Oh, well, pressure, yes. Kill potential, no. It's all about control. So you've got the jungler and the bot lane that are winning, and they're pressuring. You're then controlling because you've got wave clear from the Scion and the Lulu.
Yeah, well, they certainly managed to make it work out. And Xiaohu in his own right is a very aggressive Lulu player as well, able to get a whole lot of extra damage off as well. I would have liked to have seen the damage to champion graph, because I have to think that, especially in the team fights where they lost Wushin relatively early, Xiaohu was getting the glitter lances off, making sure that he was killing the priority targets once he was missing. Because, of course, Sky was there, soaking a whole lot of damage, never dying, but MLXG as well, disrupting the fight, but it was mostly this Lulu that had any potential to do any damage.
Yeah, well, the rest of the side were also stacking armor, so he was the only one doing the magic damage on the team, and having this secret relevance of this damage that you weren't actually seeing come from him directly, but they were somehow losing their health, and you weren't really sure why.
Yeah, well, that's sort of what a Lulu does.
Yeah.
So like, oh, man, this fight's been going for 5 minutes. I'm dead. That's sort of how it works. But let's move on to our next series, ladies and gentlemen. IG going to be taking on QG here, and look, Jiaogu actually heading into this from the LSPL, picking up the first seed in here, and they've been having a fantastic performance, largely off the back of Swift coming over from CJ Enters Frost from last year, and really having a dominant debut into the LPL here and really playing well. And the TNT TCT bottom lane is also another point of power here for this side, and we'll see whether IG will just continue their onslaught or whether QG are going to stop them in their tracks.
Well, if I could define QG in one word, it would be explosive.
Yeah.
And it's comes out of nowhere.
I think it comes out of TNT,
pun
doesn't
was
it?
there. I
Yeah,
get
it was
that.
good.
It was not intentional, but let's roll with that. Explosive because they rotate early, they rotate with confidence, and they rotate as a team, which is insane. We've seen 4v3 bot lane dives against Jannas and Gragas's. They do not care, and they make it work.
They certainly do. But let's start with IG. Let's go through the roster here as Zatai heading into the top lane again. He's been playing some very interesting champions up there. Only the Na is going to be the change-up, but he built Frozen Mallet and Black Cleaver on that one. So definitely changing things up here. You've got Cacao sitting on 9-2 and 26. This guy's been doing work for his side. And that Evelyn play was fantastic in their first game and able to pick up anything else as well. And Rookie, that Ari play in their most recent victory, the first game of that series, just beautiful.
Well, he loves his Ari, so consider picking against it, but definitely not trying to ban an Ari away. It's not a very common thing to see, but his Ari was amazing.
Yeah, it certainly was. And again, Kid playing, unique champion, and every single time they come around, 12-3 and 18, though, with the 10 KDA. Beautifully done. Kitty's off the cow for the last time, and in fact was it picked away or banned away in the last time that we saw him, but is playing fantastically well. And look, we'll see whether this lineup is going to continue to plow through the LPL, because they've been so dominant, and now they're on a very, very structured roster. This roster has not changed since the end of the last split, and now they're able just to refine everything that's going on. Haven't had to deal with all of the roster swaps that a lot of these other teams have had to.
And that's a big factor in their performance being so strong at the start of this split. They're up against other teams who have been changing things around, or even in the case of EDG, just experimenting with these constant swaps. But IG staying the same, being able to experiment with champions more so. We've seen Rise top, we've seen Fizz top, Rek'Sai top while we're going, and all of these things just able to experiment and explore their options while having the same roster is a confidence thing.
Yeah, well, look, we'll see whether they can continue it, as now we hop over to the QG side, 75%, so of course 3-1 thus far in the LPL, as V in the top lane playing these super tanks, did decide to go with an Aurelia play there, but his scoreline definitely looking fantastic there from the top lane. You can see Swift, he's been involved in a heck of a lot of everything. That 51 assist line.
He has been involved in pretty much everything that QG have done since the start of this split.
Yeah, and Doinby as well. I mean, we questioned him for his mid Morgana play, but they did manage to pick up both of those victories in their first game. And look, since then stepped away from that champion, but has been on these supportive role mid laners. And here's TNT. This guy been playing fantastically well, and it's all about the synergy with TCT here, of course, formerly more from the LMQ lineup over in North America. And look, this bottom lane is frightening, and he's only picked up 1 kill, but only died 3 times in 4 games.
Well, that means he's doing the job of a support, and you can see the Morgana, Alistar, and Thresh as his played support champions, given only 3 deaths in 2 Alistar games. Yeah, they're certainly doing well whenever he gets Alistar, is what you can take away from that.
Yeah, certainly doing some work. And not necessarily just on the Alistar as well. The bottom lane synergy is definitely there. You can see these guys pretty happy with one another. I just love the hair colors. There's just so many different options when you're over on the QG lineup.
it's
almost
hair
making
color
up
for everyone.
Yeah, it's almost making up for the lack of Gamty jerseys, which had the cute little panda and like the interesting brown patterns and craziness.
Instead, it's now hair colors.
Now
for
it's
this
just
split.
hair colors, mixing it up. I like it. Thank you, QG, for making up for it.
Suits their play style too.
It most certainly does, and we'll see whether they can translate that to some fantastic plays on the Rift, as well as fantastic hairstyles. Let's have a look at the hairstyle graph here, and you can see IG, they're coming out ahead somehow. But I think there might be a little bit of bias there, because I love the purple hair. I think it's fantastic. TNT, keep it up, man. Don't worry about it. Even though you're losing on the graph, it doesn't mean.
This can't be a hairstyle graph. This has to be like percentage of players wearing glasses or something. It's hairstyle graph would be just a whitewash in favor of QG.
Yeah, would it have to be, wouldn't it? But I was thinking that maybe the adjudicators just didn't really have anything together.
Unfair judges.
Yeah, something like that. And yep, there's the tie. Being a massive hero for a whole lot of players.
Zatai actually having the highest CS at 10 minutes out of all of the players. I think it's an average of every 10 minutes, 100 CS, Zatai.
My goodness.
To be able to consistently do that in a top lane.
IG needs to learn to lane swap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
get some of that farm away from him.
In saying that, 3 of the top 5 are all in the IG lineup.
Right. So basically what you're saying is that IG have been doing relatively well this split.
They're pretty good at last hitting.
Yeah.
Is what I can take from this. And they seem to be winning the games.
Yeah, they most definitely are winning the games. And we are going to hop into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what QG decide to do against the rampaging IG. It is going to be the first ban Morgana, aimed at Doinby here. You think maybe that'd be towards TCT, but not going to be the option, as Kid is going to lose the opportunity of going towards that Kalista, and was one of the first players to really bring Kalista in and make her look fantastic last split. But not going to be seeing any of that, so we can stop discussing it completely. IG thinking about their second ban very, very hard, and we'll see what they're going to go with.
No surprise that the Morgana is banned. You said it was usually taken away from the support, but Doinby is exceptionally smart on that Morgana mid. Up against matchups that usually don't go in his favor, able to push the wave and disappear.
Yeah.
And just rotate with his team. He was a very smart player, so you can see these mid-targeted bans coming out right now, and I can understand that completely.
Yeah, he certainly can. We'll see whether it is going to be the LeBlanc ban here for QG. Rookie has not seen a LeBlanc for very long.
Maybe a Cass ban.
Yeah. Well, Azir is going to be taken away. Doinby not going to be playing that one. But Fizz removed from Zatai. Or Rookie. Or Cacao. Cacao probably play that in the jungle too.
Yeah, it's actually starting to come out of nowhere with popularity was the Fizz, essentially.
Yeah, well, coming out of everywhere.
Well, yeah.
One of the two.
Different builds, different lanes.
Yeah, doesn't even really matter.
Out of nowhere and then everywhere at once.
Yeah, that's true. But last ban for IG, we'll see what they are going to go with here. Alistair is available. See whether they'll take that away from TCT. Rek'Sai is going to be the option here, though. Swift not going to see that champion. Gragas is a glaring opportunity here for one of these sides, unless QG decide to take it away for their final ban. Urgot's up as well. Cassiopeia is another option. There are lots of things in very high priority. And IG, of course, they do have the first pick. They are going to be able to take one of them away, but QG is going to have a lot of options as Gragas is, of course, going to hit the bench. And Zatai is hovering.
Which just wouldn't surprise me if he locked that in, would it?
No, not really.
Something about...
That's the worrying part.
Yeah, you wouldn't pick it first, though. And we see that the Rek'Sai...
Riven is a much more standard pick here for first pick, right?
Yeah, it's completely... all the time. It's prioritized.
Yeah, definitely.
But let's back onto my point, which was about standard picks.
Yep.
But the Rek'Sai and the Gragas are banned, so they don't need any early pressure junglers. So again, you can go towards the support or the top lane picks. Alistar being the perfect option. The response seemingly going to be the Hecarim and maybe the Sejuani.
Yeah, Swift has played a fair bit of Sejuani. Could possibly go towards that one.
Way,
do they want to leave the Nunu for Cacao, though? So Swift might want to be picking that one away, not necessarily because he's a great Nunu player, but also to remove that from the opportunity of Cacao to have that one in his back pocket.
Or they can just be a Sivir.
Yeah, or they could lock in that one. And look, that's already a great combination. On the hunt, giving some extra damage to a Hecarim. Not bad at all. Cacao looking at a Nidalee. We'll see what he does decide to go with once this timer has counted down. Rookie has the opportunity to go for a Cassiopeia if he wants to, but blind Cassiopeia, is that a bit dangerous?
It's not that dangerous, to be perfectly honest, as they are hovering a rise. I like the Nidalee pick because Cacao's got very smart jungle pathing in the way that he plays the game, and Nidalee is a very unique jungle champion. You can pretty much go anywhere you want. You can invade anywhere you want. Eve does the same thing, though.
Yeah, and Cacao definitely had a fantastic performance. Going to lock that one away. Rise going to be locked in as well here for Rookie. Possibly in favor of Zatai there in the top lane. We'll see where the Rise is going to go. A bit of a flex pick, but look, we'll see what IG are going to cook up for us here onto the Rift because, man, already looking interesting. QG now going to have to react to this, and we'll see how it is going to happen. Swift considering
giving a
shout Italy. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, you're exactly right. Maybe just a little bit of that shout out, and we'll see what is going to actually be locked in. Sivajana has been a lane that has worked out. Cute nails. Sorry, getting distracted here just for a moment. Sejuani considered for Swift as well. 4 seconds now on the clock, and we'll see whether it is going to be the Nautilus and the Sejuani that are going to be locked in. Massive front line now available for QG, and as far as a cluster team fight is concerned, the Ricochet is going to be going everywhere. Of course, you're going to have a whole lot of AoE from a Hecarim as well. This could be working out for QG.
I think it's definitely working out for QG. The only downside is that they don't have a Rek'Sai or Gragas, so their early dives that they love to do with Swift may not be as prominent, but looking at the team they've got at the moment, 4 of their 5 members, they've got a Nautilus, Sejuani, and a Hecarim.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievably tanky with the Sivir spell shield. And we're looking at most likely the Rise top. Zatai played that yesterday in his second game and came up quite successful in that, in fact. And I'm yet to see how that goes against the Hecarim as they seem to lock in their last 2.
Yeah, and a lot of late game scaling coming through from IG. That's probably the heaviest late game scaling AD carry in Jinx, and of course, the largest amount of consistent DPS that you can possibly have from a mid laner there in the Cassiopeia. I'm pretty confident saying that, to be perfectly honest, as Rookie is going to be taking that one. And, I mean, already, Zatai is going to be on the rise, who's largely one of the highest consistent DPS champions in the game as well.
Completely changed, of course, so the consistent DPS is not necessarily reliable anymore.
That's true. Bit of skill shotting.
There is a bit of skill shotting involved, which is nice. It's a nice change to Rise, but you're right. Their scaling is unbelievable. They've got Rise, Cass, who are both most likely going to be going for a tier.
Yep.
They've got the Jinx, who ramps up ridiculous with 3 to 4 item stages. And then they've got an Eve, who we've seen every time an Eve has been played in the LPL, they've gone for a Trinity Force.
True.
So will they be looking to get a mid-game spike on the Eve with the Alistar, just having the natural strength of the ultimates of all of them, and then look to scale past that with their actual champions just surpassing what they were already doing in the mid-game?
Well, we'll see how it is going to go. Of course, Kakao and Clearlove play a different style of Eve as we go through the lineups. Here's Zatai taking his Rise in back-to-back Rise games now into the Hecarim here. Of course, both of these champions wanting to scale, and Kakao, we'll see what he's going to be able to get done here on this Evelynn, especially early on against the Sejuani, who might need to be careful for some aggression there in the jungle. Rookie against Doinby, a little bit of control mage action here in the mid lane. See how that one is going to work out. Kid with the counter matchup into the Sivir.
A counter matchup, not during the early stages of the laning phase, but once you get those items, you do start to scale quite well. So we're looking at, again now at Kitties against TCT with the Alistar against the Nautilus. Two brutish tanks going to be battling as supports.
Yeah, brutish is most definitely it. Of course, level 1 power probably going to go towards the Nautilus. So we'll see whether any extra action is going to be coming down there, as dredge lines are going to be flying through with the staggering blows there for some extra CC. But look, don't know whether there's going to be lane swaps, anything like that. Of course, IG probably not looking to lane swap that one up because Zatai loves to be able to farm it out. But ladies and gentlemen, let's waste no time. Let's get on to the Rift. And here we are already into it as QG are stacked up as 5, heading towards this top side of the map. Zatai might need to be careful as he gets some vision down early on.
I have some questions.
Oh, yeah?
They've gone for the Jinx Alistar, which is, as you mentioned, a quite weak level 1 lane. So they might want a lane swap, but then they're not going to. But QG seem to be aware of this fact that you don't want the Rise free farming against the Hecarim because it scales really well. Even though the bot lane's going to lose, they seem to be wanting the 2v2 matchup. They want to just win their lanes almost. It's really weird that they... Because it's like such a big risk to lane swap is the point that I'm making.
Yeah, okay.
You put Zatai in a 1v2, it'd be horrible. But if you leave the 2v2 in the bot lane with the AD and support, it's going to be really difficult for IG to get through the laning phase early. So it's either way, it just feels like they're going to lose out something.
Yeah, the lesser of two evils.
So they have gone for the lane swap is what is important here. QG, they want to sacrifice a lot of the Rise's carry potential or scaling timings. Hecarim has the smite. So it's going to be a lot better for them in getting farm onto that solo top laner. But then they're also giving the Alistar and the Jinx a free lane.
Well, we'll see how it's going to work out. Of course, the two members on the bottom side of the map are going to give IG a little bit more control over the dragon as well, I guess is something to mention. QG going to be starting off on this blue buff. Same thing going to be happening here on the other side as Kakao able to line up the little sentinels, being able to take them out with some hate spikes as well as Kakao locks down the blue buff there as Zatai now going to start off this Gromp. So we'll see exactly how this one's going to work out moving forward, but QG hard pushing in the top lane.
Yeah, doing what the Sivir and Nautilus should do. They
freeze
a wave. You get the second wave to come through and you can choose to either push with the second wave or wait for the cannon where you're able to take the tower in one go.
Well, Kid is also going to be freezing this one out as well. I considered the fact that they were a little bit further up in the lane, but of course they did decide to leash those minions just to make sure that they were hitting the right targets and getting that freeze exactly where they wanted to. Rookie with control of this wave, though. Doinby in a bit of trouble now, getting hit by poison after poison. Rookie going to like the passive stacking up on that one. Serpent's Embrace. Doinby trying to do some work last hitting on a turret. Orianna, known for her ability to last hit on a turret, but takes a little bit of getting used to, and Doinby nailing it this time around.
Also uses a lot of mana, which is quite a big deal into the Cassiopeia match. If you don't get all of the last hits, you don't get that Doran's ring starting to give you mana back on every single one. The pressure might overwhelm you. You start to run out of mana very quickly. So important that you actually get all of the last hits in this matchup.
Yeah, and it looks like IG actually going for a full clear of the jungle, now heading towards the bottom side of the map. We'll see whether they are going to go for the hard shove, the fast push. They're wandering into the enemy jungle. They're going to take down the Rift Scuttler. We'll see whether they are going to take the Gromp as well, as they are going to have both jungle top lane combos heading towards their relevant, relative sort of empty lanes. And hard shoving is going to happen.
Here's the thing, though. Rise has 1 CS. Now, Hecarim does only have 6 as well, but they are in jungle camps because he has the smite. So he's got some gold. Rise, who wants the scale, who really wants to ramp up with items, has a single CS right now. 1 last hit. And that's not a position you ever want to be in as a Rise, so he's sacrificing a lot of item timing because of this lane swap. So it is a smart decision, and that was close.
Yeah, it was very, very close.
Unlucky.
The Arctic Assault damage not coming through, but of course, you do have a fair bit of smite action there available, so Swift going to lock that one down. IG going to take a relatively early dragon here at 4.5 minutes into the game as TNT going to just tank up this wave, get another one in motion. QG now positioning around here, and IG, they've just sacked the top lane completely.
Well, they have to. It's that threat of the 1v4 dive. You can see both teams actually having to do the same thing. And Zatai actually having doubled his CS in the past minute, doing quite well for himself if it continues in this trend.
Yeah, well, exponential growth of CS. See whether he can get to 4 within the next minute. It's going to be very, very difficult when he starts having to pick up, you know, the likes of 150 CS in a minute. But look, we'll see whether he can get there.
In a way, it's not all that bad for the Ryze, and I know I've been roasting the fact that they've only got 2 CS on a Ryze who now only has a Mana Crystal, but after they get this top turret, we'll see what QG actually opt to do. You can push this into the second turret to stop the freeze from happening, but if Ryze can get a freeze on this, if you can stop it in its tracks, then Ryze is going to be able to free farm, and then he'll be getting a lot of free CS, pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, and also very, very safe as well, irrespective of the fact that the map is a little bit further opened up on the side of IG with the loss of that turret. You can see there's a serious freeze going on the bottom side of the map. Kid, 42 CS to the 36 here of TNT. TNT understanding the fact that they're not going to be fighting very much very soon, and he's picked up an Avarice Blade as his first item.
I'd like to point out that Zatai is actually ruining his CS per minute of being rank 1 at the moment.
Oh, yep. Well, that's the thing. What we're talking about. Are they going to sacrifice that beautiful CS? He's got 4 minutes. 4 minutes to pick up 95. How do you think he'll do?
I think he'll probably get about 15 CS.
Yeah.
If it continues. No, he's going to be able to get the wave. It's pushing into the opposition turret here, though. So Hecarim's going to get a lot of farm immediately. Ryze has to wait for it to push back or have that awkward 1v1 trade-off where you've got a Mana Crystal and the makings of a tier against a Null Magic Mantle.
But, I mean, one thing that we haven't really mentioned is the fact that Rookie has been having a fantastic time in the mid lane. 12 CS in the lead now, 51 to 39. Now has the tier in his back pocket. Has picked himself up a Ruby Crystal. So we'll see what he does decide to build out of that one. Of course, Haunting Guy is a great item. Can go towards a Ryle's Crystal Scepter as well, just for some extra CC. As Zatai, as you mentioned, shoving this lane into the turret here. V able to pick up all of the farm that he wants. In fact, smiting down the farm that he can't necessarily guarantee. Not too bad.
You've got to love having Smite for that purpose. And you're right, Rookie's having a really good time in the mid lane right now. The CS advantage is only 10, but it's CS advantage with a tier compared to a Chalice. So having the magic resistance on the side of Doing B is not providing a whole lot for him besides the mana regen. Whereas having the tier, it's starting to scale up and ramp up almost for free.
Yeah, well, Rookie, of course, continues to have the pressure in the lane. There is going to be the blue buff going down for both of these sides. 400 gold in the lead is QG, so working out is the lane swap as far as the money is concerned. And with the Avarice Blade there giving some extra gold and the fact that this Hecarim's been able to pick up some more farm is working out quite nicely. Zatai probably wants to go back and... Oh, actually, TNT might be in trouble. Super Mega Death Throw comes through for not too much damage as he is able to use that minigun in order to get some work done here, but... Nice little engage there from IG on the bottom side, but nothing going to come from it.
Really, really aggressive item buying here from the side of TNT. He has gone for an Avarice Blade, first and only item next to the Dorans. You compare that to the BF sword that has now been finished on Kid. No wonder they just went as hard as they did, because they can win a fight convincingly. And if you're on the side of QG right now, you're probably not looking to fight for the next 5 to 10 minutes in any lane, really, besides top.
And that's probably going to suit IG here. We were talking about, you know, has a decent scaling team comp with the likes of Cassiopeia, Ryze, and Jinx.
Yeah, it's true. They do scale very well. So the longer that this takes for QG to hit their item spikes, the longer they can start. The longer it takes before they can control the map, the better it starts to look for IG.
Yeah, and another thing, Swift has been able to get through this early stage relatively unhindered. Has picked up all the farm that he likes, and the lane swap is going to help out this Sejuani, just because she does have a difficult time in the early parts of the game. And now he's able to pick up any farm that she wants, make sure that she can get to level 6, and has made it there, of course, as well. So that Glacial Prison is going to be there for the next fight. And we'll see whether IG can put pressure on this next dragon. Up in another minute and a half, approximately. It's going to be... Oh, misses the cannon creep. Unfortunate stuff. Rookie now stacking the tier. And what do you think that this Ruby Crystal is going to build into?
It could go either way at the moment. We'll see what the actual first item wants to be. If you're looking for an earlier spike than the Haunting guys for the flat pen, but Kakal's going.
Yeah, he's popped the Agony's Embrace here as well. TCT's going to have to flash over this wall. Does so. Kakao is thinking about following over, but decides not to. Super Mega Death Rocket.
Here it goes.
Is he going to be able to get there? We haven't found it. Where is it? It's going to miss.
It's gone.
Yeah, he did have the Titan's Wrath there as well, did TCT, so able to shield himself up just a little bit and was just wandering around.
Tried our best to follow it. Really unfortunate that we couldn't, but we did see the end result that he didn't die, and now Jinx has no ult. Sejuani is near the bottom. If they can get something off, it might come back around, but the difference in items between the AD carries is now a pickaxe and the Avarice Blade to the BF slot of Jinx, who will be looking to buy pretty soon with 100 CS and get a pickaxe or something.
Yeah, and 100 CS to 70 now as well, so 30 in the lead. Swift looking for something here as the Petrifying Gaze comes through. Swift might have to ult to save himself. Oh, Rookie sidesteps as Kitties is in there. That's a nice three-man shockwave, but not going to be enough here for QG as the damage had already been done. The Piggy fell down, and Kakao locked himself down the kill there for first blood.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, apparently, there is a Rise going down to the power of Siva. So they do make a trade for it, but that was really well played by Rookie. Even cleansing, though, that the ult didn't hit. If the ult were to hit, still would have gone down because the cleanse was used. So
yeah, nailed it.
Exactly, nailed a smart rotation there. There was 4 members. The shockwave hit people, but it's not going to be able to do much. And even now, he's out of mana, struggling in lane, and there's a 10 CS difference.
Yeah, Rookie is just a monster. And we've spoken about Rookie before as well, talking about the fact that, you know, as far as the laning mid laners are concerned here in the LPL, Rookie almost has no equal when it comes to just being strong in the lane. And now he's on Cassiopeia, who's just a dominating laning champion in general.
Yeah, has this really, really strong spike with just levels and power from actually having these spells available. Once you hit 2, once you hit 3, and once you hit 6, you're really, really strong. And up against the Orianna, who really needs items to ramp up, has the Athenes now, but the rest of QG are going to be able to stop that push at least. And this is the second dragon already.
Yeah, already been started off here by Kakao and Kitties. Kid going to come around to get some extra damage down as well. Kakao going to smite that one away. Nice use of those chompers to make sure the QG couldn't get in there. And it is going to be second dragon, and it's really good timings here as well from IG, making sure that they're getting it as soon as possible. So 12 minutes was the second. Going to mean that they're going to have, you know, 5th dragon potentially at 30 minutes into this game.
Yeah, if it continues on the track that it is now, and having such a high scaling comp that they have at the moment, it's starting to look really good for the side of IG. You need something to happen pretty soon on the side of QG. If you're looking to get an advantage out of nowhere, you need to utilize the fact that you have all of these tanks and that they're going to take a long time to ramp up and scale. At least you've got the raw CC and spells to make picks anywhere you choose. Just choose somewhere and go there and get a kill.
Yeah, do something. Use these high-impact ultimates. Use the fact that you've got, like, the pig plus ball. Pig ball, pretty good.
Yeah, pig ball combo's great. And then you've got the Hecarim, you've got the Horsey with the pig ball.
Yeah, horse ball.
Horse
you can play horse ball, pig ball, you know, underwater ball with Nautilus. I mean, there's plenty of options. Just play with... I'm not going to finish that sentence. TNT is going to continue farming out in this top lane. Rookie going to continue farming in the mid, and Kid's just moving around where the turrets are. And the outer turret did fall in the bottom lane. Now looking to try and get some free time anywhere that he can. 20 CS is the lead now as well. Get over it, okay? The joke's done, Rusty.
It's the fact you didn't finish it that made it funnier, though. Kid is doing a lot at the moment. They're all rotating on the side of IG exactly where they need to be, and they're getting these objectives. They've got the bot turret. It's 1-for-1 in turrets at the moment, but they've got a 500 gold advantage, and it's 2-0 in dragons. For this side that's meant to be taking a long time to ramp up, they're doing it pretty quickly.
Yep. They're most certainly making stuff happen. I mean, the one thing that's not happening very fast is Zatai doing well. And I mean, he's trying to find farm where he can. He's now relegated towards the bottom side, but if he's looking to build a Rod of Ages, that's going to be happening at about 17 minutes, which is not exactly the fastest that we've seen, as Kid flat out misses a zap. Oh, actually, it was probably just scouting out the bush. Yep. Just looked a bit funny from here. Now TNT, TCT just farming out this top lane. And there's, of course, not too much in the way of turrets in order to be gained, but they're just defending so that Jinx can't get some minigun time. Ooh, teleport forced to be cancelled here from V. So looking to try and get something going, but that was a very optimistic teleport.
Optimistic is a very nice way to describe that teleport. That was not really a position where anyone was going to take any damage at all or be in a position to even consider taking any.
Yeah.
So the teleport gets cancelled, and we're going to stay with standard lanes, just reversed positions at the moment. And that's exactly what you want on the side of Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, and I mean, TNT now is sitting there with a kill under his belt, but down still over 20
here.
CS. Yeah, Kid and Kitties looking to start something out. Cacao as well under here. Oh, beautiful flash. What the heck? Over the top of the headbutt. TNT. That was a sweet play, and avoiding that gank, that looked like it was impossible to avoid.
Timed to perfection with the headbutt animation. Can't cancel the headbutt, so you swap spots.
Yeah.
That was so well done, and the reaction time that it takes to be able to do that, Kitty's held onto that headbutt for a very long time. So they hovered around the turret and still managing to save his flash, not burn it, and stay so calm in a situation like that is very impressive.
Yeah, it was a beautiful play. Of course, the flash was then down, so they did end up losing the top lane out of turret, but not going to lose the life of the Sivir. That is going to be important here for QG, as TNT is able to pick up a few of these.
So this is definitely replay worthy.
Oh my
Unbelievable.
goodness.
The reactions that it takes to do that. His best Urgot impression as a Sivir.
Yeah. Of course, it takes a little bit of, you know, combining of skill there, with the headbutt being fantastically timed as well, if you want to do your Urgot impression, because
I guess Urgot does an impression of that, really.
yeah. That was really, really nice to see. TNT actually flashed like when he was sharing particles with the Alistar. Ridiculous. So Tylo, still in the bottom lane, trying to catch up in this farm, wants to be able to get to the point where he has about 1,600 gold, can go back and pick up the Rod of Ages. Archangel's staff completed for Rookie, so we're still not able to see what this Ruby Crystal's turning into. Rookie knows that he can just transform this Archangel's relatively fast and wants to get to the point of having that Seraphs as soon as possible for the extra shield, extra ability to make some plays around this map. Warrior Enchant completed for Cacao, does have those Ninja Tabi at the same time, so getting a little bit tankier as well as having the damage spike of this Warrior Enchant that we're not used to seeing.
No, we're not, but Eve seems to like the Warrior Enchant, that is for sure.
Oh yeah.
Provides this little bit of extra damage that you're not often used to seeing from a jungler, especially at the moment. And being an Eve, the damage comes from nowhere because you're invisible and then does this surprising amount. And she's very, very good at dealing with tanks, dealing with multiple members and team fighting, but again, they're trying to ramp up so hard. Ryze has no items to speak of in terms of team fight capabilities, only really wave clear. And they've started to get the Cinderhulks here from both players on QG. They've got Hecarim and Sejuani ramping up. They've got the needlessly large Rod finished, but no boots on the side of Doinb. So he's opting straight into that damage. And then you've got TNT, who has the Infinity Edge finishes. They're fighting over a ward desperately.
Yeah, it is the farmyard fight now, pig versus cow. Seems like the cow's going to win this round, at least.
Yeah, I don't think he'd win a war, though.
No.
Pig actually does damage.
It's true. It's true. Cow has better friends, though, apparently, at this stage of the game. Doinb is going to be able to secure his blue buff, though, and Swift going to clear out some vision as Kitty's still hanging around. Third dragon is now available for IG, and the first for QG if they manage to get there. Cacao is down here. Teleport available again from V, of course. Was able to cancel that one out, so saves a little bit of the cooldown. 1,000 gold is the lead for IG at this stage round. And Ty's popped his ultimate. He was looking to try and fight V a little bit, but may have removed enough. Oh, teleport actually being used here by V, wanting to try and get in amongst it. There's the ultimate as Kid's just going to try and get everyone out of here. Unbreakable Will has been popped as Cacao. Not exactly the tankiest member here, but the Shockwave going to be flashed out of the way of the dragon. Ended up falling, though, and IG locked it down, and they only lost the cow.
V does pick up Kitties, so they do get a kill out of it, but that is the third dragon now down at 18 minutes and 30 seconds into this game. They have got the objective control down pat right now, and that is with a team comp that you would say arguably not able to fight right now against their QG opponents. The teleport about a second late to be able to contest that one. So making a 1-for-1 trade for the third dragon at 18 minutes is definitely worth it.
Yeah, it was very well played. Zatai now has the Rod of Ages as well. So that's going to start stacking here at about 18 minutes into this. So, look, not exactly the fastest, but in a lane swap, I mean, you'll give him credit for it.
Yeah, he's managed to start out farming the Hecarim, who had the advantage over him almost in laning phase once they swapped back. Both level 3, but one had effective resistances, the other one had a mana crystal.
Yeah. Well, now Zatai probably stacked up that tier quite effectively. We're now just going to wait for the Rod of Ages. Try and pick up a Seraphs as quickly as possible, and then possibly go towards a Frozen Heart, something more tanky as well. And do you see often with this new iteration of Rise, sort of the Spirit Visage Frozen Heart being sort of the second to the third and fourth items, that sort of option?
It's such a difficult decision to make on this new Rise because the passive, once you hit level 6, 11, and 16, gives you 10, 20, and 30% extra cooldown reduction as a flat rate.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So if you opt into cooldown reduction, which is great because you need the Frozen Heart for Rise, generally speaking, it gives mana, gives damage, gives armor, like it gives everything that you actually want as a Rise, you're then going to be about 10% over your CDR cap already.
Jeepers.
So you need to make a very tough decision of, do I want to go straight for these CDR items, or do I want to go for, say, pseudo AP resistance items like the Zonias, the Rylai's, items like that, that'll still give ability power and make you do damage, but they don't make you go over the CDR cap that Rise would normally be going over.
Well, we'll see what he does opt for here, as it looks like the Mercury's Treads might be the next option. Of course, Abyssal Scepter is also there. He can decide to grab if he wants. But I have a feeling that the Mercury's Tread's probably going to be what he's looking for. Of course, doesn't want to be stunned up too often. This kid is just going to headbutt back this Orianna, who's being slightly frustrating.
Took a lot of damage, though. Both of these mid laners right now at 21 minutes having over 200 CS. The AD carry here, you've got 200 CS on Kid, you've got 185 on Sivir, and they're all farming ridiculously well.
Yeah, V actually going aggressive onto Zatai here as well. The passive actually might be turning this one around here as Zatai trying to get everything down. There's another Root Prison. Oh my goodness, the ultimate comes through. Depth Charge comes down, but Zatai misses the Q, and V locks down the kill. It looked like that Q actually went through the horse, but man, QV managing to pick that one up with some timely help from TCT.
The new Rise's Q being a skill shot.
The rocket.
The sole reason that that went badly.
Yeah.
Missing 2 of the Qs was the difference between life and death right there for the Hecarim. So unlucky and very well timed by the Nautilus. TCT coming in there.
Yeah, Depth Charge hitting at exactly the right moment. Zatai might have been able to pick something up, but also V moving into the brush there, making sure that he could deny vision.
Yeah.
So that the Q was blind as well. So Zatai probably would have been able to win that 1v1 had it been an actual 1v1, but brilliant timing from TCT to get into that lane and get things working out. It was, in the end, a haunting guys. Rookie making sure that he has the armor penetration for the early stage of the game.
Magic Pen.
What did I say?
Armor.
Armor, right. Yeah, magic penetration. It's probably what the mask is going to do. Thank you very much, Rusty.
You're welcome, mate.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Cheers, Kev. All right, so Force is going to be moving down now from the top lane, it looks. No, just going to get some vision, and now Rise is going to meet him there as well. So not exactly a whole lot going on. The gold is very, very close.
Yeah, it is. Only 400, 500 roughly between them. And only now QG are starting to group up and look for these objectives. They're not just skirmishing in lane anymore. And the question is, have they left it too late to actually group? Or is it just the right timing? Because they've got the death cap now. They've got the Infinity Edge static shift. They've got the locket, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
That negates a lot of the damage from the cast and the Rise. But there is a haunting, and the Eve even while I'm going. And let's just count Alistar. The locket is a big deal. So maybe this is the go button for the QG side. They've got that locket down. They can start the team fight. But as I say that, they lose a turret.
Yeah, mid lane out of turret is going to fall. Swift was in the top side of the map, probably taking down that Scuttle Crab. Getting some vision around this Baron area, but does mean that Jinx is able to just minigun that turret down. Easy as you like. Cacao is like a recipe combination and a Kindle Gem away from that Locket of the Iron Slurry. Probably wants to be able to pick that one up as soon as he can. And in fact, probably has the gold in his back pocket as well after that turret did fall down. But, I mean, this guy on your screen right now, Kid, is probably what IG are waiting for. They're waiting for him to pick up the Berserker's Greaves, possibly even that last Whisper before they really start fighting, because the Jinx is going to be a huge problem for QG. The massive range going to mean that they have to really dive into that backline to get stuff happening.
Yeah, and the fact that they're stacking MR indicates that they're looking to kill Kid first. So coming into these team fights within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so will be about if they can kill Kid in time, or if Kid is going to just completely blow a fight out of the water and destroy the QG side. They've got the makings of it. They've got the Nautilus, the Sejuani, FLICKR, Orianna, Siva, all of them, in fact, very good at getting to the backline in combo. They're going to contest this Dragon this time, and at least try and stunt the 5th Dragon win condition for IG.
Yeah, Zatai has the teleport. The horse is already around here. Beautiful ultimate there. It's, oh, the 3-man Shockwave. Cacao just going to get destroyed. The Chompers are there as well, but Zatai trying to sit in the front line, getting some work done, but look at the rocket damage. Kid trying to do the work. TNT almost falling down. The Command Protect doing some work as Rookie. Now the one-man show, unable to get anything done. Kitty's the only one alive in QG with a beautiful team fight.
That was the ideal team fight for them right there. Sejuani starting it off. You follow that with the Hecarim ultimate. You've got the Orianna Shockwave, all while Siva's just pressing the R key and right-clicking them. Wow, that was a great team fight for them. Almost turned around by the side. The Petrifying Gaze and the amount of damage that the Jinx was doing was phenomenal. But because they initiated that fight so well, though we questioned the timing on why they decided to team fight, they've completely turned it around. They've got themselves the Baron. They need to probably want to get to this Dragon, though, and stop the 4th one from going down. As we're going to have another look at this. And Sejuani, no hesitation. Hecarim, Orianna, Nautilus ults. Ridiculous amount of work. Zatai teleports in, tries to do as much damage as he can, and they do get close. Kid does get a reset, but the Orianna shield enough to save Siva and win that team fight from there.
Yeah, Cacao around here as well, but they are going to have to give up this 4th Dragon. IG unable to continue on that clock as far as the 5th Dragon is concerned, but it is only the 1st for QG. IG definitely with 3 in the bank, going to be pretty happy about that one. And now IG really need to think about how they're going to orchestrate these team fights, because they can't get caught out by an ultimate like that, because, I mean, Swift is going to tear them apart like that every single time, and now they have to weather the storm of this Baron. Kid, a lot of wave clear, but V, you can see down on this bottom side of the map just clearing out all the minion waves and smashing down these turrets as well. The split pushing horse is going to be a problem.
Now, there's also no summoners on Cass, and there's no summoners on Jinx. So they probably don't want to fight for the next 3 to 5 minutes until they're all available. They want to secure the strongest carries that they have here on the side of Invictus, so that when they do team fight, maybe not all of that AoE that hit them in the last one will combo this time.
Yeah, and also they need the QSS here onto Kid so that he can get out of anything that's going to be coming forward. There's also the Mikhail's Crucible that's possibly going to be built by Kitties at some point in this game. But QG continue to knock down turrets. It's now even on that front. And QG continuing to get further and further ahead on gold. So 5,000 now the lead. IG, we would have assumed that they would have been behind at this point in the game just because they have invested so heavily into the late game scaling on the Cassiopeia and the Jinx. But even if they do get into the late game, can they really handle all of this CC that's being given out by QG? Because in that last team fight, it just looked like when the Onslaught of Shadows was coming through with the Frozen Tomb, the Glacial Prison, they just die.
They don't have an answer to the immediate engage that comes out from the QG side right now. They've got a bigger go button.
Yeah.
Any one of them can just press their R key basically and go onto the side of IG, and that's a big threat. But the damage that IG put out from every single member of their side, including Cacao, and the only exception is probably going to be Kitties, who is a support on Alistar, they're all doing immense amounts of damage. So, speaking
Onslaught of Shadows in here as well as TNT looking to try and get some damage down to Zatai. Zatai just continues to do all of his buttons all over everything. And the horse is going to be using that Spirit of Dread in order to get himself back up to safety as well. Cacao trying to find a flank in this fight. But everyone on QG just moving around systematically, destroying turrets on this map. The 4th probably going to go down here in the mid lane as TNT has managed to make his way around there. That's going to fall. The ball now in a decent position as well as IG. Just damage control over and over again. Baron has fallen off now, so QG they have to take their foot off the gas just a little bit, but they utilize that Baron to great effect this time around.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
There's
actually, that was a
Cacao.
flash from Cacao. As
What?
the depth charge comes through. There's Doinby landing the kill. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes through on the exhausted Doinby, but Kitty's trying to get in amongst it. Zatai gets exploded. Double kill for the Orianna. That's going to be one picked up for Swift as well, as heal's going to be popped from Kid, looking to try and get something happening. Oh, Rookie might be able to turn this one around. Swift overly aggressive as Rookie locks down the kill. But the rest of QG looking to try and get something done. QG using V there to tank up the turret. TCT probably didn't want to actually let that one connect as the poison lands as well. They have to be careful. Not going to be able to transition into too much now either.
Swift actually suiciding a little bit there, causing his team to not be able to continue to siege the mid. Maybe the better option was to utilize that you've got minions pushing in the top lane and take the inner turret there. But instead, they've opted to go towards the mid lane. They do get a free kill essentially onto this Sejuani. Swift going a little bit too deep. But on the back of that team fight, it almost felt like Eve misclicked the flash. Because she flashed and started to run away instantly and then was like, oh, I'm in a bad position, better press ult, and just died. I wasn't entirely sure what that was.
It was a strange one. It was definitely a unique maneuver. Zatai is going to clear out this top wave as well. Rookie waiting to try and pick off TNT. Just going to back away. Wanted someone to try and face check,
the only way
not happening.
would be if they face checked the bush. You can't walk out of the bush and try and 1v1 someone with a spell shield and summoners.
Yeah, and then Rookie deciding that Swift probably a little bit too much to chew. As Cassiopeia might be in a little bit of trouble now as well. Maybe forced to use that flash to get over this wall. Is going to use it. So not sure what Rookie was doing.
Making a very cheeky attempt at a play right there. If they did, if Siva face checked that bush, it would have been big for them. Unfortunately, it didn't go that way, and having to use his own summoner, it's going to hurt, especially against Nautilus, Sejuani, Hecarim, Orianna, all of them again.
Yeah, QG now setting up for a bit of a siege here as well.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Boomerang doing some work. The shields from the Command Protect and, of course, the Bloodthirster for TNT. 3-0 and 4 now on this Siva, so doing great. The inner turret now going to fall down, and looks like QG, they've got the control that they were looking for. 10,000 gold now the lead for this lineup. Baron going to be up in another minute. Minute also on the Dragon approximately as Zatai now going to clear out this top wave. Oh, TNT,
wow.
He's got caught out. That's the Siva dead. Kid's going to get excited there as well. Flame Chompers come through. V now finds himself in an uncomfortable position as Zap not going to land. And IG, they get a pick, but are they going to be able to translate it into any more? Might be their fourth Dragon. And possibly even a red buff here at the same time, and some much-needed map control back here in this game.
TNT with all of his summoners and the ult available getting instantly destroyed from what looked like a headbutt pulverize combo with
I think it was a flash
the
pulve.
flash pulve from Alistar to initiate that to start with. Going to be a big moment of relief for this side of Invictus Gaming, and they do scale really well. This is something that you need to keep in mind this entire time is they're about to go for it, at the very least fight for this fourth Dragon. And if they continue to scale and get the fifth Dragon, they're going to look very unstoppable. But
look at the damage. They got so much of it here, but can IG actually get out of this one? The Baron is going to be up in another 15 seconds. QG are just looking to try and rush this one down as quickly as possible. We do have multiple members backing away now. Teleport not available for Zatai, so in 6 seconds, QG may have an opportunity just to go straight for the Baron. Doinby is going to lock down the enemy blue buff, but everyone now trying to make it to the Baron. GG now with positional advantage decide instead just to... Oh, kitties. Unbreakable Will, is it going to be there? There's a Pulverize onto multiple members, but he doesn't actually have it available just yet. Onslaught of Shadows. Kid caught out of position, forced to use the flash and gets locked down. Beautiful play. Depth Charge is going to stop Rookie from being able to escape, and now IG just getting torn apart systematically. And they're going to break the base, and is that going to be all as 3 members dead? Zatai and Cacao, the only ones remaining here on IG, and just looks like the team comp just didn't do anything that it wanted to in the late game here for IG. Might have just been a drafting problem for these guys, because QG just looked like they knew exactly what they wanted to do, knew exactly what they were capable of, and they just did it.
by the time they got to this late game stage, the gold lead was a massive difference as they're still fighting and diving here. But
yeah, oh my goodness. That's what happens when your Orianna gets items, ladies and gentlemen. Haven't necessarily seen it since Rookie, but man, Doinby's doing some work this game. Cacao trying to hate spike his way around as they're focusing the Nexus turrets. Oh, the Piggy does fall down as Kid is able to pick that one up. TCT now is going to fall as well. Kid trying to do some work here. They're focusing on the Nexus, but triple kill now. But no, not going to be enough. V with a final auto attack locks down the Nexus kill, and QG continue the rampage.
Their side looking very strong. They were waiting on that item spike, and once they got the locket onto the Sejuani, they hit the go button.
Yeah.
They went all in. They won a massive team fight for the Dragon. The 4th Dragon being contested. They come out ahead. Almost barely, but the fight went so well for them. Suddenly 5,000 gold lead. Get the Baron, translate that into a 10,000 gold lead, and just, as you said, systematically just remove them from the game. And the scaling comp of IG had no response to them.
Yeah, and the scaling comp was there, but they didn't have any scaling tankiness. They had scaling damage.
They had an Eve.
Plenty. They had masses of it. So damage was definitely something that they weren't lacking, but when you've got an Evelynn who has no hard CC, you've got Agony's Embrace so that you can at least make yourself tankier and slow people down, but that's about all that you're doing. And they were relying entirely on kitties in order to get anything done, and it just wasn't enough CC, because when you're dealing with the likes of a Sejuani who can lock up a whole team, plus an Orianna who then has the Shockwave, and it was basically a field day for Doinby. He was just throwing the ball around, getting everything done.
That's right. If you're banking on having one tank in the late game and having the Warrior enchant Eve against what is this massive wombo comp of AoE from QG, it starts to look a little bit underwhelming if you get behind. And once tanks are ahead, they stay ahead. So you can see one big team fight in favor of them, and then the rest of the game was a whitewash. Yeah,
it most certainly was. But we'll see whether IG can turn it around or whether QG are going to go for the clean sweep of what looked like one of the strongest teams here in the LPL. Make sure you stick around. We'll have a short break. We'll be back right after that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Rusty, and we're in for the second game between QG and IG. And IG, they've been stopped in their tracks. I mean, they were on a 4-game winning streak, but QG have really stopped that one through. And, man, it was just a better team comp.
Yeah, I think that's one way to describe it. They
That's what
started
it looked like to me, anyway.
Well, it's completely what it looked like. They had a scaling comp, and it didn't really feel like the comp had a direction besides damage on every single member of the team. Whereas you have a look at the side of QG, and they've just built this Sejuani, Orianna, and Sivir combo. Damage everywhere. It's just completely ran over their opposition.
Yeah, and it was damage and utility everywhere as well. And you can see on this side, massive gold advantage here for QG towards the end of that game. And things were looking great. And, of course, playing more as a team. 45 assists to 17. That's what really stands out. And Swift, no surprises, picks up the MVP. 2-2-9, really facilitating the team. And got past a difficult early game, as you generally have on a Sejuani, and then was able just to make the plays that they were looking for and started every team fight. And look at this. This is the ultimate that I'm talking about. That was where they really put a foothold in this game.
And that was the game-changing fight as well. That initiation, followed by everything else, completely destroying Cacao at the very least, and then the rest of the follow-up. You can see the Sejuani ultimates, at the very least, seemingly hitting 3 people every time. Swift played so well in that last game, and we have a sign in his honor.
Yep. Swift getting the fans all ready after his move over from CJ Entus, and man, he's really having an impact here on the side of QG, just making stuff happen.
Yeah, they've looked so impressive so far. They've just come into this, the first seeds from the LSPL, and they're pretty much just rampaging through at the moment, taking everyone out on their way, and only going down once, I believe, in this entire time.
Yeah, only splitting one game. We'll see whether they can split this one or whether it is going to be that 2-0 victory. IG, that's all on their plate as far as trying to make that one work out, and we'll see whether IG are going to pick a different team comp this time around. I mean, the Evelyn didn't necessarily work in this one just because you wanted to have the early pressure and create early advantages, but then what are you going to do? You're going to give that gold over to a Rise who's building Rod of Ages tier and stuff like that. He's not really going to be effective until the later stages, and even then, I mean, Satai was arriving late to fights, not necessarily getting there and doing what he wanted to do. So, look, we'll see how it does work out in IG. I mean, it was an experimental team comp, didn't necessarily work, and now they have an opportunity to try that one again.
Yeah, they do get a chance to redeem themselves or change what was wrong with the team comp. So they had too much scaling, would be the nice way to put it. They had an Eve with all of the scaling champions who didn't go Cinder Hulk, who went straight for the Warrior. So no tank besides the Alistar with the ult. They didn't really have a dedicated frontline besides the Alistar, who was getting destroyed before being able to use the ult, by the way. The Orianna's damage, doing B, was massive. So they didn't have a frontliner, and they just kind of ran around like headless chooks by the end of the game.
Yeah, there's a little bit everyone being a Hecarim, although the Hecarim was on the other side. Of course, Headless Horseman was not being used, and so it didn't quite work, my entire joke there. But we are going to be into Champion Select very, very soon. We'll see whether IG go for more of a serious approach to this one as far as getting that team comp working out. And I mean, it still was probably like a serious choice to go for what they did, but I just don't know what they thought it was going to do in the later stages of the game. Because against that comp from QG, I mean, what? They just get locked down and destroyed. They're still so squishy, even if they do have so much scaling damage.
Yeah, it's questionable as to what they thought they were capable of doing later stages in that game against what is just a solid team fight comp. So,
yeah,
no doubt split pushing or utilizing the scaling in 1v1 situations was going to be the answer, but didn't get to that stage.
No, weren't able to do so, but it is a fresh game, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what is going to happen here as Fizz is going to be taken away from Zatai first up. And Morgana going to be the answer here against Doinby. So Alistair going to be banned away this time around. TCT not wanting to first pick that and give it back to himself.
Yeah.
So interesting. Kalista going to be banned away from TNT as well. Loves his scaling 80 carries. And yes, you're right. My brain may have skipped a little bit of a beat there, but look, it's done worse in its time. That wasn't too bad. Final ban for QG is now incoming, and Azir is still standing out here. See whether they are wanting to ban that one away or whether Doinby wants to pick that one up, or whether it is going to be IG that take that one off the board. Rek'Sai there as well. There's a lot of junglers available. As we've seen Gragas be very impactful. We're looking at you, MLXG, as far as that's concerned. And Cassiopeia actually going to be taken away from Rookie. So interesting move here. I mean, they did deal with the Cassiopeia relatively well. I mean, Doinby had trouble in lane maybe, but he was only down by about 10 CS and still was able to get to that unstoppable Ariana stage.
Did cause a lot of trouble though, so taking away two of the champions that played against them in the last game, arguably the two champions that did the most work out of the fight.
that was actually Kitties, wasn't it, on the Alistair?
Yeah.
So that's where my brain got disrupted. Of course, Nautilus there for TCT. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
So they've gotten rid of the Cassiopeia. The response is the LeBlanc. So the Azir is definitely available right now, and that will most likely be getting picked up in this game. We've got all of the junglers right now, the Gragas, the Rek'Sai. So whether Gragas is the priority, that's not for me to say just yet, because there is the option of the Azir. There's the option of the top laners if you want to Gnar first, FLICKR him first. Essentially, everything is available besides Alistair.
Yeah, I mean, Zatai's champion pool is massive, so IG probably not too worried about that, but V is thinking about the FLICKR first pick, and what I want to see out of IG as far as their first two picks, this is what I want. I want Nunu Azir. I want them to lock in Nunu Azir, because Kakao's fantastic at Nunu, Rookie is an incredible laning Azir as well, and that gives them a whole lot of CC.
I would prefer this already. Let's just...
Okay, that's a good point. If they're not going to go for the Heimerdinger or the Gangplank, Nunu Azir.
Nunu Azir is amazing. Nunu Azir with any AD carry. You could have the Jinx again. Would be amazing.
Yeah.
It works so well in synergy. And it is very strong. It's a comfortable, safe first pick. So I agree that would be an amazing first pick for them to do. But they've got the response here. They could pick a top laner away. They could even pick the FLICKR if they choose. They could pick the Rek'Sai.
They don't need to pick the Nunu this early. You're exactly right.
They could pick the Nunu to not reveal what their comp wants to do, or they could just go for the strong AD carry that seems to be the massive priority when Kallista's not available in the Sivir.
Yeah, and of course, that is just incredible wave clear already here for IG. Now they can just build as much disruption as they feel like. They have given away the FLICKR here for V in the top lane, and that is a massive jungle and top lane sort of displacement disruption combination. And we've seen that used to great effect already. We'll see what Doinby is going to pick up here as well. And look, he has the option of going back to his Orianna if he wants to. Doesn't have to just yet. And might hop onto his other utility option here in the Lulu.
Definitely.
Tons of knockups. Tons of CC already.
Yeah, it's a lot of manipulation of themselves and their enemies at the moment. They've got the Lulu who can knock up, the Gragas who can explode them in different directions, and then you've got the Shadows running at people, which fears them all away. So a lot of interesting dynamic between all of their crowd control and how it will actually work together.
Yeah, and IG, they might be able to go for some sort of like Gnar stands out to me as a fantastic pickup here for Zatai if he wants to. They can get sort of these alley-oops smash into walls with the Emperor's Divide plus Gnar ultimate.
He might just go back to the Ryze. He seems to be a Ryze main at the moment, or Rek'Sai even while we're discussing him. It's a possibility that that is still top.
Could be a possibility here. Of course, it does make a little bit more sense that Rookie is going to be picking that one up if it's going to be swapped over to Zatai. We'll see whether that's going to be the option. Kitties is going to have the Nautilus this time around. TCT going to have to rethink what he's going to take into the bottom lane. And look, they are going to be saving either the jungler or the top laner here. And I don't know what do you do on the side of IG? Because Kakao is a fantastic Rek'Sai player, but Zatai's also played it. I don't know what you necessarily assume straight away. I assume we're supposed to say, yes, Rek'Sai's in the jungle, and then be surprised.
Well, I mean, what's fine here is that, especially on the side of QGs, you've already picked your top and jungle, so there's no counter-picking on assumptions.
Yep.
As for what we have to do when we're commentating what he's going to pick, we kind of just let it unfold.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. We'll see exactly what he does decide to do. Now TNT is going to be picking up the Lucian, so mid-game damage, but of course Lucian does fantastic things towards the later stages as well. You can get away from said boomerangs, and we've seen this matchup work out fantastically for Woosh in our previous matchup against Name there. So we'll see how this does work out, whether we're going to have standard lanes. And now IG have to decide where they want to put the Rek'Sai and what they want to pick up now in the jungle or top lane.
Yeah, most likely going to be the Rek'Sai jungle, and it would be nice to see Zatai play a standard top laner in the Maokai or the Gnar this time.
I like
Up into the FLICKR, it's a very good matchup for you. You have the option of building a Phage first and potentially either choosing to stick with the Phage and go for damage in lane, or you can build tanky and utilize the teleports much more so. So a very well-rounded comp here from IG. I like it a lot more than their last game.
Oh, yeah.
It's not entirely waiting for that 45-minute power spike. They're waiting to get a single item, perhaps. They've got wave clear. They've got scaling still. They've got damage, and they've got initiation this time. They've got more than one tank.
Yeah, well, having more than one tank is definitely
Well,
going to be
yes.
handy. So they've got 3 of those now. And they may have overinvested, but of course it is possibly going to work out. We've seen comps like this do amazing things thus far, and I'm excited to see what Zatai is going to be building here in the top lane as well as we go through the lineups and see whether he does go for the I'm going to keep down the Hecarim with everything that I have in the Black Cleaver and Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, it's a very exciting build if he opts to go for that. But now we're looking at Swift and Kakao with the Gragas and the Rek'Sai. Both very similar junglers with their gank timings and pathings.
Yeah, of course, both Korean as well, which is exciting.
Yeah, true.
So Rookie into Doinby as Doinby just going to try and weather the storm of this lane as Rookie's just going to be shoving in relentlessly. Of course, Lulu probably just going to handle that more than amply, as he just does have so much of an ability to do that with the shields, with the glitter lances there as well. So he can just clear out the minion waves and get stuff done. TCT and Kitties. Janna into Nautilus. It is going to be the case of disengage versus engage. And we'll see whether we are going to get standard lanes. Of course, see whether Zatai can head back towards his I want to get as much farm as possible phase with massive amounts of 10 minutes. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into it. Let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. QG taking on IG for our 4th match of the day. Almost got caught out saying it was our 3rd, but it is in fact our 4th as Doinby is hanging around here in the mid lane and a bit more of a defensive fan for both of these teams this time around. No funny business.
Yeah, no bush camping, only going to be the standard wards. I'm imagining they're going to place some deep vision or just neutral vision at around the 1 minute mark and go and do their thing, maybe as a group. The question will be, do they want to lane swap and deny the Zizitai's 1v1 prowess that he so avidly loves to do?
Oh, Kid almost manages to get the 3rd hit, but doesn't get it onto that ward. So does show that he's taken Ricochet, but that's of course what every Sivir does want to do in these 2v2 lanes in order to get the shove happening. Looks like Kitties as well has taken more of a defensive build here. A Mastery page, not opting to go for any extra gold, as you can see. 2.3k on the top side. As IG looking to take away some little sentinels here from the blue buff.
They have done the lane swap as well.
Yeah.
So QG going for it again, even though both lane matchups are fine. The Nara into the Hecarim it's survivable at the very least for the Hecarim, but they do again have the smite advantage, which may be a big factor into why they want to lane swap. And it does leave the Azir and the Lulu in a 1v1 for quite a long period of time. It extends the laning phase in mid, but it forces rotations a lot earlier where the Janna, I guess, is going to be able to roam. I don't know why. They just decided they want to pressure Zatai and stop him from farming and winning a 1v1.
Yeah, and they often think that as well, like Zatai, if he manages to get ahead early on, is able to create a lot of havoc there. As Rookie is trying to auto-attack Doinby as best he possibly can, but can't quite get there. Focusing these glitter lances on the wave is Doinby just trying to clear them out as quickly as possible. Kitties waiting on this bottom side just for anyone to turn up. Not actually picking up any experience at all, not really doing a whole lot at this stage of the game. TNT, TCT on the top side of the map as well, and TCT staying in range of this experience.
Yeah, it's going to be quite standard. But the damage that they're putting out in mid lane is going to be difficult. As the Lulu, and this is why I was touching on the fact that it's an extended laning phase in the mid, is once Azir starts to get some levels, he starts to be able to do a fair bit of damage, maybe even want to put 2 levels in the shield here as Lulu to survive through the Azir poke, because it starts to become a little bit overbearing, especially after that first buy for the Fiendish Codex for the most part of the time.
Yeah, and of course Rookie with that cleanse as well. Not going to get polymorphed for too long. Doinby is going to go for anything aggressive. Of course, Swift not going to be worried too much about a cleanse. It's just going to displace the Azir. We'll see whether he can utilize that one as this game progresses. TNT has shoved this one up very effectively. He's instead just making sure that the turret kills the entire wave. Kid doing a very similar thing.
Yeah, neither team's actually pushing down. They're not hard pushing. They're not grouping up even as 4 to get the turrets down with the big wave. They're instead denying it completely and not revealing where they are, which is very awkward because the top laner here, if you were Zitai, you actually could have gone top in a 1v1, but you're not aware of that fact. So instead you're going to come to the Dragon where you've got the numbers advantage, and it's an interesting rotation that they've done here. they should be able to get this for free as Swift is completely unaware and completely out of vision.
Yeah, Kakao is going to be able to lock that one down with a smite. A little bit early, but is going to lock it. And it is, of course, Zatai that steals away the first dragon. So 4 minutes and 10 seconds was dragon number 1. We'll see whether IG can actually stay on top of it this time around. Of course, they did manage to get the first 3 very easily in the last game, and then things sort of went horribly badly. V now tanking up a little bit more damage than he otherwise would have liked. This Kid is once again going to freeze this wave out.
Very good position here as Kid and Lucian alike. TNT is in a great spot here where he's free farming, getting solo experience. So he's going to have a lot of levels and probably get 6th very soon. Once he gets that BF sword, potentially swap back into the Sivir matchup, where the experience advantage, as we're talking about experience, there is a level 1 Nautilus sitting in the bush, will most likely go to the bot lane of QG.
Oh my gosh.
He's level 1.
Poor little kitties. Yeah, he does, of course, have sort of 2 abilities worth of CC, which is kind of cool. Because, of course, staggering blows, his passive is still handy. And Zatai putting some pressure onto TCT here. But he's level 2. And Swift, he's coming around as well. See whether Zatai actually has his bounce just yet. I don't think he has. I believe it was Hyper that was leveled up next. It was. So
Yeah, he's got
be careful.
It's for the jungling, no doubt, but it does put him in a weird position, and he was being slightly aggressive, trying to put damage down onto the Janna and give himself some presence in the lane. But Lucian has it solidly frozen, in fact, and it's now pushing back towards him, I believe.
Yeah, and it looks like V just able to handle these lane swaps a little bit better than Zatai at this stage. Zatai, a fantastic laning top laner, but he's now seeming like he's not exactly as comfortable as he otherwise was in his situation. Doinby taking another round of poke here from Rookie, who's picked up a Chalice as his first item. Fiendish Codex there from Doinby. Hasn't decided whether or not he's going for that Athene's Unholy Grail or whether it is going to be the Merlinomicon. Has either option there as the Forbidden Idol able to be built out of those Fairy Charms if he wants to. More damage. Nice use of the shield there from Doinby just to make sure he doesn't get poked out.
Yeah, Rookie looking to out-sustain Doinby in the mid at the moment. Has the Chalice opposed to the Fiendish Codex, and that's a sign. The Fiendish Codex is a sign of I want to kill my lane opponent. For the most part, anyway, he's got the Ignite advantage, but there is the Cleanse, and just the fact that the magic resistance and sustain that Rookie can put down in this mid lane is overbearing almost on what Lulu can do.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, of course, having extra AP is going to give Doinby actually some more defensive statistics as well, just because he does have that shield. Scales with the AP, and of course the cooldown reduction going to be allowing him to do that more often. Zatai about to get to Mega Gnar, has managed to get to at least level 4 here as well, as the Raptor Sense is going to spot out some vision here for Kakao. And Swift and V continuing to farm out their jungle as fast as they possibly can. Red buff is being pinged out at least by QG. See whether they can get that one locked down for themselves. It is going to be spawning very, very soon. TNT here in the top lane. So pretty slow start to this game.
A really prolonged jungling phase here from the side of both top laners.
Yeah.
Zatai has been sitting with his jungler Kakao for a very, very extended long period of time, and V has a smite. So the longer that you do that, he's going to be able to even get jungling items like Skirmisher's Saber if you want to continue this for any longer, and he can continue to outperform in the jungle. So Hecarim had a period where he was trying to lane. I think they've completely disregarded top because Lucian has managed to keep this frozen. He has kept this frozen for the entire time.
Yeah.
Only now, it's starting to push back in. It'll hit the tower. You've got V here, so they might try and hard push this. This is the only move they've made on this turret at 8 minutes in this game. This has been a very slow start here from both teams.
Yeah, they're definitely hard shoving, but Dragon is going to be up in another 2 minutes. QG probably looking to be taking down this top lane outer turret, then switching their bottom lane down towards the bottom side and actually have some presence around that Dragon area. QG ahead by about 200 gold. It means absolutely nothing at this stage as Rookie's going to continue to farm out. Does have the CS advantage here, but a bit of a wave being shoved into Doinby. He's going to be able to pick them up. And IG, they're going to shove this one down as well.
Yeah, so they've got the 3 members here to what was the 4 in the top lane, but instead of pushing the turret down again, they've decided to just let all of the minions get denied. There is no response straight away from the side of IG to defend that top tower, so you may as well let all of them die, as many as possible, and then secure the turret, which is what we're seeing right there. And the same response almost from IG in the bot.
Yeah, Kitty's trying to get the last few hits down, but they're not going to be able to, as the turret a little bit too healthy, and Kitty's going to donate some of his health bar to that one. So yes, in favor of Kid. And Avarice Blade now picked up from TNT alongside that BF Sword. That is a huge first buy as Doinby. A lot of damage from Rookie.
The 10 CS is indicative of how much he has been struggling in the mid lane. It's not an exceptional amount, and he's still being able to sit in the lane, but the pressure, just that constant Sand Soldiers being attacked at him is so difficult for the Lulu to get through.
Yeah, and you can see he's trying his very best to farm out under this turret, but 10 CS behind this point in the game as Kakao is going to head back to base. Does have that Void Rush available. Cinderhulk is going to be completed by the Rek'Sai and has already by Swift with the Chilling Smite as well. So he's going to have a little bit more CC available to him. Dragon going to be up in another 5 seconds as Kakao going to clear out some vision. And you can see the Dragon popping into the pit. See whether IG can lock that one down or whether or not they are going to be able to try and get anything else sorted here as Ward's going to be swept out. TCT going to be discovered here on the bottom side of the map. Eye of the Storm going to try and do some work for this turret, but TCT has to be careful because, of course, he's a bit in no man's land and that turret is most definitely falling down.
It's interesting the way that they've rotated from getting the top turret. Lucian went straight mid to cover Lulu while Lulu recalled. That sacrifices the bot turret, but they're also aware that the bot turret was going to go down regardless because it had no health. So maximum efficiency of last hitting from both members of QG whilst being able to get recalls involved allows the Hecarim now to go top lane and split push. The bot turret has now gone down, but that was already going to go down. And now they can either look to freeze the bot turret or fight for the bot turret in response and push themselves. It looks like they want to fight.
It does look like a Kid actually taking a lot of damage there from the Piercing Light. The combination there from TNT. 95 CS. Still in the lead is Kid. He's down on health. Nautilus is actually heading somewhere. Just wandering around. They're seeing whether or not they are going to be doing the Dragon here as IG want to get some position around it. Swift is getting a whole lot of shields. And they have started this one up. No vision available from IG, but they're now trying to collapse on it. Sand Soldier's now in the pit, but it's going down relatively quickly. QG are going to be able to get in there. There's the teleport from IG. They do lock down the Dragon. The Nara into the wall into TNT, though. He is going to get Wild Growth. The exhaust is there, but V comes in with the ult. Massive damage. Kakao trying to sort this one out, but the flash over the wall is going to mean that the Rek'Sai unable to do anything. Double kill now for the Sivir, though, as IG trying to kite around. Rookie picks up V. Doinby completely out of mana, forced to flash over the wall. So it's a 2-for-1, but the Dragon goes to QG.
So they get the Dragon, but they end up sacrificing some of their lives for it. They did make a trade, and look at the flashing health of the members of IG
Oh, the
right now.
culling!
He's got it!
Rookie gonna fall down. Bad positioning there by the Azir, but beautiful heads-up play from TNT.
And suddenly, it's a 2-for-2 with the Dragon for QG. So
yeah,
looking all right at the moment. The gold lead is still in favor of IG, but that fight was about time, to say the least. They've finally got themselves an objective, and they're starting to come through a little bit. They're getting their stride, but this IG comp looks so strong at the moment. It's going to be really hard for them to translate this. 2 kills going on to Kid on that Sivir. He's going to be huge.
Yeah, and of course, IG able to pick up 1, 1, and 2 on the Azir as well. Unfortunately falling down, but is almost finished with that Stinger. Has the Athene's Unholy Grail. I believe in the last fight it was a Chalice of Harmony, and that was what Rookie had to his name. Now with a bit more AP, a bit more cooldown reduction, able to offer maybe a bit more damage in this next fight. Kid 2-0-1 now on the Sivir as well. Does have the pickaxe and, of course, those Berserker's Greaves. So the pushing power of the Sivir definitely in full effect. TNT, though, no slouch himself, 1-0-1. Kakao looking to try and pick up a kill onto V here as Zatai is about to transform into that Mega Gnar. But he's a bit too fast. And ganking the Hecarim has always been a difficult thing. Yes. Sand Soldier's trying to do some work on a Doinby, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah, just galloping away in the top lane and shielding yourself in the mid lane. It's very hard to push out the members of QG in the 1v1 pushes. And though they're controlling the map, they seem to be controlling the lanes, they're not able to actually get any kills or force objectives because the wave clear is just so good from the side of QG. And Invictus need to group up, get their rotations together, and I guess they're going to wait for that big item spike. We saw this last game once the Locket came out, and Kakao might want him again, but he's just too fast for you, mate.
Yeah, devastating charge, man. You gotta wait for that one to be off cooldown. Because, yeah, it's gonna get you out of trouble.
Yeah, so we're looking at the items right here on the side of Invictus Gaming, and they're the ones who really need to push this advantage. That just feels like their team is stronger at the moment. They're working on the Infinity Edge, and you look at Lucian, it seems like because he's got another...
Kakar's got a level advantage over the top laner, which is pretty cool. I guess the lane swap is going to help that one out, but Swift and Doimby getting over to this blue buff. Now going to be able to secure that one for themselves. Kakao with no cheeky steal. Doimby locks that one away. Kakao just going to take his Krogs in the top side of the map. IG now in the bottom lane as well, but IG with a 600 gold lead. Nothing really happening though. Not a whole lot of action. No one really making any decisive plays. No one clearly ahead, clearly behind. It's all about that strategic play, seeing who can get what advantage where. Zatai running out of rage bar just a little bit. Is it actually going to Na'Vi into the wall here as Swift?
Is here.
He's coming around, does have the ultimate available as well. It's a decent bounce, but it's going to get blocked out. Zatai is going to fall. And more over-aggressive plays from the top laner of IG is going to net QG another kill.
Swift stopping the bounce halfway.
Beautiful.
Securing the kill onto Zatai, and they managed to pick up a small advantage in their favor. The top lane is pushing, and
oh, depth charge here, but Doimby is going to... Oh, there's the ultimate back. Emperor's Divide. He's going to make sure that the wild growth is there. TCT is going to use the Monsoon, but he's taking a lot of damage from Rookie. The Exhauster come through Kakao.
Oh,
he's gone down so low. V just gallivants over the top of Rookie, and Kiddies gets explosive cast, can't flash away fast enough, and the double kill for TNT. This QG lineup really orchestrating these fights well, and 1,000 gold now in the lead.
That was such a quick rotation from getting a kill in the top lane. You see Hecarim, even when exhausted, securing the kill in mid. That means he ran straight away. They didn't even look to push the top turret after the kill. They rotated, seeing that their mid laner was in trouble. And Doimby living for so very long on that Lulu, having the Janna to support, the Monsoon completely denying any kill chances. QG just smartly rotating, and you said it's all about the rotations just beforehand. This is what they're really good at. For a new side into the LPL, coming straight up, they're showing they've got what it takes right now, and they're commanding this almost.
Yeah, they're delivering. And Doimby as well now picks up a Magi's. Of course, Lulu, pretty difficult to kill, has displayed that thus far because he's been relatively immortal on the Rift. Kid able to farm out these minion waves very effectively. 5 CS in the lead, but nothing to write home about. AD carries almost with...
Look at the Lulu's items.
Yeah, nah, the Magi's.
That's great.
Mentioned it before. We got it good. So we'll see whether he's actually going to be able to stack that one up. Rookie, I believe, stole away the Scuttle Crab. Cute stuff. Doimby might be in a little bit of trouble, but Sand Soldier's unable to quite get there. And look at the attack speed now on Rookie. Does have the Stinger. So that's 30% cooldown reduction from items now only. So really stacking that one up. Lots of attack speed for these Sandy Soldiers. Zatai looking to try and get something done. He's going for the team fight build, though. Not able to really get this one going. Oh, able to get away from the fear of V. V unable to close the distance any further, but Zatai does understand now that it's going to be difficult to stand around this lane.
Still ahead by a fair amount in CS, though, funnily enough, that he's managing to get pushed out of lane this consistently by the side of Hecarim. So doing well to maintain the last hitting that he has at the moment. And he's still quite high, and there was a lot of jungling that happened earlier. So given that, the fact that he's still at least on par with someone who has a smite, Zatai is doing very well. Their team comp is going to still be very good for him, even if he is behind. And they're going to most likely fight for this one. The teleports are available, but he's going to just walk here for him.
Yeah, Zatai making his way down. Doesn't have a whole lot of his Narbar available. We'll see whether IG are going to fight around that or whether they're just going to take the opportunistic fights that IG often like to do. Rookie going to start off this Dragon as Kid's going to get some auto attacks onto it as well. IG are going to be able to secure this one. So second Dragon going down for the Invictus Gaming lineup. Secured by Rookie there as Zatai. Actually, is going to bounce his way out of this fight. Doesn't quite have his Meganar available just yet. Throws a boomerang back, but no one really hard committing to this fight. Meganar now available for Zatai as he goes back to base. But IG, free Dragon.
Yeah, the Xiaogo side looking to get a fight after the Dragon was already taken, just to give them enough pressure so they can't wave clear and stop this turret. So if they do get this turret, it was a smart play from them.
Oh, Zatai actually making his way in. He's used the teleport there. Almost has Meganar available. Doimby now going to move off to the side, but he might get caught out here. Really nice boomerang. Uses the wild growth. Now there's the flash into the Emperor's Divide. They lock down some of those Magi's stacks, and IG really trying to get their way into this game. The Outer turret in the mid lane might be the next option here, and they've got some time with only 4 members of QG available.
That was really, really smart from IG. The fact that they knew they could fight, no ultimates used on their side besides the Sivir, I think, and the Nautilus to disengage. So the important ult of the Emperor's Divide was there, and the damage is still so very there that they could afford to... They did lose the turret for it, but they won the fight, and they're looking to siege on their own right now.
Yeah, V and TNT trying to get some work done. They take the outer turret, unable to get the inner, but they'll still be happy with that one. Slight advantage here for IG, but it's very, very, very close for both lineups. And as far as like looking at the late game, Hecarim, fantastic scaling. Lucian scales very well into the late game as well, but you've got an Azir. And I just feel like at the moment, Azir is one of the most hard scaling champions in the game. You've got CC, you've got displacement, and you've got consistent damage from a safe distance. I mean, not much beats that.
No, very, very, very good late game champion is Azir. And one of those champions that can just 3-hit your priority targets. As the later this game goes, the more impact the Azir is going to have. So you're right, they do scale very well, and it is going to be very important to see how this Azir has an impact with the next item buys. And at the moment, has the needlessly large rod just come out, so that's a big deal in terms of Azir damage, and he's already been doing a lot of work. So we'll see the impact of how these Mejais can either get stacks, or the needlessly large rod can have an impact on this next fight. And basically this next fight I'm calling, just because there is the Mejais there, will most likely determine who is going to be very far ahead in this game.
Yeah, well, if Doinby manages to pick up like 2 kills or something like that, or they get a team fight that they can score an ace with, and Doinby doesn't die and picks up a whole bunch of assists, I mean, that's going to make the Mejais worth it. But at the moment, sitting on 3 stacks, if he dies again, I mean, that's really not doing much work for the QG lineup, and may have been an optimistic choice. It's a Black Cleaver on Kakao, though. He's doing his very best Zetai's top lane Rek'Sai impression at the moment, and this is very understandable from Kakao. He loves to build carry items from the jungle, does like to make a bit of disruption, do a whole lot of damage from there, and is going to be able to lock down the enemy Raptor camp. But I also just love these 2 items in conjunction with one another. Of course, you get extra health from the Black Cleaver with the Cinder Hulk. You're doing AoE damage around yourself. The fact that as a Rek'Sai, she's just fantastic at having the Q for lots of AoE in a small area. Sort of very similar to a Cinder Hulk. But then you're also just ripping through the armor. And then you've got Zetai doing some work, Kid doing work as well with the physical damage. And you can really get into these targets and strip them of all their defenses.
Yeah, and it's a big item for him to have right now. And the fact that Zetai is going straight tank, not going for what we've seen him do, which is the Black Cleaver Frozen Mallet build to split push. He's looking to team fight more than he is to win lane. So you can afford to go for some more. It is still tanky stats, but it's not directly tanky like armor or magic resistance would be here. So he's going for the health tank as Kakao, and then you've got the full focus tank of Zetai who's going to be able to frontline for you in team fight. So a very smart decision to go for some damage. Just another threat on the side of IG, like they don't have enough already.
Yeah, and it's utility damage as well. I like that coming from Kakao, is the fact that you're doing some work so that Kid can do some extra damage. TNT actually going to use the Relentless Pursuit here. Kid, Spell Shield is down. And Kid is just going to tank up that Culling QG, trying to put pressure on this bottom outer turret here as well. Kakao doesn't have Void Rush at the moment, but he is right here, so he doesn't necessarily need it. QG are going to be able to push down this outer turret in the bottom lane, though, and TNT continuing to shove. So we'll see whether IG are going to be able to respond. TCT just cutting off some tunnels. And Zetai going to be split pushing in the top lane. Doesn't have teleport just yet. Nice little spell shield there from Kid just to make sure that that barrel doesn't do too much work. And he's going to be able to protect this inner turret. Lots of vision, though, for QG. Look at all of these wards on the bottom side of the map, and they're preparing for this dragon in 50 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like most of the fighting is going to be taking place around the dragon. Unless something is free, such as that bottom tower that they just got, they're not looking to fight until they really spike in items. This is the same thing as last game. They're looking for that big item spike stage where they feel like they can team fight a lot better. Now they've got the locket onto Gragas again.
Yeah.
So this is a big sign that they are ready and able to fight. They've got 2 core items here on the Lucian, almost at that last Whisper. Lulu's the big question in terms of damage, but there's not as much armor stacking this game as what we might normally see. So the fact that the Lulu isn't the entirety of their damage because the physical damage will still be doing work.
Yeah.
This next team fight, I'd say that QG are close to their optimal levels of strength as long as the Mejais can actually get some stacks.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get any of those without fighting as well.
Yeah.
Cacao sitting on 3,000 health. I mean, this guy's definitely got some of that in his back pocket. TNT may need to think about Blade of the Ruined King, something like that, to try and maximize that. TCT is going to take an auto attack there. The Moby Boot's not going to be working as hard now as TNT is going to start off the Dragon. Rift Scuttler, though, is in clear ownership of IG, so IG can see that this Dragon's going down. We'll see whether they are able to get here in time. It's down to about 1,400 health. There it is, smited away from Swift. Doimby, though, going to get caught out there by the depth charge. Wild Growth on himself, doesn't get any knockups from it, though, and the culling not doing very much work. Rookie going to flash out of the way, not going to die, though. Swift takes down Kitties, and Cacao trying to get some work done. Kid caught right in the middle of the fight, way out of position now as Zatai trying to get in onto TNT, but the shield's too strong, and QG's team fighting is too good, and they nail the Dragon and pick up 3 kills for it, and IG... that was just some very weird teamfight positioning.
Their ability to fight as a team as QG, though, is phenomenal. It was really weird how Kid actually walked in and basically face-tanked the entire team, but TNT also got some god crits off, about 4 in a row, and just decimated him. So they were stuck in the Dragon Pit, and they were trying their best to get in, but the Hecarim teleport directly behind them forced them into this awkward position where the Emperor's Divide had to be used. So we'll see this again, and the depth charge is what initiates it all, catching Doinby out of position, but he manages to live and ult himself back. You see Hecarim gets into the back line, forces the Emperor's Divide and the flash from Rookie, and now Rookie is out of the fight. Kid needs to be where he is, but look at those crits. Destroys him, and Zatai gets the ultimate off, but he gets it off a little bit too late, and then the shields come out. And TNT had a massive impact in that fight, and it was just too hard for Kid to actually get in there and do the same.
Yeah, just weren't really getting all that much done. Zatai now going to find the horse in the top lane, but he's going to be okay. Zatai just doesn't really have the lane presence here either. He's going for that Spectre's Cowl next item. Might be going into what looks like a Thornmail next as well with this cloth armor here in his back pocket. And Rookie, I mean, he cannot be underestimated, but they need to fight where Rookie can get the consistent damage off. And he just wasn't able to in that last fight. Had to flash away, got the ult off, which stopped a fair bit of what QG wanted to do, but they didn't get the pick they were looking for, unable to really find what was going on in that fight. 2,000 gold in the lead is QG, so nothing to write home about. But that last team fight definitely going to be working out in their favor. And 6 stacks now for Doimby.
Starting to get some stacks back, has managed to redeem himself from buying it in the first place and losing those stacks straight away. So it's starting to ramp up now, and it is a support Lulu. So in a way, I don't blame the Lulu for getting Mejais being 0, 1, and 6.
Yeah, true.
You've got 502 Lucian, who is apparently RNG critting like an absolute beast. So I can definitely see the reliance on this Lulu to do this Lucian to do damage, and you're building your whole team almost around the Hecarim. The Hecarim Lulu is an amazing combo too. I can't write that one off. I need to talk about that, but the Lucian is just doing so much work, and you've got this team, the Janna and the Lulu combo, to protect whoever you choose, and then you've got the Locket as well. It's so hard to kill particular members of QG at once, and their team fighting is really, really strong.
It really is. But Rookie just picked up a Rabbidan's Death Cap from a needlessly large rod. So that's a lot of extra damage here for IG. That will most definitely help, Rusty. You are entirely correct. There's 271 CS as well, highest in the game here. Rookie really needs to put his team on his back if they want to get anything done. But like you were saying, I mean, there is also a Rabbidan's Death Cap here for Doimby as well. He's got some money and able to really add the utility to his team. We've seen Lulu's be so effective. Xiaohu as well previously, just showing that she is still such a strong pick in the mid lane, just for all the extra utility and the damage that people just don't expect coming from a Lulu.
Yeah, pretty much. Lulu's one of those weird champions that you think about as a support style carry, but the damage is surprising, especially once you get that death cap spike. And you have to say, Rookie is going to be very, very scary at the moment. He's got that big item in the death cap now. The Stinger's going to help with the attack speed, and he's got all of the CDR he could ever need. So we'll see if he can really impact this next fight, if Rookie can put his team straight on top of his back with Kid. Zatai needs to hit the big ult, though, for it to really be enabled perfectly.
Yeah, Zatai needs to get the NAS happening. TNT, sorry. He's going to find Zatai in the top lane, but he's got plenty of backup there.
Has his last Whisper 2 now, TNT.
Yeah, actually, even items for both of our AD carries. Sitting on an Elixir of Wrath is TNT as well, so can make up for that lack of lifesteal. Both of these AD carries are suffering at the moment. But Alacrity enchantment here for Doinby as well under those Lucidity boots, making sure he's as quick as possible.
I guess you won't be speeding yourself up because you'd be looking to do that on the Hecarim or the Lucian. So,
of course, it works multiplicatively as well because Alacrity is flat movement speed as opposed to Whimsy's percent movement speed, so you just get a little bit more as well, so that's good.
That's true.
So even if you're using it on yourself, you're going to be doing some work. Swift locks down the Raptor camp. And IG wondering whether or not they want to fight. Talongale is going to raise Nautilus into the sky. And we'll just see exactly where the action is going to come from, whether it's going to be QG pulling the trigger or whether IG is going to finally work out when they want to fight, create the advantage that they're looking for. Zatai is in Mega Gnar form right now. If QG were going to pull the trigger now would be a very good time because Zatai won't be able to be that Mega Gnar form for another few seconds. Kitties with some vision over the side, but Baron hasn't been started just yet.
I think they'll look to the Dragon for the next fight, and they should have the Mega Gnar available for that. They've got the item timings, they've got the spikes, and it is up in 15 seconds. So Nar's going to scale up that bar in the top lane. He does have the teleport, and with the Dragon up in 10, will QG look to contest this? They're all coming from the base now, but IG have the control.
Yeah, and Zatai now with the Thornmail as well in his back pocket. You get a lot of extra health from the Mega Gnar. It's fantastic to have this added armor just because TNT is doing a large amount of the damage. Swift is going to face check here as well. They're trying to get the damage off, but Swift is so tanky. Kitties gets exploded. The teleport in from V is Zatai. He's managed to get in there. There's the Gnar into 4 members as well. Is he able to actually turn this fight around though, as V is going to try and turn it onto Rookie? The fear goes off. He tries to get the Sand Soldier over the wall, but he doesn't make it there. Triple kill in the meantime for TNT, as you mentioned. Is he going to be able to catch up to Rookie? Not sure. Swift locks down Cacao. V is going to kill Rookie. It's a clean ace for QG, and IG just cannot win a team fight this game.
QG's team fighting just seems to be at the highest level right now. They're so coordinated. Swift getting caught, the instant reaction is, we can actually fight this. I didn't really get caught, so...
Well, you're also the tank. So he doesn't get caught. He just says, thanks for the free initiation.
Well, I mean, that is very true. They did initiate for him, so just turned around, used the explosive cast, instantly destroyed Kitties. He's out of the equation now, and they didn't even have to touch Azir and Kid. They were just out of the fight. Zizitai's teleport was a little bit adventurous.
Adventurous, I like it.
Put him in the back line, and he did hit the Gnar, but he had to flash for that Gnar. They stand in a very, very bad position. So the rest of the side of QG managing to just follow up on that fight, rampage their way all over the face of IG.
Yeah, and they picked up not only the turret, the inner turret in the bottom lane, making it 4 turrets to 2. They pick up a Dragon and a Baron on the side of QG. Some extra movement speed, some extra pushing power as well in that Baron. And Cacao is going to lock down that Raptor camp. Not going to let Kid grab that one, but it is going to be the Trinity Force completed by V. Randuin's almost done for Cacao, but it's a bit of a selfish Rek'Sai build here. Doesn't have the locket, doesn't have any ability to sort of help the team out with this build. Wants to be, I guess, shredding armor, but that's about it. And now V is just going to be able to eliminate Kid, eliminate Rookie, unless that Emperor's Divide is in exactly the right spot. And IG, they got their work cut out for them in this later stage of the game.
Yeah, it's going to start getting harder and harder, and they have the team comp to do it, though. IG's team comp is phenomenal. They've got that Azir-Sivir combo. Both do ridiculous amounts of damage, and then they've got the Nautilus and Gnar to enable this to happen. So if they find the right fight, if IG can initiate on their terms, then it could still definitely go well for them. But TNT is just overbearing. He's so strong right now.
Yeah, 4-item strong Lucian. Swift is going to find Zatai, who's about to get into Mega Gnar form, but even that Static Shiv just doing some work for TNT. V split pushing now as well. Baron minions heading towards the base of IG. And they're circling the drain.
They didn't even have every member there in that mid. TNT is just casually tanking turrets to do damage to it. As they might go for this bottom turret, but outright.
Barrel going to land onto Kid as well. The inhibitor turret is going to fall down here. TNT now getting to work onto this inhibitor. Rookie's going to get ulted back, and he's going to die immediately. QG starting off the fight for real now as well. Kid gets a bit of mana back from that spell shield, but everyone's dying. Kiddies falls down low as well. They're diving the turrets. TNT tanking that one up as the body slam from Swift. The huge fat man with the wild growth on him as TNT. They've decided to give up on trying to take down any other parts of the base. It's the Nexus turrets, the Nexus that's going to be falling down, and QG 2-0 over IG. And IG were looking like a team that's unstoppable. They got stopped right there.
They got stopped in their tracks. The drafting phase looked perfect. The early game was just so standard, and out of nowhere, this team fighting capabilities of the Xiaogo side is unbelievable. They just roll over this IG that were undefeated up until this game.
Yeah, and I'm just speechless, honestly, because this team coming in from the LSPL, I mean, yes, they were the first seed, but man, they are just making me so impressed.
They're making
I'm
easy
speechless,
work of
and
top
that's
sides
not normally
right
a thing that I do. Yeah.
Now, you're very rarely speechless, I will pay that.
So QG, really, really impressive performance in this game. And IG, a team that was looking like they had everything together, looking like some shades of the old IG that was happening. Zatai, overly aggressive, not necessarily playing like he is the lane-swapped top laner. And this might be something that IG have discovered, is the fact that their lane swap play not exactly working out for them. So we'll see whether they can turn that one around as we head towards the later games of this split. Of course, head towards the later games, we still have to head towards the earlier games. 44 games split, ladies and gentlemen. Only 6 of them have been played by both of these sides, so very much early days.
Definitely early days, but from what we have seen so far in these early days, has been an impressive showing from this new LSPL side. QG look amazing, and IG look very strong in their own rights, but having dethroned almost by this new side is crazy.
Yeah, doing very, very well. So QG, we'll have to keep our eye on them as they head through the LPL. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go towards our 3rd series of the night. Of course, LGD going to be taking on Unlimited Potential right after this break.
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patriot Timecard. Joining with me here is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and we're going to be covering our last two matches of the evening. But before we get there, what a great final game, and a 2-0 there from QG.
And just as the IG hype train was firming, QG throws a spanner in the works and really shows that this LSPL team, much like Snake before them, are coming in, taking no prisoners, and soundly beating Invictus Gaming, the real trendsetters at the start of the league, 2-0.
Yeah, they've been taking out big Chinese orgs here in their weeks in the LPL. LGD last week 2-0, despite the fact that, okay, PYL wasn't there that week. He'll actually be here this week. We'll get to that soon. But yeah, 2-0 LGD. Now 2-0 IG, and some great results in the last week as well. Much like Snake in last season, they are really starting things off well.
And they just have some really impressive players. Of course, they come in with some pedigree players like Swift, who's really been leading the way, won the MVP in Game 1. Have a sneaky suspicion it's going to be someone else, but the kill score once again tells you the story. Kills 15-4. IG in particular just ran over this game.
Yeah, I mean, QG just kind of, we're kind of barracking back and forth, trading advantages, and eventually just took over, and it's V on the Hecker room that actually gets the MVP there.
I thought it was going to be TNT, but V in general has been super impressive. Whereas Doinby in the mid lane has been playing mostly those wave clear champions. You can see a V on the Hacker room trying to make it work in a difficult matchup. This is pretty standard play, so not too much excitement in your first clip. Very standard Hacker room mechanics. But it's always in the team fights where Hacker room shines with the really nice flank plays onto Rookie especially. Rookie not going for the Zhonyas was always food for thought to just target out that Azir, and that's what they did repeatedly in fights. When we eventually get to the last fight, was the first person to die. Seemed nice to tie mechanics on Nah, but unfortunately not really a big consideration when the rest of your team is dead. But good to see another good performance from their top laner. Carry top laner, carry AD carry, carry jungler. Mid laner happy to play. Mid laner happy to play those role play champions. So far, it's the Lulu, Orianna, and those sort of champions that have been the standard for Doinby. But the carry potential from the other members, as you're saying, multiple carries threats, at least at the start of the season from QG.
Yeah, almost the reverse of Snake, who are a one-carry team for the most part. Just joking. But, I mean, looking good for QG as we move into our next match. So, LGD back at full strength now, up against Unlimited Power, our other LSPL team to auto-qualify through. Unfortunately for them, haven't had nearly the same success as QG.
I mean, they've had a rough start to the season, but not a terrible one by any means. They've already picked up their first victory much faster than a team like World Elite. And you say they're back to full power, LG. The lineup certainly is. We still don't know whether it's going to be Acorn or Flame. Ironically, the person who ended up being their sub-top laner, Flame, is the only person they've won with so far this season. They're going to look to arrest their slide, 1-3 in the first 4 games there for LGD. But there's not going to have been a lot of practice with PYL really coming into lineup faster than expected. We were thinking at least a 2-week break, but only a 1-week break was the eventuation. How much scrimming has he done with the team? How quick will they pick up what was amazing level of performance they were showing back at specifically during the playoffs? And I think the big acid test, how does TBQ look now that he has the trusty PYL back in the team? A team known for the lane swap. TBQ, I was actually tracking stats, went from a 5.7 KDA in the course of playoffs, and that's including those 3 losses against EDG, to a 1.7 just without PYL in the lineup.
Yeah, just not the same team. And for a lot of reasons, despite their star power in LGD, this is PYL's team for all intents and purposes. So have to rejoin back in. I'm sure he'll integrate back into his team fairly quickly, but who knows? LGD started off last season really well. Of course, had a great showing in playoffs there as well, almost knocking EDG off the top of the roost. But as it is now, they come in surprisingly weak and losing to QG that we just mentioned 0-2 in week number 1 and not quite finding the same results. So again, a long season. LGD do have time to make another deep run, but it should start here with PYL coming back into the lineup.
And I'm just going to really open up the questions to LGD because they had definitely mastered patch 5.7 better than any other team. I'll say this, better than EDG even, who looked most comfortable in patch 5.5 before the Cinderhulk meta when Lee Sin was still being able to run around, clear level with his 28 KDA, 9-0 record on that champion. When it came to the Cinderhulk meta, the lane swaps, the play around the roaming support PYL, hiding those Cinderhulk junglers like Sejuani that TBQ was really mastering and bringing out, the Gragas as well. LGD had all these things down pat. Will they just jump to patch 5.9, now back with their normal lineup that we're going to go through here and excel? Or will it still be a case of 1 step forward, 2 steps back? Gonna go with the Acorn. He always starts. I believe we've never seen Flame in game 1 of a series, and it doesn't change here.
No, why wouldn't you? Acorn, very consistent, great player, and Flame's definitely flashy. He's coming back into his own, but Acorn's just a bit more solid. TBQ, though, their jungler, definitely a player that we do want to keep an eye on. Cinderhulk looked great for him in those lane swaps especially, but without them, doesn't look like the same player.
No, without the lane swap, without PYL to lead the 2-man invades, the 2-man ganks, you just saw TBQ being forced to make selfish decisions, and his decision-making was a bit up in the air. So with PYL back in the lineup, maybe things go better. We go through Godby and now Imp. The carries have been playing fine. Specifically, Godby's Fizz has been very impressive, but they just need that trusty support.
They do, and Imp needs to be set up better as well. Certainly a player that benefits a lot from this man right here, PYL, looking very handsome after some recent surgery. And I mean, these were his picks from spring. He's got the bard in there, loves to mix things up, does PYL. Curious to see what he does here in the first
game. You just
game.
know the PLU members really just got that photo in as fast as possible, looking much more handsome now that he's had his surgery. And the whole team has to be more comfortable. They've got their shot caller back in the lineup. Again, we don't know how much practice they've had. We don't know if this is going to affect comms at all. But at least on paper, LGD looking like that team that powered the way, took over the playoffs, and almost pipped EDG to go to MSI.
And it's interesting to think about LGD as a team because we look at players like Imp and players like Godby. Imp has always been good, I feel like, from last year onwards, moving through his World Championship victory and now into the LPL. Godby sort of came up on his own, but was a player that looked very good and slowly built to be amazing. But I guess we can get to LGD a bit later because we are going to swap over to QG and go through again the LPL young lineup that's done decently well to start off their LPL.
Yeah, I feel like we're still learning about Unlimited potential. They've had a decent start to the league. Lung has been very consistent in the top lane. Consistency's been a factor among all these members. I thought their shot call in week 1 was actually really good. It looked like Hart had really given them an experienced shot call that a lot of teams that come up from the LSPL lack. But then yesterday, convincingly outplayed in consistent fashion, 2-0.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Amy, their jungler, as well. Loves those aggressive junglers, as you can see. Lots of Rek'Sai and Gragas. We moved to Xiaoyang there in the mid lane. I mean, some decent plays. Everyone's playing Azir. Orianna's seen a lot of play, and throw in a Kassadin for good measure as well.
Yeah, the champion picks they put together are fine, but IG kind of blew them out the water. They didn't know what to do against Zetai's Rise, for example. The hyper carry top lane that we don't see a lot of just kind of took them off guard. Skatch, usually a hyper carry player. Sivir and Urgot, not really something that you'd put in the hyper carry column.
No, but the bottom lane, the Korean bottom lane, I believe, for UPs look just fine as Heart their support. A real veteran of the League of Legends scene from Korea, and of course, now in the LPL and now the LPL here in China. I think you said it already, Heart brings a lot of experience to what is otherwise a fairly young team of high-level solo queue, strong LSPL players. And if you can keep them together, if their skills can rise up as a team, they'll look like another threat here. And the LSPL teams, we never know what to expect. It feels like every season, but that's 2 seasons in a row now. Spring last season and now summer. They're really good, and they can always surprise.
But still, we looked at UP to be playing around Sketch, playing around the hyper carry Snake styles. There's a reason we basically compare them to Snake at every possible opportunity. They finished the same spot in the LPL, and from the scouting reports, we're a very similar team. That's why it's surprising to see 5 picks and Urgot and Sivir monopolizing those picks for Sketch. Will we see a return to that hyper carry identity? A lot of teams have been passing up. A lot of teams have been prioritizing the Sivir, fallen down from the 80% win rate she started the week at, but still over 70%, still very high priority in the LPL.
Same as the spring. Sivir was dominating in the first few weeks, and eventually teams will figure out the picks against her. Can't really play Jinx as easily because of all the big tanks running around with Cinderhawk, but it won't take too long, trust me. It happened last time with Sivir. She'll go away and come back again, probably towards the end of this season.
It's always nice to see League of Legends meta move like that. Not necessarily direct changes to Sivir. Puts her in and out of the meta. Alistar, much the same. Has seen a few tweaks, but was a top laner, then it suddenly wasn't, and now is really entrenched in the support role.
Yeah, but looked great as well, and Alistar's been one of the better priority picks. You described it yesterday when we started looking at drafts, and we're going to get in one soon as the coaches move behind these players. It's not that there's one big pick that you must have. Even the likes of Azir, Cassiopeia, there's 6 to 10 champions that everybody wants to try and pick up. So you ban the relevant champions and you try and get whatever from that pool that you can get.
Well, you just get that game of chess because 6 champions are banned. They're not always the same 6 champions because, again, not really those high priority first or second ban champions. And then it's always a case of, on the red side, do you get those 2 power picks to answer whatever that first pick comes to? It feels like red side should have some semblance of an advantage. But when you see Sivir fall into last pick, when you see Gragas or Kalista coming out 3rd rotation, it's a weird spot to be in. It just makes the strategy that much more interesting.
Well, let's get into some more draft strategy then as we are into Champions Select for our first game between these two. Azir, the first ban there for LGD, has been constantly banned all week and last week long. UP, if they want to answer with Cassiopeia, can, but don't have to do it just now.
Exactly. We want to see what the priority is. TBQ, will they actually ban away the Sejuani? Will they expect to see the LGD that were narrowly pipped by EDG? Will we see a new LGD come through? These are the questions that we do not know the answer to. Fan, who was there in week 1, really didn't convince. He died in lane a lot in 2v2s. Definitely couldn't set up TBQ in the same way that PYL could. Godvi gets the first respect ban, though. Orianna out of the champion.
And Orianna's been seeing a lot of play this weekend as well, so I like the ban quite a bit. Godvi kind of led the charge in the LPL as far as strong Orianna play went back in the tail end of the spring season. Sivir finally going to get a ban. I like that a lot from LG, just saying, you know what? Let's just play a bit more some more straightforward League of Legends.
It might actually be the first Sivir ban of the week. If not, it's in single figures when it comes to Sivir bans. And this is Imp, who recently said in an AMA that this is his favorite champion to play is the Sivir. He's played so much Sivir, been so consistent on that champion. Hecarim is also banned. The Sivir Hecarim duo that's gotten through to so many team comps banned out on both sides.
Yeah, so Heck taken away there as well. You can see Acorn talking to one of his coaches, figuring out, hey, what are we banning last year? And you have to think PYL back in the lineup might even provide another voice in the draft here as well. So PYL, such a strategic player, adds so much at so many different levels, both on and off the riff. And LGD, they're running out of time for this last ban here, but I have to know that Acorn already knows what he wants it to be. Acorn, please? Acorn, no. No, it's Kalista.
A blue side Kalista ban. I was going to say, well, there's no question about UP's ban. You have to ban that Kalista. That Imp is 7-1 on the last 8 games, but they actually ban her on blue. Now I'm feeling pastry time that maybe, given their sort of abbreviated practice phase with PYL coming into the lineup so late, maybe they just have a pre-planned strategy and don't care what UP take, because it's surprising to see priority picks for LGD banned on blue.
What's the first thing you think of when you say PYL pre-planned strategy.
Well, I know what you're thinking of with your smile. You're thinking of Bard Boys action. We have not seen enough Bard so far in the LPL. I don't understand how Korea is pipping us out. We started with the Bard. Why can't we have more of it?
I don't know, but if anyone's going to do it, it might be POELs. The last ban is Cassiopeia, so the standard response there from UP with the Azir banned away for LGD, and plenty of good picks here. Rek'Sai's open.
All the junglers.
Supports are open. Yeah, all the junglers are open. Who's the other? I forgot already.
Alistair's available.
That's the other one.
LeBlanc's come through.
Oh god, yeah, she's good there as well. I mean, plenty of picks here coming through for LGD. One champion I was thinking of has escaped my mind for now, but LGD with the Alistair that you mentioned could take it, but might just go for TBQ and his Rek'Sai.
I mean, I personally would have thought about the Alistair just because it's a blocker pick to LeBlanc, but I don't think Xiao Yang's probably going to be pulling that out. There is always the potential. Picking LeBlanc into Godfrey, one of the masters of the assassin, would be super risky. There's a choice of junglers. The other strong jungler that comes to the obvious one is Gragas. If you want to match mid-game aggression, Sejuani, if you're willing to pull it into late, you probably don't need to commit to a jungler at this point, and there's such a strong champion pool that would have understood maybe just leaving Gragas for the next rotation. But Amy, he's moused over for this long. It looks like they're heavily considering just picking it up.
I mean, it doesn't give much away, I guess, is the reason to take it. And there have been some instances where Rek'Sai top has been a thing and made a flex pick for IG specifically, but they actually take a top laner here by the looks of things. That is Rumble there, likely for the jungle, and Long currently with Smite Teleport, but has selected the Rumble.
And I wonder if that's a blocker pick to a really strong mid-game comp coming through from LG, or just the beginnings of one for UP. You've now locked in the Rumble. He's going to have a decent laning matchup, even in tough matchups like Na, for example, who can harass him in lane. It's all about using that first couple of equalizers. Not quite Destiny in terms of cooldown, but such a devastating team fight ability. They have to really be on top to make it work. PYL's back in the lineup, and Bard's at least going to be considered.
Yeah, they're going to at least have a bit of fun here with some hovers. I like the Aurelia thought as well here. Acorn, of course, one of the world's best Rumble players, will understand how to play against it as well. But LGD going to take it a little slower here. Lulu for a solo lane, but we do have a Bard.
See, PYL, this is why we needed him back in the LPL as fast as possible. Locks in the Bard. We love to see it. Was actually reviewing the Samsung Galaxy game where they played Bard TF really, really well. I love the strategy they were using. Those Bard TF Gnar in that game. You could still put that together in this particular match, but looking unlikely given they have both Lulu and the Bard on the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they could, I guess, take
it's
TF or
still
Gnar, but yeah, probably not both here. LGD, we'll see what happens, but already lots of utility, lots of support, and a strong standard jungle. Imp might be setting up for a big hyper carry here. Maybe even Jinx is something that comes to mind, and Sketch. I like this hover for this reason. Urgot, great anti-carry. They are going to take it away there, so probably blocks Imp, and that's a Ziggs there as well.
And I'm going to say, I actually like the other pick they've gone for, Ziggs. When you see Bard, you think, okay, global shenanigans, very possible. Split pushing, always a risk when you're playing Rumble, because if he gets behind in lane, will only really pick up team fight items. He never really builds for lane, so he can kind of be preyed upon. And that's some quick locks. It's the return to the mid lane Varus.
Yep, mid lane Varus back once again. It's not just for pawn anymore, it seems like, but Imp, I said hyper carry, that's what they want to go for. So lots of good peel, but Varus to wombo-ing with the Bard and potentially Rek'Sai and the Lulu Wild Growth. I see what you're doing here, LGD, and I like it a lot.
I do not see what LG is doing. It's so hard to understand this thing. They spent so much time being creative, let's say, debuting picks like Bard, just going crazy with picks like Misfortune and Ashe out of meta. Is the nicest way I can say that. Then when they put a comp like this together, I remain to be convinced. They've got some very strong champions, good poke in the mid lane. They've got the Vayne, they've committed to it. Imp also in his AMA, and it tells you to always read interestingly into the AMA space return, because he was like, yep, there's no reason to pick Vayne whatsoever. And there's the Vayne.
I mean, Imp loves Vayne. He actually has a decent record on it when he has played it for fun or for otherwise here. LGD assembling their comp. That is actually Lulu top lane, so the lanes will break out sort of as expected given all those picks. Last pick, Braum's actually interesting, but I like it again, especially against the likes of Vayne and Varus with that double AD. Interesting stuff from both sides. I think we've come to the right game. PYL, welcome back to the LPL. So glad you brought Bard back with you from, I believe, Korea, actually.
And so many of those top meta picks that just fell through the draft because it's all about innovation. It's the Bard coming in. It's the Varus mid. The only pawn has really dared to play so far in the LPL, of course, over in the EU LCS. Power of Evil loving that in the mid lane. The coaches shake hands, and they've both got something creative to bring onto the Rift.
They have here little sneakers maybe as they shake hands, but Lulu Rumble in the top lane for our first matchup there. Rek'Sai versus Gragas. Okay, this is all standard so far, but It does not get. It only gets weirder from this stage onwards.
Yeah, the mid to the bot side of the map is really where it gets interesting. Godvy's going to be debuting that Varus, has seen so much of this play from Pawn, and now wants to do his best Pawn impression.
Yeah, Imp versus Scat, Vayne versus Urgot feels rough, so I have to imagine that LG lane swap might be back in PYL. What better champion to have in your lane swap than the roamer himself, Bard?
And look, Vayne versus Urgot as a 1v1. Of course, bot lane's a 2v2. As a 1v1, that's already looking painful times for the low base stat Vayne. Let's just add in the fact that the support's Bard who wants to pack up and leave lane whenever possible. A non-laning support and a non-laning AD carry, if that doesn't shout lane swap, nothing does.
Well, we're going to have to find out because we're about to go on a magical journey. And welcome back, everyone, to our first game between LGD and Unlimited Potential. PYL and his pretty new faces joining back into the lineup. And of course, the Elderwood Bard is back already.
Be careful what you wish for, Patient Time. I asked for Bard, I got Bard. We got Bard Vayne, though. That's definitely a curveball when it comes to lane strength. I mean, you look over onto UP, definitely a very strong laner as Urgot after the first couple levels. Honestly, there's a window at level 1 and 2 where Vayne has a lot of counterplay against Urgot if we do see 2v2 action. And Braum is kind of a hard support to rate. His laning phase is not great, but there's always situations where he really excels. So I feel like it's still going to be a lane swap opted into from LGD because there's so much downside in the extended laning phase for Vayne and Bard.
In general, I feel like as far as Vayne comps go, though, this is actually a pretty well built one for LGD. They have a lot of good tools. We already talked about the Lulu there as Akon actually going to meet with long trading blows, but Flamespitter really out damaging the Glitter Leon, but Imp swapping back there. PYL's here as well. Goes in for the flash, gets the double Cosmic Binding Long. Forced to fudge out. Imp, though, is going to get stunned by Braum. He gets exhausted. Long goes down for first blood. Shield's still there. Amy's joining in the top as well. TVQ's even coming in for a go, but PYL, he's going to get flash autoed and stunned there as Hart and the Braum passive give UP the first 2 kills. Now Akon trying to get away. He does have his flash. He's forced to use it, and Unlimited Potential end up with the early win.
And the craziness that was predicted from the Champions deck rolls over to the level 1. It's been a while since we've seen a first blood at level 1. Take 3 kills in the first 2 minutes. Amy had to skill the body slam at level 1. Still going to be fine in the jungle. He's going to get a bit of help from Braum.
Yep, so going to take away that blue buff, which means TBQ's forced to start on the right-hand side of the jungle. But they actually do get the lane swap LGD after all that trading. So I don't know if it's just an extended way to sniff out where your opponents are going, but it works.
It's just, I mean, you were talking about the LGD comp and liking. I can't say I agree in the fact that they have a very, very squishy 2-threat comp. They've got Bard, who can situationally do a bit of peeling, but usually is better for maybe getting an opportunistic pick with the Q, the Cosmic Binding as you refer to it. Only a one-man frontline in Rek'Sai, so you just worry that if Rek'Sai doesn't get tanky enough, if Rek'Sai falls behind, Lung overheating the bottom lane, that's a potential double kill if the Rumble gets going.
Yeah, PYL is going to come back down as well and maybe look to set up a gank here. And I agree, in lane, some real problems here for LGD early on, but if they can make it work and get to the mid-game, they have massive team fight potential. That's what they're looking for in the mid-game.
They have massive turret taking potential.
They do too?
For sure. They have 4 ranged champions and a Rek'Sai who can do a lot of creative turret diving. So turret taking, they are very strong at good poke coming through from the Varus. Going to expect the standard Mana Moon into armor penetration build to come out. Maybe even the Black Cleaver, but you're not going to necessarily get all the auto attacks in. Honestly, you're more about cooldown reduction. Just spam the Q off cooldown.
I mean, I think looking at comps there as well, frontline's really not either team's forte here, as you are going to have a dive set up long. Figuring it out, it looks like staying far back from his turret. He's actually got 2 people coming down as well. Braum is on the way, and I believe the jungler as well as PYL. Magical Dawn is his way in, looking to find a binding, but Amy shows himself. Hart does as well. Gets bound to the turret, but everyone's going to be safe.
You could just see that the UP members thought, cool journey, bro, when they saw him come through. He was never really going to go aggressive when 3 members were there in the bottom lane. So they have to back away. I guess the reason why I'm referring to LGD's comp struggling is that Ziggs is very good at controlling space, and you can't walk over that minefield if you're squishy. 4 out of 5 on LGD are going to be pretty damn squishy.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs has to eat a Varus ult or a Bard ult pretty much, and they have to kill him in order to start a real fight, but they have good options apart from that. Be curious to see where it goes, but again, both teams really throwing at something different here for the first game.
How I expect team fights to go, and I love theory crafting about team fights, and specifically on this UP side, is honestly Just swap someone in if you're Urgot, further displace them if you're Gragas, and throw out the mines, because no one will be able to walk over those mines. One person will die, and 5v4 will be what will eventually come out. I love space control comps with Ziggs, because especially if you don't have true tanks, in the Cinderhawk meta you often do, but in this particular case you don't, Lulu's roaming bottom. They're going for a very opportunistic turret dive, but this is risky.
It was a nice dive actually set up there. PYL's going to get the kill. Imp, though, could be in a bit of trouble. They're going to maybe go back in onto Heart, but can't tank any more turret shots, can Imp. And again, binding into the tower, condemned into the tower. Akon there just to make sure they're safe. It's a lot committed, but they do get the kill.
Yeah, surprisingly well engineered. I saw a red member coming and thought that there would be cavalry, but it was only Braum, and he was too late to help. So the kill goes down, starts to arrest the gold lead. In fact, it's all tied up at 6 minutes in.
Oh, PYL, though, went for a bit too magical of a journey here. Good binding onto Xiaoyang, but PYL's going to walk through a couple of mines, and Xiaoyang should be able to get the kill. Does so indeed, and PYL's Bard falls. Probably not for the first time in this game.
I want to say baited by a chime, but honestly, I didn't see Beishu time.
I don't know either. They could have spawned there by now. It is past 5 minutes, but he was going to, I think, just to get some vision down and maybe spotted a shiny chime too many.
I just found a laughing yordle that ended his life.
Yep, dead there, unfortunately, in the mid lane. As actually will go back for, no, not yet for Xiaoyang, but Varus has gone back to shop, so a tier of the goddess now completed there for Godvi. Vampiric Scepter double Dorans for Imp, so you can tell why that dive was so successful. Imp actually had 2 Dorans when they started it, and what's been a weird sort of lane swap because Imp's back in the top side with Long and Hart now down in the bottom. But as you can see, Urgot versus Vayne, as soon as that E lands, it's just bad times for Vayne.
Vayne has tumble, so can defensively move back a bit. It's 2v1 here.
No, PYL is going to try and make it 2v3. Amy's going to join in as well. PYL misses the binding.
the
Akon
stun.
gets flashed on. Good stun in there, and Long, he's going to get that
It
kill.
was sitting on 3 applications of the Braum passive. Braum bar, that's communicated. Sketch falls low, but so does Vayne.
Yeah, Imp almost going down. Has to shoot a couple of minions there for a bit more lifesteal. TBQ does join in, going to try and get a kill, but Imp's going to be forced back relatively soon, although Sketch, not that much health either. Ultimate is up, but he's not that healthy with no summoners, and LGD going to start to pressure this top turret.
Yeah, quite simply, it's 2v1. Very smart of Imp to call over his jungler. TBQ getting hidden in these lane swaps. You have to think, getting called by his members. He doesn't have to look for selfish gank choices himself. That hides him in terms of his decision-making, which was very off in week 1. And one of the best ways to deal with a terrible lane matchup is to call in the cavalry.
I mean, we talk about why LGD is so good in these lane swaps, and it has to do with almost their entire team. Godby likes 1v1ing people. Imp is actually incredible in these 1v1 situations, especially when he has the champions like Vayne that he can really get early farm on. And PYL loves to roam. Everyone on this team just gets unlocked.
And their rotational play is very savvy with PYL. It was awful last week, so it's good to see them already on the front foot early in the game. TBQ and Heart fighting. Always really risky to just duel with a Bard, because if those stun stacks come through and the cavalry's there, the kill pressure is quite high.
Yeah, Braum does good damage. He's best in those skirmish or pick situations, but TBQ is going to be safe for now. Godby and PYL actually packing up. Looks like Blue Buff might be coming back. TBQ started it. Godby's going to want to pick that up and should be able to get it. Oh, Ziggs, good ulti. TBQ burrows back in and just manages to live.
Yeah, but awkwardly, TBQ is the one that actually takes the blue as well. Godby needs Blue Buff. Very high mana cost on the piercing arrow. And in the first 9 levels, actually, before you get 5 points in that ability, you just do not have a lot of lane presence, especially compared to Ziggs, who can just bomb the wave or get bored and alter and roam. So a lot more flexibility coming out of Xiaoyang, and now laning phase gets more difficult for Godby.
And look at Imp and PYL going back in here despite the level disadvantage, really trying to get some kills down. We normally see them swap back to the 2v2 and say a build water cutlass has been complete, but I guess he's sort of built his own with double Dorans and a Vamp Scepter.
There's double Dawns and a Vamp Scepter, but crucially, Urgot hasn't got the back. He's not stacking anything at this present point. And remember, Longsword does not even build into the Manamune anymore. So he's in this awkward spot where he needs to start stacking the tier. Maybe he wants to buy a complete Manamune. Regardless, he doesn't have wave control, and he can't really look to harass or clear. And this is the result. The harassment, and Imp actually has some semblance of lane control against Urgot Braum.
Yeah, good bind there from PYL, but Braum protecting with the Unbreakable, so Imp's follow-up damage not quite there. TBQ down the bottom, going to clear out of Pink Waters. Acorn's starting to get a bit more farm back. He's really been the one to suffer. He's 25 to 50 CS down currently, but if anyone can come back from this sort of situation, this is the last piece of LGD's puzzle, why they like to swap around as Godby tries to steal the buff, but doesn't quite get it. Acorn's always good with few resources as a top laner, and even though he's behind right now, he'll be just fine on the Lulu.
It's a pretty low item ceiling to be relevant. You're really just looking for the 40% CDR, and then any bonus AP you can get is a bonus. It's just the result of how Lulu will play out this game. Probably going to be ulting Rek'Sai wherever possible for the double, the Burrow into the Wild Growth, double knock-up engage. And again, just so they have one functional tank, regardless of the items that TBQ is able to complete. Urgot really needs to find this time to shop. Finally pushes the lane animal back, gets the Mana Moon, but still, Miramana is going to be significantly delayed, looking like 25 to 30 minutes on that ability.
Yeah, it might be Phage next, actually, for Sketch moving into Black Cleaver, as he does have the components of a Phage. Imp also goes back, finishes his build Water Cutlass, and has a Dagger to boot with some extra potions as well. So everyone's sort of getting towards their first major items. Godvi now has his Mana Mune ticking up as well, and the Cinderhulk is almost done for both junglers, with Xiaoyang also having his Athenes. Haunting guys for long means, as I said, everyone is doing just fine here at about 10 minutes in.
And in terms of power spikes, got to hand it to UP. They're definitely the one that should have the control of the dragon. They're 2 kills up. Haunting guys finished on Rumble, so the start of that double magic penetration duo. Athene's completed for Urgot, and now the Mana Moon, and just the earlier power spikes of champions like Urgot mean that if they want to opt into Dragon, they should have control. It's surprising that we haven't really seen the pin cords come out at all for UP, though. They should be getting those and get control over the Dragon.
They should, but good bind in the top side from PYL means that they're applying pressure actually in the Urgot lane. Urgot can't really push back these minions when they shove them in, and Imp's being aggressive enough, they're actually keeping lane control. So curious stuff from LGD, again, opting in for this big lane swap. Means that TBQ is now level 6, farming up safely. Akon's in his 1v1, collecting a bit more CS. Everything's been fairly quiet at this stage. Even Godvi, normally a 1v1 champion, is sketchy. It's another Cosmic Binding in the top side. On Varus, hasn't really had the opportunity to outplay his lane opponent yet.
The only team that's made, the only big strategic decision that UP have made is to maybe look for the dive on Acorn again. It feels like a Dragon. I'm going to keep saying it is a logical place to go. Obviously, you'd prefer to have the 2v2 option in bottom, especially with Urgot having flash engage option at any point in the 2v2. Speaking of engages, some aggression, but probably just a bit of controlled aggression. Doesn't look like the all-in.
Oh, actually going to swap there as well. So Imp now going to come and gets exhausted, pops his ulti, teleport down. Bard ulti tags 3 of them though, but that'll keep him safe. No, Imp! Flash autos there after the Rumble ulti. Godvi's up in the top as well, but he's going to take way too much damage. Heal looks like to come through there as well. Heart's going to get low. TBQ's going to take him out. Skatch going to be the next one to fall down. A Rek'Sai, right place, right time as the Zigzag comes in. Does actually give Skatch a second kill. PYL now has to fight with his bar, but Xiaoyang's in as well. W pop for Skatch and PYL's dead.
But Skatch is a god. How did he live through all those auto attacks and harassment? Kept opening up distance. Rek'Sai could not control it. Zhao Yang comes in late, but Skatch take a bow. Known for the hyper carries, but pulled off some very impressive Urgot mechanics.
Better late than never there for Xiaoyang, and had the Ziggs ulti to at least contribute away. Roam back up as well. So Godvi beats him to the punch and still managed to take it 4-1 in the top side, plus a turret for Ziggs as well.
And it was looking good for TBQ. I thought he might just rush down the Dragon while all the commotion was happening top, but he came in aggressively. They were fighting very well with the ranged autos of PYL and TBQ scrapping, but just amazing outplay by Skatch, staying alive, punishing them for all these rotations, and suddenly a 3,500 gold lead has opened up for UP.
And you can see the Phage completed the Kindle Gem there as well now for Skatch. All those kills at 303 means that Black Cleaver is coming very soon. And we haven't even started the first Dragon. As I say, that Skatch and Amy going to try and take it out here. And you look over at Imp there as well. He's got his bow, he's got his cutlass, but still about 700 gold away from the Blade of the Ruined King. So Skatch, complete control on Urgot, and there's UP's first Dragon.
So this build has now become the de facto norm build for Urgot. We saw one Brutalizer Urgot that was deft earlier this weekend, but in general, you change your rune page. Before, you were looking to get 10% CDR from both runes and mastery, so 7.5% possible to get flat from your blues, and there's 2.5% needed from the mastery. Sometimes people picking up 5% and some magic resist, as the ult's just used to wave clear. But the other big change, you just get 20% CDR from Black Cleaver, 20% CDR from Frozen Heart, and you're happy. So you just change your runes, maybe a bit more defensive on your blues, and go from there.
Yeah, so a bit tankier there, but everything's just fine. And you get so much CDR, the Black Cleaver applies on all aspects of physical damage as well. So you wait, Skatch will get the cleaver, get a lock on, and someone's getting chugged down. It'll be like Earth Mode Urgot, just a little bit.
Well, it builds well and effectively gives you Fura Boots. It's Godvi.
Yeah, Urgot's sorry, that's not Urgot, that's Godvi. He's dead on the Varus there as Amy, a wonderful gang, sets up Jiang for the kill, but Gragas is the one to collect it.
He's just really, really squishy, and that's the worry for LGD, is that both their carries are super squishy. Usually, Ziggs needs his ultimate to do enough burst damage to take someone down, but one rotation without ults from either, he's dead.
Yeah, plenty of damage from Gragas there as well. And Amy been very proactive here at 201, putting down pink wards deep into the enemy jungle as well. Means that TBQ, we talked about it, not really a pressure-style jungler, more of a skirmisher and team fighter. And Amy right now running circles around the Rek'Sai at this stage.
Amy's aggression has been very, very strong. TBQ's played smart. Often he's been called to lane by people like Imp. His selfish decisions and his personal decisions haven't ever been the best, so it's probably best that he's rotating with the team with a strong shot caller like PYL. Dragon's already down, and LGD swap back. They've got the Blade of the Ruin King, so maybe Imp is just lining it up, looking for those headlights and thinking, okay, outplay, I can potentially get that solo kill. But onto Urgot, especially with the Phage and just 400 health coming through once the Black Cleaver is completed. Going to need a lot of Vayne mechanics. Imps definitely want to have them, but it's a big risk to try and all-in an Urgot.
I mean, he's just behind here, and all-in Urgot is always a bad idea as a carry. That's sort of Urgot's job, is to make sure you don't do yours. So we'll see how it develops here. A Dragon up and actually 4,500 gold for UP. So have launched ahead now in gold at 9 kills to 3 plus the 2 turrets. And PYL and his Bard, his first game back on the LPL. I'm glad he's back to playing Bard, but they have not put together that team fight I described.
It's just a very scatter comp. Great wave clear in top, great wave clear in mid, super poor laning 2v2. So are they thinking about 4-1 split? That's a possibility. You can have Vayne splitting in the late game and just so much line wave clear between the Glitter Lance and the piercing arrow coming through from Varus, but you're so easy to turret dive. You're always going to have to respect the flash from Sketch, especially as he moves towards level 16 and there's enough range coming through from the ultimate. Amy's trying to cut off. That's a really nice equalizer.
Yeah, very nice. Acorn takes a lot of damage. Amy comes in, but Wild Growth will move in. Xiaoyang uses his ulti. Acorn going to get knocked back by the Gragas ultimate, and Long going to get a very well-deserved kill.
One small problem there. Amy did miss the flash body stamps. They had to use more resources than necessary. Had to use the explosive cast when they probably didn't want to. Sketch is actually in 2v3 territory. Imp's just looking for aggression. He's looking for the swap.
The thing is, if Imp tries to go in like that and he just gets swapped in, like if someone else is there, Imp is dead. So I think it's kind of a silly decision because either he's going to back away and you're not going to get the kill. They get the tower, it looks like, which is nice, but you either get nothing as you go in because they back away, or you get swapped in and everyone's there and you're dead.
I don't mind it purely because the turret was such low health that they could take it down. It was going to be a 2-for-1 trade, whatever happened, if we did see the ultimate come through. But smart of UP not to get baited in and just back away. One small other note about the Black Cleaver is that I think the overlooked thing is that because you get that Phage passive, the Rage passive that applies every time on physical damage, it's like having Fura Boots, but it builds nicely. Fura Boots almost always a luxury. You don't see that. But when you hit that first Acid Hunter, being able to have that flat 10% move, flat 10 move speed, just makes you more likely to hit the next one. Suddenly your spell rotation's that much smoother if you go for the Black Cleaver.
Yep, you pop W, people are getting slowed. All of a sudden, Urgot, kind of like Nah with the Mallet or the Cleaver.
And they're slow.
Yeah, it reminds you of Frozen Mallet Nah, right? Same sort of story. You're getting slower, they're getting faster, and you're getting chased down by a very scary-looking Urgot. So, I mean, Urgot now has actually finished his Black Cleaver, so he can talk a bit more about the damage potential. UP at this stage, Dragon back in a minute 30. They are looking for some fights here. They will take almost anything that's given to them.
It's a very peculiar pickaxe. With similar gold, could have started working towards the Frozen Heart. That's going to work so well against both the carries. Godby and Imp going to be purely physical damage. Not necessarily on auto attacks, but still Vayne, obviously very auto attack centric. Lulu to some degree as well. Auto attacks the story for all across LGD, so it felt like working towards at least that Glacial Shroud and the Frozen Heart would be a priority for Sketch. If he can swap in, disregard the damage, and just auto-attack an Acid Hunter, they should win a fight easily, UP.
It feels like Sketch is playing a bit more to his hyper carry roots there, wants to get that last
Hyper-carry
whisper.
Urgot, huh?
I mean, sure.
There's no armor-based time at all.
It doesn't matter. They take so much damage.
They're already being reduced by 30%
More
from Black
reduction.
Cleaver, 6% from the runes, now an
Some from
extra
your E.
40. What's 40% of nothing? It's still nothing.
If its reduction actually does go to negative, so you end up getting more, but look, we'll see. I mean, Sketch definitely wants to build more damage. He should go tanky after that last Whisper's finished up, but look, again, going back to some of the hypercarry routes, there was the blue buff's getting a pretty long contest over at Heart, though, going to zone out TBQ, and that blue goes to Urgot.
LGD just can't fight. They need to get a significant amount of poke down through Varus. And Akon,
He's
this is
dead.
not a feel he's used to.
No, I'm getting killed by a Rumble. He's normally the one killing
Solo
people.
killed by a Rumble.
Yeah, he's normally the one killing people on the Rumble, and that level discrepancy is pretty brutal. 10 to 12, I believe, is poor Akon, so not a good look there for Akon, who's also 50 CS behind still.
It's probably going to be the return of Flame in Game 2, whatever happens. Flame the only one with a win. Acorn's had a really rough start to the season. He's still trying to perform his role, but with the role swaps, with the different lineup, and now just coming back into it, taking a while to warm up is this 5-man unit.
And I guess that was our question for LGD. How instantly did LGD, get back to that playoff form as now in a rejoined 5-man unit? And the question, at least for this game, is probably takes him a little longer than you'd expect. Pelio does have his ultimate, by the way, so might be thinking about trying to line up a steal. TBQ actually going to go in, but Gragas will take it away. TBQ will tunnel to safety, but that's 2 dragons now for unlimited potential.
I mean, to begin with, LGD weren't group, but even if they were, they cannot look to fight 5v5. Zig's ult will wreck all the members of the team. There's no magic resist, there's no health, there's no armor. They cannot opt in to fight against teams that have very high base damages, like this Urgot, like the Rumble. You've got 2 of the earliest power spiking 80 carries and top laners, respectively, that are damage threats. And you just got nothing going for yourselves, barring Poke and maybe Siege from LGD.
Yeah, Shayang going to take the blue buff now as well. Quietly crept up to Athene's, and a Luden Zeko has Ziggs. Doesn't have boots because, let's be realistic, doesn't need them at this point. It's just been wave clearing away with
movement speed on the Luden Zeko.
Sure. I mean, but for the most part, been sticking in his lane with the blue buff, trying to wave clear where he can. Did actually take the tower, so Godby no longer has the option of just sitting at his tower and wave clearing. And Varus is getting a bit stronger, but Acorn, he's so far behind. Athene's double Dorans to Haunting Guys, Sork Shoes, an Amp Tome probably for Avoid stuff coming out next, and a whole Zhonya is completed as well.
It's talking about items here. It's just not really relevant, Page Time. It's night and day between the 2 teams. The picks, though, from LGD, they're really a head shaker to me, especially the Varus mid. It doesn't really fit the style that we come to expect from Godby. The one thing that LG were able to achieve in their 1 victory out of 4 was put Godby on Assassin, have him split push. If they had an Assassin here, maybe they could look for 1-3-1. If it was, say, Fizz mid, then they could have had Vayne splitting, they could have had Fizz splitting, and at least they'd have good wave clear coming through from the Lulu and counter dive coming through from the Bard. But as it stands, this team comp just does nothing, especially with the early to mid game comp that UP have put together.
Well, they're trying to find a pick onto Sketch here, but Sketch is holding the way very carefully and trying not to overextend too far. He does spot Imp, but almost everyone is up here in the top side. Long is in the bottom, but he does have his teleport. Xiao Yang's going to be the only one to not make it instantly.
Away.
Yeah, Bard ulti looks in, Condemn lands, but a good flash from Sketch keeps him safe for now, but the knockout comes in for TBQ. Swaps back in Imp, though, but Sketch already dead. Amy, though, going to catch out Imp, who's been swapped back into a bad position. Long going to come through. Massive equalizer. Zonya's burning away as well. Good ulti from Gragas. Massive Ziggs up, but TBQ, 3-man knockup. Hard gets a knockup, though, from his ultimate. Amy gets tagged by Godby's ultimate, and Xiao Yang coming in for big damage. LGD have to back off.
It was a very smart pick, so well played by LGD, but the moment that Ziggs got into position, there was going to be impassable terrain all over the place. So get the kill, back away. They're going to try and look for the turret. Again, they have good turret damage. They have good poke. That's the best they could hope for, was the pick onto Urgot. It was very well engineered, and it just so happened that at that time, both Amy and Hart were moving towards the mid lane, so there was no help whatsoever.
No, I mean, again, you could see what they want to do. Get the pick, grab the tower, possibly even grab Baron, honestly, and just try and get yourself back into the game. But Imp's going to work on this tower, as we do have a pause, and LGD going to have some time to think about this game, because it has not been looking fun for them.
Brom coming in very majestically during that, and heroically during that pause timer. LGD really have to examine what they've got. Then to pick up the pieces. Again, good split pushing, potentially coming through from the Vayne. The very flexible, unique thing about Bard is, again, very good at counter turret diving and turret diving himself, because of course he can disable both those big neutrals like the Baron, but crucially in this game, potentially, the turrets. It can create those situations where you split push with Vayne, and what would have been a 1-for-1 trade becomes 1-for-0, just because you can ult your own turret. You can do all sorts of unique things. If they can really use this Bard, there is the potential to do some creative things in the mid to late game. Samsung Galaxy did a similar thing with the Bard, Twisted Fate, 1-3-1 comp. It's just they have so squishy a backline and so much mid-game power on the enemy side that if Urgot swaps someone when they're trying to 1-3-1 or 4-1, that member's going to die, and so are the other members of LGD.
I mean, you saw they tried to kill Skatcher and then force a good fight, but Xiao Yang's the other problem that now comes into the picture for LGD. Ziggs is very strong in any sort of fight. And you mentioned squishies. It wasn't quite impossible. It's not quite impossible terrain with the minefield, but it might as well be, given that you walk through it and die, which is actually worse than not being able to go through it at all. So It's just problems about here for LGD. They've fallen behind in the early stages of the game. Now trying to get a couple of picks to arrest control back of these objectives. But if the game stays in the position it is now, if LGD can't manufacture some really heroic ultimates between Varus, Bard, or any of the big team fight that they can actually initiate, UP are just going to continue in the same fashion with, I would say, a weird-ish looking comp, but maybe not as weird as LGD.
I think UP is pretty standard. The Brom is something different. Hart liked to play that when he was playing for Samsung Blue. Doesn't lane very well, but I mean, you're against Vayne, Bard. You can pretty much pick whichever support you want against that lane. So got away with the Brom, and then Brom's so useful in late-game teamfights. Scales very well with levels when the Unbreakable and the Q are starting to get maxed up. You can be very, very strong in fights and make the Urgot even more inherently tanky with your W. So they'll team fight very well. It's a tipping point for LGD. If they had got Snowball going, there was always that potential that no one could split push against the Vayne. But given things being so even, it's hard to see how they'll engineer a win condition, barring, as you mentioned, pick into Baron. That was a very realistic possibility. EDG have shown many a time that you can just ignore the first 24 minutes of the game, get a Baron and win. Didn't quite pull it off, but there's still time.
There is time, and I think LGD, they've got experience, they've got PYL back in. It's a good test for him, actually, in his first game back with LGD's weird comp as we bust ourselves back into this game. You can still look there up on the scoreboard. LGD behind in pretty much every metric and about 5,000 gold behind is a general idea. Dragon not available just yet, so going to be a couple more minutes till that's back up. And as we said, items are creeping up at UP just ahead on pretty much every lane, especially that poor top lane. Akon still so far behind.
I feel like Akon being behind is kind of the big hole in this comp. If Lulu had gotten on top of the Rumble, they would have had wave clear and top and mid advantage. If somehow Varus had got kill pressure, specifically with Rek'Sai jungle pathing, if they had got leads in every lane, they could have just split push and never team fought. But when the objectives start to pile up, soon to be third Dragon, soon to be Baron contests coming through from UP, you just don't have a comp to team fight to LGD.
I mean, Imp's down the bottom getting some farm, trying to work towards his Phantom Dancer, but he can't join them if there's any sort of fight happening on the left side of the map. And UP might be the ones to just consider forcing themselves onto Baron and making LGD come to them, because we've talked about it. Plenty of team fight strength. Ziggs and Rumble are massive at this stage of the game if they want to have a nice big AoE team fight. Blue Buff's going to lose again there. Poor Varus hasn't had a single blue this entire game.
You talk about Vayne, and obviously we think of Vayne as a hypercase. Just look at the team fight she's against. How does she do damage? Speaking of damage.
Good equalizer there. TBQ going to get stunned up as well. By the looks of things, Swap actually comes through, but the Bard ulti prevents it from happening. TBQ eats a Ziggs ult as well, but creative play from PYL keeps his player safe. Is going to keep looking for another good buy. Gets a double, but not enough damage to follow up.
Yeah, the poke's very, very nice here. They have good turret damage coming through from Ziggs, but of course not from Urgot as a 425 range carry, and the rest of the lineup are melee. So wave clear might mean that LG can keep pulling it out. It's just that what does a team fight look that LGD are able to win? How does Imp do damage through the Ziggs space control, through Gragas and Rumble with their very high base damages, and just Urgot, who's going to obviously be training towards one of Vayne and Varus, whichever one's more convenient. Very hard to do damage. That's why split pushing, there is a lot of outplay potential against all these members from Vayne specifically, but split pushing is probably not going to be allowable when there's solo kill potential from a Rumble on a Lulu.
I mean, they've got plenty of CC. They just don't quite have the AoE to back it up, unfortunately. And, you know, if they can get a pick, I think at this point that's LGD's biggest way to get themselves back in, is use all of that big team fight CC, put it on just one person, try and get a key pick onto either Urgot or the Ziggs, and then take the Baron like we've seen EDG do countless times. But UP keeping control of this game, and our next big tension point's coming up in 20 seconds as UP's third Dragon will soon be there.
Sketch obviously listened to us, modified the build from a pickaxe for a bit of early damage straight into the Frozen Heart. Could have had the completed Frozen Heart at this point, but probably not going to be a big concern. You note, we talked about the fact that it was a late Mirror Mana. Actually just transforms as we speak about it. 26 minutes, it's pretty delayed. Should have been about 5 minutes earlier, but that very long laning phase, no early tier, delayed it till now.
Yeah, TBQ going to get chased through his own jungle there as well. Finds a tunnel, gets to safety. But Hart chasing him out, going to put some wards down as well. And Dragon is back alive and unlimited potential, going to be straight on it. Imp's in the top side. He'll get a tower as a trade, but third Dragon here for UP, really starting to snowball that now.
I don't mind it from LGD. I've already mentioned the fact that I don't think they can look to team fight against this comp specifically now. So it's not a bad trade. It's not ideal to give up a third Dragon, but we haven't seen a lot of fifth Dragons winning games. We've seen teams get to 3 and then get stalled so effectively. So LGD, if they're just giving away a free fourth Dragon, that's going to be a big concern. But honestly, even their red buff is a step too far against UP's power.
Yep, too much aggression coming in. Amy, Sketch, and Hart all grouping together and able to make sure the red buff goes to Urgot, I believe. So good transfer of the buff as well. 3 dragons also means all this rotation heavy play is just fine here with the extra movement speed coming in. Imp did get the tower in the top side as well, so he's now got his Phantom Dancer starting to power up on the Vayne. But UP at this point is going to start to look towards Baron and see what they can see from there.
Just looking for a couple more items. If in 6 minutes the Randuin's and another Giant spell is completed for Rek'Sai, so she can be a pseudo tank, especially with the Cinderhole scaling and potentially the wild growth coming through. If the Death Cap is completed from Malulu, who's just so far behind. It has the 40% CDR core, but nothing more. And it's 2 champions with low ceilings. His heart might be caught.
Oh, a flash actually means he is still slowed. Ultimate coming in as well, but it misses just there as Hart somehow gets out from under that Bard ulti and hops to safety onto Long, and that's a live Braum.
I just need to know whether he was untargetable for 0.2 seconds as he was casting the ultimate, or whether it missed. I could not tell, but either way, fascinating.
Yeah, gets away there, and Hart, we'll give him credit for it. Some smooth moves there to make sure he's safe, but things still looking good. Rabadon's now for Xiaoyang completed. That's a massive stack of AP.
He just has so much wave clear and poke. And there's no Aegis, there's no magic resist. I tell a lie. Aegis is completed on Bard of all people. Going to be necessary, and it's certainly not going to be enough just by itself.
No, and only boots 1 there for Xiaoyang. Finally investing in some shoes for his Ziggs, but still, again, throwing out some bombs, wave clearing away. Actually behind Godby on CS somehow. So funny how they've both been playing wave clear wars. Varus actually ahead there, at least for now. But Barris getting stronger now, actually has the QSS, but Long is still the one powering up. He's actually hasn't chopped in a while, it looks like. Got the parts of his voice. Has had the amplifying tone for about 5 minutes, I think. So going to be onto a void stuff soon. We'll be doing even more damage. Has the Leandrews finished up as well? I guess his other major item. Frozen Heart just done there for Sketch. It only gets better here for UP.
And when it comes to mid-game champions, Rumble and Lulu definitely often talked about in those regards. One of them has significant backline threat and his mid-game core, and the other one just doesn't really even have all of their mid-game core complete. They really want to see a Niche Large Rod at minimum coming through to Lulu to be relevant in a team fight, but just struggling after being powered down, both in terms of rotations and the solo kills we've seen come through from Long.
And Acorn's basically just relegated to home guarding between lanes and pushing back waves that can't fight Rumble. Amy, though, gets condemned. POE with a nice flash, binding, and Imp's going to get no. It's TVQ. Free kill there for Rek'Sai.
Wonderful layering of CC. Literally never dropped the CC, but couldn't even throw out a rage explosive cast because never was not CC.
And you can see TBQ's finally going to give Godby, unless Xiaoyang has something to do with it, his first blue buff of the game, I believe. So if they want to pressure or at least get some poke or counter poke down, they can move between these lanes and try and start a siege. But one kill's good, a blue buff's nice as well, but it's going to take a couple more of those catches to get LGD back into this game.
And looking onto Baron, we see pings onto it. They've pink warded out. Now they're clearing out UP's pink ward. There's multiple members controlling the bot side jungle. So the reason you want to start it is to threaten Baron, just to relieve pressure off this inner turret, because Akon's communicating that he really cannot stand up to the implied pressure of Braum and Rumble.
I mean, he's 3 levels down from Long. I don't think he can survive just Rumble at this point. His Heart actually going to start the ulti onto Godby. Urgot swaps him in. Nice Ziggs ult there as well, and Godby has popped the heal. QSS as well. Heart dives back in on top of him, and Xiaoyang, so much damage on this Yordle.
So much damage. They don't get the bot lane turret, but they're going to smash through the mid lane one.
That's without a Lich Bane, by the way. I know it looks like one, but that's just short fuse, the Ziggs passive, chunking out the turret. You're going to see probably on this next... Oh, we wasted it. Never mind.
So much wave clear. Instantly clears the backline with the Luden's prot. They're going to keep pushing. Remember, this is a poor siege comp, so any damage they get onto a crucial structure, like an inhibitor turret, it's priceless.
Still that last little chunk as well. The Ziggs passive doing a lot of work there. And without Godby, it's actually kind of hard for LGD to wave clear. I mean, Lulu can help where she can, but yeah.
Yep.
Minefield goes down. Amy zones him out. The tower's dead here. Now the inhibitor open. So LGD, they have to go in fairly quickly, but still don't have their Varus. UP will back away with the respawn timer looming, but base is now broken. They didn't even need the Baron, did UP, and they can revisit any time for a team fight in the mid lane.
So although we haven't seen a lot of Ziggs on this patch, and when we have seen it, both in the LCK and here in the LPL, it hasn't done a lot of winning. You might wonder why. Why is it not the auto-win Ziggs it was in previous years? Lots of aggressive pings coming out from LG onto Baron. Recall started, but not completed from UP, and they're going to probably sniff a rat.
It's pretty smart, actually. Only Long, the first one, the back there, gets himself a Void Staff and has his TP. Will actually start it up now. So Amy, massive body slam there, moves Akon and TBQ back in, but Amy is going to go down as Imp Kites around him wonderfully. Magical Journey trying to keep TBQ alive. Massive Varus ultimate, though, comes in as PYL's going to try and make something else work. He's kiting around. He's actually going to die there to Scat as a Q comes in after the lock-on. But a well 1 for 1 there for LGD, and they were unlucky to not get more kills.
Yeah, the Chains of Corruption in particular, beautiful from Godvis. It definitely has the mechanics for that hard-to-hit ultimate skill shot down. 1 for 1 trade, 1 for 2 trade almost as Heart almost falls down. Still very even. They get away from Baron. They haven't been able to spend their gold, and they're only going to get more powerful when they back IUP.
Yeah, TBQ actually burnt his ultimate fairly quickly after recalling, just to try and get some vision back over the Baron. Dragon, though, is what LGD are pinging. UP are lining up for their fourth, so taking one away would be a nice thing here late in the game.
UP's vision has really fallen down around both Dragon and Baron, so this should be the first Dragon. The all-crucial 6% stats should be very, very relevant. Hart thinks about going to check it, then realizes, wait, got no wards in that area, have to back away.
And UP at this point should probably just use a bit of free time to go clear out all of the vision that LGD have set up. You just look over to the Baron pit. There's, what, 5 or 6 blue wards there sitting in the area. LGD, I mean, if POL's done one thing coming back, it's kind of teach his team how to reapply that long, deep vision.
It was dark maps coming through in week 1, and suddenly, not necessarily overward, just so many control wards, both offensively and defensively, is beautiful to see. So you can see that that communication has happened very, very quick on this lineup. Now that's back to the 5 core members. UP, they've given away the Dragon. They've had perfect control of the neutrals. So where do they go from here? They can't really afford to just give free time, because there's always that potential that 6-item Vayne outplays and rolls through your team.
Yeah, look, an unlimited potential are only 6,000 gold ahead, and that would be impressive at 33 minutes if this hadn't been the lead for quite a while. It feels like UP haven't accomplished that much in the last 5 to 10 minutes, and they're sort of struggling to figure out how do we actually end this game, because they're clearly ahead. They know they're ahead, but they haven't quite decided on a win condition, and losing that 4th Dragon does stifle some of their momentum, and it seems that they're dedicating a lot to trying to take this Baron, but haven't even made a good bluff at it yet, let alone try and take it by force.
Well, their only way to get either the neutrals or to break the base is by force. It's by smart rotation of minions in particular. The minion waves pushing against them in multiple waves, pushing against them greatly in top. To some degree, just a very slow push coming through in bottom lane. They need to get multiple things happening because they have a poor sieging comp. Great poke, but poor turret damage outside of the short fuse. Single autos coming through from Ziggs. They want to try and force a fight around Baron. That's the only real place they can force a fight. But until they clear the wards, it's not going to be possible.
I mean, they can force around mid lane as well. The inhibitors, the turret's dead. They can just walk in and start a fight around the inhib. So UP are scared of more than just the Baron buff going away. And they're really committed to trying to take this. There's 2 pink wards on top of the pit.
There's 2 pink wards there, which gives them perfect vision. I guess the second one a bit more aggressive to ensure there was no wards in the back. But there's just those sly wards still ensuring that there's no vision baits required from LG just yet. It will change soon.
I mean, Akon's split pushing at this stage, slowly building towards a Rabadon's level 15 now, finally only 2 levels behind, but TBQ going to get initiated on. Good condemn there, though, to keep Amy back, and LGD, if they've got one thing, it's good poke and some great disengage ultimates.
There's no ultimates used on that particular guard. All 10 ultimates available now. They're going to look to get this turret, of course.
They're gonna
with
get
ability power, you're going to train through those turrets as Lou with very high base attack speed. Pushes through, and UP, the indecisions of a rookie team are starting to really add up and punish them.
Yeah, and PYL's strong shot calling and vision game really helping LGD here. You can see UP feels like they've had at least 2 avenues to try and force this game. Acorn still in the bottom lane, by the way, pushing away, actually gets a wave onto the turret, and that prompts UP to go straight onto the Baron.
Their Baron damage is not wonderful, but Ziggs has so many items that maybe it won't matter. Braum is doing his best to zone. There's the ult.
PYL, nice ult to set things up. Heart's going to get low as well. Amy also far too low at this stage. Godby gets Scat with the ulti. TBQ knocks him up. Amy's dead to PYL. Scat getting chased in as TBQ almost goes down, but just stays alive. Now Godby aggressively flashes in. That's the double. Going to make it 3 as Heart goes down as well. Long might be his 4th. No, that's not the Quadra as TBQ takes it, but that's the ace and the Baron for LGD.
Such a danger to just give a team time, and the items came came through, and so did LGD. Massively outplay the UP lineup purely off the tempered fate, adding 2.5 seconds on the time it would have taken to take Baron. Everyone got in position. Sketch was chunked out super low, didn't even get to use the ultimate, and LGD just completely outplay UP.
And only a few minutes ago, UP were, what, 6,000 gold ahead. Now LGD find themselves 2,000 gold ahead.
So we're going to see the replay. Look at how low everyone's going to get very fast into this fight. Hart and Amy already completely chunked out. Sketch takes a couple of autos, but the chain of corruptions rains onto multiple members, and Ziggs, when fights are on his terms, are very strong. In this case, the flash auto from Godby takes him out with the Mirror Mana proc, and it's Lung versus 5, and there's nothing he can do.
And again, we talk about LGD. Lots of CC just didn't quite know how they used it in a situation. That's kind of the perfect situation. Everyone's on Baron. You throw out the AoE, you funnel people through awkward chokes and use your displacement or control abilities, and LGD played that absolutely perfectly.
And they have to use their good siege to get something, or maybe they'll just get a pick.
TVQ's just diving in at this stage. PYL trying to look for a binding, but doesn't quite get there. Akon going to come back. Amy, though, getting shredded as Imp's doing decent damage. Coffee on the side. Big tempered fake going to try and set something else up. TVQ, though, is going to die, but they set up the ultis. Massive damage coming in. Xiaoyang is dead. Scat swaps him in, but Heart's going to die. Imp's got a triple. Maybe gets the quadra. No, it's not Akon. Steals the Penta, but Imp gets the quadra.
And this is what happens when you get enough items onto a Vayne. She was the only real hope. Smiling is Imp, the smiling assassin, because they are stealing this game away from 30 minutes of controlled play from UP.
They've stolen this game from UP by the looks of things. It might not be over just yet, but this inhibitor in the mid's going to fall. The Baron up minions going to help them on the way if they want to keep pushing, and they do. LGD going to try and finish it right here.
They got 4 members pushing in. Crucially, only Gragas available. Has the explosive cast. He should just use it, to be honest. He's watching these structures die.
Game's over there. Amy can't do enough. Imp's on the Nexus already. Going to kill Amy there as well, just to pad the stats. UP surrender before the Nexus can explode, and LGD come back in that game with a very nice, fresh PYL Bard ulti.
It's going to be a big confidence boost for LGD, as Akon seems also a bit surprised they managed to pick up the victory, but man, I can only imagine what it's like for the UP side of things, who played so smart, drafted well against this kind of scattered comp from LGD, and then just kind of took the foot off the accelerator, gave them time to get, crucially, the third item onto Vayne, and between the QSS, the PD, and the Blade of the Roman King, adding in the Last Whisper, it was enough to just navigate difficult fights to fight, and there was a lot of things for him to respect, but he came in Master Yi style, put on that ultimate, was hard to keep track of. They didn't keep all their CC, didn't stack it onto the Vayne, and Imp just did the rest.
I mean, what are you going to do? There's so many control ultimates. Like, I agree. A scatter draft from LGD, but not one without a plan there. And if anyone's going to make something that weird and that kooky work, it's PYL coming back to LGD.
And it was Bard doing something only Bard can do, ulting onto the Baron, delaying the timer, delaying the Hellfires, getting everyone from LGD in position to just wreck them around Baron.
So juicy and a great first game back for PYL, but we're not done quite yet between these two. Don't go too far away, because when we return, it'll be game number 2 between Unlimited Potential and LGD. And welcome back, everyone, to the Chinese LPL. We're about to get into game number 2 between Unlimited Potential and LGD. My name is Julian Pacey-Temcart. Joining with me once again is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. LGD had a pretty interesting comp. I know you had a lot of questions, Pop, but LGD had the answers.
They had the answers, and you can see they took down the win, and Pastry Time, it's just, you can never fall into too many traps when it comes to thinking about how Bard comps work. The MVP comes with, it's actually Godfrey, who was doing a lot of damage towards the end game in particular. It felt like Vayne was being accounted for, but that left Varus to be basically an AD carry. Maybe no attack speed built in the build, but once the first kill comes through, the passive gives the attack speed. You just see the burst damage that free farm Varus was able to do. Watch Godfrey in the backline. So right now, doing nothing, but it was a massive ultimate. As you can see, 5-man chains of corruption is what ended up, and every line skill shot is doing super damage because he already had all the armor penetration and a QSS finished by the time these team fights really got going. And those are items he shouldn't have had if perhaps the game was played at a faster pace from UP, who controlled it for 30 minutes, lost 2 team fights and lost the game.
Yeah, just couldn't be decisive. It broken the base. Baron was an option. The pushing it at him and then going back to objectives was an option, but they lost their 4th dragon to kind of cut off the 5th. Couldn't be decisive around Baron or the inhibitor that they had prepped. And UP, despite playing a really good first 25 minutes, the last 10 or 20 did not go their way.
And the other thing that comes through from this game is kind of excitement about what Bard is going to bring to the competitive side of games. Because if you think about the comp, you've got champions like Urgot and Ziggs that can control space very well. So I thought, okay, how do you ever get into 550 range or less as Vayne and just do consistent damage? It looked like it was going to be an impossibility. Then you see the 4-man Bard ultimate around the Baron. Suddenly, when you're coming out of stasis as Ziggs, you panic. You throw out as many buttons as possible. You cannot line up all your space control. And in general, the space control was hitting 1 member at most. There wasn't really impossible terrain because everything was a panic coming out of stasis, and Bard just uniquely worked against the space control team, and it just gave Vayne so much space along with Varus to really do big damage in fights.
Yeah, that's what it was all about to me, just setting up these big moments where Imp, all he has to do, he had one job. Hit the closest target, whether it's Amy, who's very tanky, but it's going to die really quickly to Vayne when he's just constantly auto-attacking, or a straggler that kind of moves out, whether it's a carry or otherwise. Sure, we had one fight there for Godfrey where he cleaned up in the last few team fights as well, but that comp was built for Imp to succeed, and Godfrey was a fine secondary carry in that comp as well. So creative stuff from LGD, and I'm curious to see where we go next for our second game.
It's why Bard is unique, though. There should never have been a sentence where LGD set up for anything, because all the setup CC was there for UP. They had the hyperkinetic position reverser. They had the minefield. They had lots of CC that need to be respected unless Tempered Fate comes through. 2.5 seconds to really get all their threats spaced out well to navigate their CC duels to the front, and then just win a team fight from there. And as expected, win, lose, or draw, Flame's in the lineup.
Flame is in, and the team's handsome levels now shoot through the roof. I wasn't convinced they were going to allow Flame and PYL to now be on the same team. That might be too much handsome, that's what I thought, but they're not going to be playing here in Flame. Just look at that hair.
I mean, it depends who you talk to, because I believe Akon was actually rated the best-looking player in the LPL. So a surprise to maybe some Western fans, but still a fashionable substitution in the top lane.
I mean, Flame YL, that's just so much handsome on both sides of the map now. So middle doesn't have to worry. It's got everything covered on the top and bottom. But you can see the last few picks. Flames actually look decent KDA, and does actually have a win in those last 2 games. And for Flame, it's been all Gnar all the time. No longer a Rumble main is Flame.
Exactly. LPL have subbed in their Gnar specialist, previously a Rumble specialist. And actually the swaps continue. This was something UP did in their 2-0 loss yesterday, bringing back Punish into the lineup. Xiaoyang and Punish have been sharing this mid lane, and we'll wait to see. I mean, honestly, the Ziggs didn't seem like part of the problem, but it was just really a passive laning phase. We didn't see any massive Ziggs mechanics come through. These 2 players, Punish has been more on the assassin side of things. LeBlanc and Caston, those are the 2 champions brought out to the Rift so far.
And it's nice to see teams, not just these 2, but just across all of the LPL almost, having a lot of substitutions, getting their subs some playtime here at the highest level in the big league here in China. And it's just been wonderful to see that these big squads that are no longer teams have really built up big rosters and big benches, getting the players in, making sure they get their reps in. And you know what? Again, we talk about it. It's a long season. I think everyone sort of erred on the side of caution, putting their subs in last season, but much more active now at the start of the season, making sure everybody gets playtime.
Yeah, we crowned it Squad League of Legends when we saw the fact that they had Flame and Akon, 2 very different top laners for LGD at the start of the spring split, but never really saw the proof in the pudding. It never really came through as a strategic decision in best of fives when you really want to use your substitutes, compared to, say, SK Telecom, who were rotating Easy Hoon and Faker. So I'm hoping when it comes to the business end of the season, when the best of five format really hits high gear in the playoffs, that we start to see these strategic plays when it comes to lineups. But so far, especially for LGD, one game Acorn, one game Flame.
I mean, even in a simple case, Flame has improved so much as a player after one split in the LPL, despite only playing probably less than half of its games, or close to half at least in the regular season. Like, Flame at one point, we were making jokes. He was playing a lot of Rumble with Akon on the bench. He wasn't allowed to play Cannon. That was an Akon-only champion. And all of a sudden, you look to his big Gnar ulti from the last game. His general performance has been quite strong. Flame is a player that seems to still want to prove himself on a big stage, and he's just gone from strength to strength. You know, one of the best players long time ago, back in, I think, Season 2, and here in the current season looks just fine as well.
I mean, I don't know if Flame's necessarily improved as a player. Mechanically, he's always been a wonderful mechanic player. He's starting to rotate, and it doesn't feel like when Flame comes in the lineup that it's definitely not Akon. You don't see a massive difference in their rotational play, which is a credit to Flame. It was never maybe the strongest part of his suit. I think the only real question mark was, what was his motivation levels like? He's had a split where he's certainly been second choice. We didn't know how he would show up in the second split, where there were rumors that, in fact, he would be going back to Korea after the first split. So he's back again. He's played very, very well. That 5-man Gnar ultimate highlighted around the world. Beautiful play coming through in his last appearance. Gnar's definitely been his best champion over both splits, and it'll be interesting to see whether UP is happy to leave that up or maybe even pick a favorable laning matchup against it for UP.
I mean, I'm just curious if there's going to be a Bard ban coming in, because no one really knows what to expect against a champion that's still fairly new to the competitive scene in League of Legends. You can see very active coaches and analysts on this stage talking to their players.
Pick Bard.
Yeah, he moves over to PYL, says, all right, do it again. That was great.
That's the only advice you can give him. Whatever he was doing, it certainly worked out.
He's like,
Surgical
look,
mask.
okay, I need to play Bard again. But we need a different comp. They're going to ban something useful. I mean, Gnar would be pretty sick if Flame wants to take Gnar again, assuming, of course, that he gets it.
I wish there was a catchy name with Narbard. I only get Nard.
I mean, it's not very good, unfortunately. Nard, I mean, it just sounds like you're getting attacked by Gnar, right?
Exactly.
Well,
Nard into a wall.
All right, well, UP versus LGD game number 2 will now get into the draft, and we'll see if there is going to be a Nard ban coming through for either side here. Lulu Cassiopeia, UP's first 2 bans. LGD going to select the Azir once again, so those 2 popular mid laners. It feels like Azir Xerath all over again, just with a slightly different twist.
We had no jungle bans whatsoever last game. I think both junglers did fine and didn't really seem to advantage one side or the other, whether they got the Gragas or the Rek'Sai. Kalista, very standard ban. You have to respect that against Sketch. It's surprising because, again, we expect him to be really wanting to pick up that champion, but on both the blue and now the red side, being forced to ban the Kalista.
Yeah, Imp not going to take it there, as Rek'Sai actually does get banned there, so one of the junglers going to get targeted. I wonder if LGD think to ban something like Gragas here and just be like, okay, you're banning a jungler, you're going to try and take probably Gragas away here. They are going to ban it, which leaves Sejuani and Nunu as the other big ones that people think of, but plenty of options open still.
And I come back to the chess match analogy. It's one of those situations where suddenly, after no jungle bans, you ban out a high pressure or mid-game pressure jungler. I think it's a smart move from LG to respect that, ban out the other one, and ensure there's no mismatch. There's no Gragas versus Nunu matchup. There's no Gragas versus Sejuani matchup. Instead, they're going to be similar level of pressure, unless you want to go out of meta and move towards the Lee Sin or some of the other extended picks in the jungle meta.
We've seen that already, but be curious to see where the junglers do want to go with their junglers, whether they keep it a bit more standard or do mix it up. But UP, considering their first pick here, I liked the Gnar hover here, but decided they'd rather have the Hecarim. But you have to think with that matchup especially, Flame is snapping off the Gnar.
He's at least going to show us the cannon that we've wanted for so long.
He looks so happy. He's like, yes, cannon. His analyst immediately like, no. He's like, oh.
There's 2 schools of thought. Shy returned to the Shyvana recently in the LCK. Again, can be a very strong laning matchup. Very similarly, take the teleport smite. Similar roles in team fights as well. But the Gnar, especially after that 5-man Gnar, I think you have to take it.
Flame looks really happy here, but he's going to consider a couple more champions. Flashing the Bard once again, our LGD. They might have something kooky cooked up once again. Is it going to be the Nard combo coming in? Not much longer for them to change up their champions. Flame is really happy to be getting his Gnar once again, and it is the Nard combo coming through.
Nard is the word, and Nard is locked in. This is going to be exciting. Will we see just waiting out 2.5 seconds of stasis into a 5-man ultimate? Tempered Fate
so.
into Gnar ultimate. We'll just say Nard and just leave it like that.
I mean, Banar is your other option, and that's definitely not good. So LGD, again, put together some nice team fight combo. That is what Bard brings to you. Always creates unique situations, certainly, but a lot of good team fight situations, despite maybe some weak laning, or even, honestly, weak roaming for a roam champion. Not quite the same influence as, say, the Annie that we were seeing all throughout the spring. But
it can be situational, but definitely not the reliable roam of an Alistair or Annie.
No, or even something like a Thresh. But UP get to answer back with some strong picks of their own. There's actually the Thresh that we talked about, and Sejuani is going to be the jungler of choice.
There's some windows to be exploited about this UP comp. So far, they've locked in a scaling jungler and a scaling top laner, especially a scaling top laner with a bad matchup against Nah. I mean, Thresh, obviously, a very strong pick mid-game champion, but some weaknesses. I want to see some mid-game power coming out from LGD.
I mean, I don't know if I want to see Vayne again. I didn't mind the Jinx that they were flashing, actually, but again, the jungle pool's also been shredded slightly. Nunu's the only big jungler that we look at generally that's still available here. So if he wants to take it against Sejuani, he can. I actually like the Jinx flash there for a while. It was very cute, actually, but Godvi is going to lock in the Nunu for his jungler TBQ, and Imp is back on Vayne duty.
There's already a lot of peel and a lot of the Blood Boil on Vayne, obviously, has always been a synergy even back in the Nunu support days, and now you've got the zone control of both if we see the, especially see the Naba being really well cultivated by Flame, the threat of the Gnar ultimate, the threat of the Absolute Zero. There's a lot of space for Vayne potentially doing a lot of damage. Not quite the Azir to round out a perfect protect the hyper carry comp. Not going to be available in this particular situation. But UP, weak top lane, weak jungler. They're trying to pick some power with their other picks.
The big issue here is that LGD have already flashed it to UP. I assume PYL is snapping off Orianna here for Godvi. It's good in the matchup against LeBlanc. Civ is great as well for UP, so I don't mind that comp at all, but I don't see why Godby wants to change unless they really, yes they do, want to run the Varus Bard once again.
It's shenanigans time once again, pastry time. LGD, there was a big discussion about Chaos versus Control, and LGD definitely on the Chaos side of things.
They certainly do love to be on that for a lot of the time, unless they get super serious in playoffs, and then they really come out into that, I guess, their final form. But again, we saw a lot of this team comp from LGD do work in the last game. Can LGD do similar things? I think one time you're sort of, okay, I see what you did. They're very cute POL, nice Bard ultimates, and they set up some nice moments. But if they can make it work once again, especially if they don't fall too far behind and can be proactive with their team fight, that says to me that LGD are really onto something with this team comp.
I mean, to me, in general, when we run through the lineups, we're going to start off with a strong laning matchup for LGD in the top lane. But apart from this lane, I think you have to abandon the strong top laning 1v1, go for the lane swap. If you get a lane swap off and Vayne shows up in a lane against Sivir with Blade of the Ruined King, I think this LGD comp has a lot more potential. I actually like it over the previous LGD comp. With the Nunu Space Control Ultimate especially, they have some semblance of a front line. How is Varus going to do against LeBlanc? Definitely going to be on the back foot for that early laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, Scatch, again on the Sivir, might struggle as once items come through for the Vayne. This is a fairly standard support matchup as well. Plenty of playmaking opportunity going in there between Heart and PYL. Bard is back, Varus is back. Godby's going to go kooky once again here. And if LGD can make this work, I'll be a believer. I'll be a Bard leaver, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, will we see the 1v1 matchup, Nah taking advantage of Hecarim? Will we instead see the lane swap that might isolate not the best mid lane matchup you'd have to think? I guess Varus can play super, super safe, but have no semblance of control against a strong laning champion like LeBlanc.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. It is round 2 for our magical journey. And welcome back onto the Rift here. LGD versus UP once more, and a very similar look here for LGD in their team comp. Godby has changed skins, important to note there, but other than that, all of the same elements from their successful Game 1 victory.
And of course, their successful Game 1 victory began dying 2-1 in kills at level 1. So it doesn't look like we're going to have a 5-man fight in the top lane. Sad days for this particular game, but UP, they're a 4-man stack. They want to get some information, but so far not really achieved anything.
And you can see everyone backing off, just some wards, but fairly shallow for both sides as LGD just looking to guard their entrances. I like that Imp and PYL are sort of sticking to the middle of the map, not committing to a direction just yet again, trying to sniff out the lane swap. At this point, it looks like they're going to have to guess here, but if they're moving to the top and Scatch is going wide, it looks, no, actually back to the mid lane. So both teams really trying to make sure they scout them out, but Imp and POL are going to now commit to the top side.
I mean, very expected the lane swap coming through from LG. Going to be successful, so they don't get Nah just smashing off against a Hecarim, but Sivir actually cheating towards the top side. They don't have information yet. They have not been spotted by a blue ward just yet, but the bluff has been called by UP.
Yeah, so nice guess there from UP. It looks like they will get the lane they want eventually once Hart moves out of the way. But the smart thing about what LGD are doing, they check all of the entrances to the jungle and then move their lane back up to the jungle so they know there are no wards there to spot the swap.
So importantly, Sketch and Imp have now spotted. So how does this work in terms of vertical jungling? Both teams are starting off on their buffs on the bottom side of the jungle. Will we see true vertical jungling? Sketch is 1v2. You have to really respect that passive coming through from Vayne, especially when it comes to level 1 autos. And even though this matchup should be a good one for Sivir, especially in the early levels, a quick level 2, anything's possible with no spell shield available from Sivir.
And it looks like Nunu actually might just be doing a standard horizontal jungle. So, I mean, you kind of have to at this point. They both started on the same side of the map anyway. So, oh, that makes sense as well. Yes, they're obviously on the same side of the map. So, going to be a fairly normal jungle start here. And they actually are not going to get the swap they wanted, it looks like. Imp and Pee are going to have to lane standard.
But Imp and PYR got to lane first. They have lane control as Vayne suddenly hit level 2. We already know that W has been skilled by Sivir in this particular situation. So UP on the back foot. This lane should evolve to get better for Sivir, but if Vayne somehow gets through it, Blade the Ruined King is definitely the big change in this laning power between the two carries.
That's all Vayne can really ask for, I feel like, in a lane. We used to use the phrase even or better to describe pretty much every Vayne lane, and that's certainly going to apply here.
If she goes even or better, that's when she's happy. But honestly, losing by 10 CS is always decent in a Vayne lane. Sivir's no exception. But yeah, the tipping point, it's that first item. It's the big Blade the Ruined King purchase.
And PYL actually found Hart here. Imp's going to come in and get aggressive. TBQ going to join in with a snowball, but an exhaust's going to come down. Punishes here with Amy as well. PYL already dead. Heal popped as Flame is ported into the top side as well. And LGD going to try and navigate now a 4v3. Flashes there, get used as Flames, forced to hop and flash away. Imp gets a kill into Amy, but it looks like he might go down. 3-man boomerang's not enough. Punish gets the next kill, and we start the game almost exactly the same way as last time.
So it evolved into 4v4. Crucially, Hecarim did not use his teleport, and Varus, as a fairly immovable, not control mage, but obviously wave clear champion, didn't come and join. The result is that Varus now has to deal with a fiendish Codex LeBlanc at 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's already tough for Godv. You saw him get poked under his turret at level 2 and take about 50% of his health. Not going to get much better, unfortunately. He's got a decent CS lead now, but LeBlanc's going to come back and even that up fairly quickly. And Godv will go back. He'll get whatever item he can afford. As PYL there looks for a Q, forces the flasher onto Sketch. Hook will miss, though, as TBQ, sorry, is going to rotate away. So nice pressure there from Nunu. Almost gets another kill.
It was really nice pathing by TBQ to come back to lane. They really expected the aggressive back in the closest brush. They just pushed in a wave. It looked like it was going to be a big win for you because they're going to get a free back after pushing in two and a half waves grouped up into the turret that Vayne was going to miss. Now they've been punished. LGD have all the options about wave control. And Sivir's actually been forced to go for kind of a weird build. Didn't have enough gold for a pickaxe, you have to guess, and just double longsword, kind of pricing herself into an eventual Ghost Blade.
And I saw Imp do this as well, and I was like, huh, is that going to set him back? But I believe this actually builds in the build order, so he's fine as far as items go. I guess Scat saw the double longsword and said, well, I can't afford to fall behind in this lane. Guess I have to copy you.
And that's just how thrift shopping's evolved, is when you look at the enemy like, he got a pickaxe, I guess I have to match the power. Especially in a lane matchup where you're expected to win, just coming back with a longsword, you open up really potential for Imp to run away with the lane, even in a counter matchup.
Imp is so aggressive, but a good bait here for UP. Amy's back in the top side. Imp has no summoners. He's actually going to re-all in, but a Flay going to keep him safe. He eats the tower hit, and Amy gets an easy kill.
I think it was smart of him to go aggressive. He was going to die whatever. Magical journey.
Very magical, but maybe not for PYL. Actually able to get out safely, but actually might have been towered, I fear. Long's level 5. That's a fairly tanky Hecarim, and PYL, as a result, has to walk back to his tier 2 turret to be safe.
But you might think, why did Imp keep going aggressive? Is that he was 100% dead, and if he went aggressive, Sivir was one auto away from dying. It was the only way he could guarantee that the kill credit wouldn't go to the Sivir. So it's that situation where you're relatively happy to give it to a jungler. Giving it to a Cinderhulk scaling jungler like Sejuani certainly isn't ideal, but it was the best of a bad situation for him.
Yeah, and TBQ's answering nicely here as well, able to sneak away a dragon with a slight amount of help, but not a massive amount there from Flame. And Punish returning to his lane. TBQ still working on the dragon, should be able to get it though, as Consume's going to come back, and he does have his smite available. Dragon number 1's going to go to LGD, and a decent trade there with Imp dying. He's actually back down in the bottom lane now against the Hecarim for now.
And it was impressive that Govi was able to actually get some lane control, push push it into the turret just to make that Nunu dragon even safer in the solo dragon stakes. Punish going to have a lot of wave control, waiting for level 6, but Godvi, despite not having the 2 kills in the pocket, pings at level 6 first. Will it be enough, though, through both the potential disengage of the Chain of Corruption and the defensive barrier choice to get through this LeBlanc lane?
I think barrier is an important highlight. That's a smart summoner choice there for Godwin. Pretty much says that against an Ignite mid laner, you are determined to not die wherever possible.
It's just the highest amount of early game shooting. It gives you that much more flat, effective health compared to heal. A much more selfish choice, but you can't really afford to take liberties against LeBlanc.
No, I mean, again, Orianna would have been, I thought was a gimme here in LGD's team comp, but Godby wanted to play the Varus once again, has to make some consolations to get through the lane, and so far, even on CS, despite all the roaming that Punish has been doing, he'll be on the back foot for a bit while longer, but if he can get through the lane and be strong once the mid-game and the fights do come, especially if they can set up a siege, Godby is stacking Tear of the Goddess is going to be just fine.
I think Godby is just observing the trends in high elo, especially Korean solo queue. They're loving this Varus mid. Not so much the Kog'Maw mid, but the Varus mid has really evolved as that screens away poke control champion in the mid lane with good wave clear. And again, now Pawn has brought it out, and now Godvy's picking it up as well.
I believe Pawn has really brought it out. I think it's the only thing he's played so far in his games with EDG. And
He's played Fizz as well.
Oh, he has? Oh, you're right. He has played Fizz. For a while, it was Varus
14
only.
kill game Fizz reminded us that it's not just Varus only.
No, but Pawn's the kind of player that I feel like when he latches onto a champion, he just really wants to play only that champion.
You say that, but he also has, what, 20, 21 unique picks as well?
He has some wins on Vega. I don't know what to tell you.
He doesn't play champions once.
No. He really, he finds something, he's like, this is great, I'm going to play it.
And you think, okay, it's just the one Vega game. Okay,
Never.
you convinced me, but it's always the second one that's right around the corner.
I mean, no one expects the second Vega game, surely. I mean, you see one, all right, again, cute stuff. Kind of like the Bard game here. I mean, Bard Varus now with the Nara as well. I can see what LGD want to do with their team comp as Punish dives in. Good chain there, lands in, and Godby going to try and get the trades down, but there's nothing coming in this matchup.
If he hits the Q, it doesn't manage to, but there is counter poke available. Each of those piercing lights is doing, each of those piercing arrows is doing a lot of trade damage to LeBlanc, who does not have the highest base armor values especially. So the mid lane, the all-in trade certainly favoring Punished, but Godby, he's got windows to at least poke out the LeBlanc.
And you can see with the way he's playing as well. Just be safe here as PYL eats a hook there from Hart, but Imp really turning on the aggression. Actually is now slightly better in the lane as far as damage goes as Hart gets stunned, but Scatch does not. Good spell shield by Siva to keep herself safe. But Imp, he's just going back in. He gets played there, forced to use the heal.
Early.
Pops the ulti. POL tries to find it, but doesn't get there. Exhaust is down. Imp's going to die. Hart will get credit for that kill. Box onto POL is going to secure the second. And a misstep there. Oh my god, Scatch might be able to turn it around. PYL gets it, but dies in the magical journey. Hart actually gets the double as TVQ tunnels the ulti to try and get this Thresh. He's going to maybe die for it. The Snowball's doing good damage, and PBQ needs one more, but he has to flash for it. Flash Snowball for the kill. Long in the top lane's diving on the flame. That's an easy kill, and it's chaos across the rift.
It kills across the rift, but the one up top is probably the biggest one pastry time. I was looking at the CS values. 30 CS behind just a moment ago, now picks up a kill. So very nice ganking pressure there. It's to be expected that Hecarim with a poor early ganking jungler wouldn't be able to get a lot of pressure and would start to really get punished. And what is a difficult matchup for the Hecarim. Amy finally gets the levels, hits level 6, shows up with Glacial Prison, and helps out the Hecarim.
Oh, Godby, I thought actually set the trap, does get the kill. Very well played with the ultimate there as well. Pinkwood nonetheless, Godby is very crafty.
Very, very sneaky. It was definitely Fizz-esque playing the Varus.
Sure. I mean, it's Godby. Again, he likes to pull out these different picks. I'm sure him and Pawn are having some sort of competition in the LPL season where they try and play more unique champions than the other. I believe, if that's the case, that Godby has the current record from spring, but there's plenty of matches left in the summer, Papa Smithy.
Okay, let's return to the bot lane 2v2. We saw the all-in started by LG. Now, one thing I want you guys to notice that might have been missed in the trade is that Imp healed early. There's no ignite on the side of UP. It might have just been reactive, but he healed maybe just for the movement speed and positioning. Got the full value of the heal. Siva was ignited, healed through the ignite, and had the reduction come through, and still won a 2v2 trade, which shows you that opting into those trades at that point is risky. As Amy gets poked out, probably not kill pressure, but if there's another Q. Yeah,
Punish actually now going to get taken on. Good Q there from Godby, who's kind of starting to bully around these lanes now, which is bit of a crazy thing to say about Varus, but Sketch and Hart are doing decently well on the bottom side, keeping that vein honest. And Imp, you sort of mentioned it already, needs that Blade of the Ruin King to really get things going, and is not quite there yet.
That's kind of the point, was that all the other factors were actually in the advantage of LGD, and they got their big heal value, which doubled, of course, the heal effective to Sivir, and soundly lost it 2v2.
They're all-inning again, actually. Ulti misses there. Very well played by Sketch and Hart. Spell Shield there to dodge the Tempered Fate, and good positioning from Thresh to get out of it. TBQ is going to find Long, actually, though. Channels the ulti for decent damage. Godby lining it up. Has the ulti back in there. Snowball lands through. Q's going to go in. Ulti misses, though, as Long. Oh, it hit. He saved his ulti, but still managed to go over. But the Q going to land in. Not enough damage, and Punish going to launch in, try and take him out, but Flame, he wants to die, but he can't quite do it.
If Lung had complete information, actually held the ultimate, which of course cannot be stopped, that is a massive ride to come through for Amy. They are going to pick up this turret, but if he was cognizant of the fact that Varus had ult and just waited to use the Onslaught of Shadows in that manner, that was beautiful Hecarim mechanics from Long.
Kind of awkward that Godby was channeling a Q there as well, because he couldn't actually use his ulti. He's busy charging up his arrows. So Godby has his blue buff looking just fine, actually. A good CS lead's opened up. If despite the fact that Punish has the Morello Nomicon now ready to go and has those all-in potential, still Amy going to ride back in, and Imp is far too far forward here in this lane without a tower to run to. Is going to get flanked. The box goes down. Imp's going to die. Sketch might even get the kill and does.
Even get the kill credit on exactly who they want to. Flame is already teleported in.
He's going in there. Exhaust comes through. Good wallop actually coming in as the Gnar gets on the Heart and Sketch. Good ulti though from Amy to counter as Godby is joined in. TBQ gets hooked up by the Thresh. He's taking a little too much damage as Punish comes down and gets the kill. And Punished indeed there. 2 kills for UP and now going to be a dragon.
Yeah, UP fighting as a 4-man unit. It's what we always see with Sivir and tanks, which again is effectively Sivir, tanks and friends coming through apart from LeBlanc poking around the sides. UP fight as a unit. Very smart. Good target selection, taking down the jungler especially first. Should be an unanswered dragon, but they're coming back in.
Godby eats a hook and's forced to flash away. Dragon still getting aggressed on. PWL does not have his ultimate, so can't really contest or at least buy some time for his team. Throws out a Q, but a good dodge from Amy keeps him safe from that tether. And UP going to get their dragon and collect their gold lead.
Just watching to see what Flame builds. Looks like it's going to be Farmy
Imp
Cinder
is
again.
still here. Good Q there from PWL. Long's going to die to Imp, and it's been a crazy long extended team fight, but it's a trade, I think, about 3-for-1 in favor of UP still, plus the dragon there as well.
And aggressive backs getting punished across the map. We already saw Sivir and Thresh early in the game getting punished for overstaying after pushing in a wave. Lung was just too cute with his back and got punished as well.
And Imp still doesn't have a blade as PWL's too aggressive. Heals used as well. Sketch going to get aggressed on as Imp pops him away with a condemn, but still going to try and move in. Amy's going to line it up, though. Doesn't have an ulti. PWL has to run very far away. And Imp, you can see he wants to all in this Sivir. He knows he can win duels, but he really needs to get that blade on pronto.
Yeah, the trades are getting better and better for Imp. He has the recurve bow, which gives now 10 physical damage extra on auto attack, but not quite the blade for the significant kill pressure. It's very, very close. It's a game of inches and bottom, and as you mentioned, the tipping point should be not far away.
No, but if Sketch, who's kept in it quite nicely, going to go back and complete what I can only imagine is a fairly juicy shopping trip, then things should start getting better here as well. And UP, again, navigated themselves to a decent goal. They do about 3,000. Flame, though, steals the Gromp and now going to get aggressive on Long. He's trying to make his life hell here as TBQ's coming up as well. Flame actually needs Mega now. It's not quite close enough. TBQ going to come back in. Flame building up Reg quickly. Punish goes in. Q lands there for LeBlanc. Long gets the kill. Ulti's out onto Punish, but it's not enough to kill him. Now Godby going to try and line it up. Just needs one more Q. He tries to bait in. Good line there, but he doesn't get the kill. And now Amy's up here. Ulti goes through. Long gets another. TBQ's dead. That's 3-for-0 UP.
And I hope we see a replay because the reactive flash as the piercing arrow was literally pixels away was beautiful from the LeBlanc. That's the only reason she lived. Great prediction coming through from Godby. But the reaction, wonderful from UP. And they just out-skirmished the LGD team that very recently were hitting the finals of the LPL.
And that's the look of a man that knows that that Varus Q just got flashed away from. He did everything he could as well. Line it up over the distortion to try and make sure he hit both, and unfortunately just got outplayed by Flash.
One of those moments where you're just like, how could he have Flash? Like, well, obviously he did. He had the full information, but the frustration is real.
It is indeed, and this is going to add to it here. Bard ulti comes in. Sketch dodges it once more. Blue buff going to be safe, but not going to get stolen away as Amy actually smites it. PWL tried to get cute and tether them to their own blue buff, but unfortunately just missing the timing on the Q.
And they thought they had Lung down. It was a 2v1 trade, but we already saw the trade went very well for UP, and now Lung 3-1-2, still 20 CS behind, but getting to pick up team fight items just to be able to contest the Dragons. They're 1-1, but at 11-5 in kills. UP's late game, it's going to come eventually, and the gold, wow, it's ballooned quickly. It's almost 5,000.
Yeah, they've grown it nicely, mainly from the turret advantage that they have here. 3-0 now up for Unlimited Potential and growing a nice gold lead. The kills that they've gotten have looked good as well and punished. You can see the poke there for Varus. Again, we get the idea of what these champions are supposed to do, but LGD looking again for another rough early and mid game. Going to try and see if they can land out some juicy ultimates in the late game.
I don't think I've seen situations where you're losing CS in multiple lanes, not quite in bottom if you include the Targons.
Goodbye,
Punished.
PYL.
Yeah.
Yep. Johnny a bit too magical there. Ulti actually spell shielded, I think, there, but good. Hail of Arrow is going to keep him safe. Never mind, Punish comes in. Amy throws in the ultimate. Everyone goes in over the top of the Raptor camp, and that's 2 kills once again for UP.
And Govvi is getting punished for not taking Cleanse this game. He took Barrier just for a bit more laning power, but the Cleanse, I don't think it was optional. At the moment, it feels like QSS can't be naturally built till after the last Whisper, and until then, it's free kills for the Sejuani.
And this tower is going to be free as well. 4-0 now the turret score will be as Scatch dodges back in there after tanking turret aggro. Imp actually has to be careful as well. Flame is down here, but doesn't quite have enough rage yet, and POL returns also, but no ultimates really here. Sketch pops out the shield, but doesn't need it, and again, the 4th turret falling. Dragon back up in a minute 45, and LGD are starting to fall further and further behind.
It's a lot of power in the pockets of LeBlanc, and now it's evolving to be the Hecarim as well. Maybe going to be frozen hard as a snowball item, so Trinity Force not coming at all, going to be quite late. But the immediate power for the early game power spikes of the likes of LeBlanc and Siva is confirmed.
You can see Imp trying to clear out what he can. He has his Berserker Greaves. He has his Blade of the Ruin King complete now as well. But fairly behind as far as damage goes. Can maybe start to split push, at least if it's against Scatch. He can probably take the duel now. But unfortunately for Imp, all the turrets are down. The safe spots to farm are kind of been destroyed by UP. And that duel that he wanted so many times in the 2v2, he's no longer going to get.
I think maybe that should be credit to UP, though, because the moment that Imp is ready for duels, it feels like the team fight phase has started. It's been accelerated by the likes of Sejuani, who had an uninterrupted early game, suddenly has 10 out of 13 kill participation, and is getting super tanky with the Frozen Heart, Cinder Hulk, and the Sightstone being completed. This is the point where Imp wants to be split pushing, and it feels like UP just going to play the objective game and ensure they don't have these situations where multiple members are overextended with outplay potential from the
I
Vayne.
mean, there's a lot of protection here for Imp as well. Punish going to die back in, but PYL's here. Imp, though, almost gets 2-shot by the LeBlanc, and all the bindings in the world aren't going to save you from that.
He would have died if they had ignited. It did not ignite. It looked like a nut cross with just the grievous wounds coming through from the Merlinomicon. Imp wanted to find a Siva, didn't really want to find a LeBlanc.
No, and Punish very smartly is trying to track Imp now in these lanes as well. So he knows he can clear the waves decently well now with good levels and a good stack of AP built up. Long actually going to steal the red buff with his Smite and Flame. Just can't punish him with a Sunfire Cape.
And exactly, and this is what Flame has done and been outscaled by Hecarims before. He still goes for the Sunfire Cape, which gives a little bit of pushing power, but Frozen Mallet Gnar and what this Sunfire Gnar does when it comes to keeping the Hecarim in check, very, very different.
And I like the double Dorans from Flame. I actually didn't get a chance to mention it earlier. It's a very Flame-esque cannon throwback, really, when you think about it, wanting to bully early on in the lane, but couldn't get enough of a foothold. Some good movement from UP protected their top laner. They're going to get a second dragon out of it now as well, and the advantages keep piling on for Unlimited Potential.
LGD's warding, once again, is strong, especially in the blue side area. This is what PYL has brought to their lineup. There's a bit more structure. The wards are much, much better. They're trying to out-rotate UP. But it's almost like out-rotating against an Ashe. You see the Sejuani and you realize that if you ever go for any sort of split push shenanigans, the Ashe is just, the Sejuani is just going to ult.
Oh, TBQ gets nailed by an ult. PYL, though, answers with the defensive Tempered Fate. TBQ, though, already dead to Punished. I believe Flame, nope, he's not quite in the wrong spot. That's actually Long that... No, it is Flame that teleporting. Got cancelled by Long. There we go as Flame burns down, does not die, but does not get to join the fight.
But does, as you can see, get easily 1v1'd by the Hecarim. Maybe that was because a lot of bursts came through as he was watching the map rather than necessarily his lane. But Lung's got the advantage down bottom, up top, down bottom. They're pushing in aggressively. This game, LGD, it's not going as well for them as the previous one.
No, 6 turrets actually going to be the kill for UP to the 0 over LGD, and that means 10,000 gold ahead now for Unlimited Potential. We saw in the last game, It was about 5,000-6,000 gold ahead, and UP weren't quite confident enough to close it out. This lead is even bigger at an earlier point in the game. So if UP can't close out from here, we'll certainly have some questions about their late-game shot calling and their ability as a new team to close out a game. But it is tricky to lose from this spot. Again, save from some crazy PYL bot ultis.
I'm kind of compare this game to, I believe it was LGD versus QG, when we had a scenario where there was a free-farmed Vayne and there was a free-farmed Sejuani, or a Sejuani that got through the early game. We wondered who would have more impact in the late game, and Swift was doing massive work on the Sejuani. That's the difference between this game and the previous series. Previous game, we saw Rek'Sai and Gragas from the jungle have situational engage options compared to Sejuani, who has just the ultimate teamfight lockdown. And LGD, they're trying to pull off split pushes. They're trying to pull off 1-3-1. They're trying to rotate around like they did so successfully in the previous series. You just can't do that against a Sejuani who could just throw out the ult, and if it hits, wreck your team.
I mean, we talk about engage and disengage power with ultimates like Bard and Varus. Sejuani might be the queen of those ultimates right now as far as popular picks go. And you can see Planet still pushing as well. Again, keeping Imp in check, or even at this point, just a fine split pusher. And it's actually UP that seem to be doing a bit of a 1-3-1 split push.
No one can go and lane against LeBlanc. Has 6-1-3, death cap on top of a Melanomicon. Vayne certainly cannot lane against her, barring a crazy outplay and honestly some mechanical misplays from the LeBlanc player herself. Hecarim has the control on bottom, got the phage, they're going to be working towards some sort of Trinity Force, you'd have to think, and Flame's already lost a 1v1. Probably going to keep happening.
Yeah, just runs away there. Doesn't use his ulti to disengage as PYL's forced to flash out. Magical journeys to safety, though, as Amy is going to follow into the portal. Godvi trying to kite and fight here with the poke coming through, but UP just getting deeper and deeper vision in LGD's jungle.
Just pushing up the minion waves. Just suddenly, every camp is a risk for LGD to try and contest. Even their own Raptors and Wolves are looking like an objective too far. Flame's trying to show a bit of aggression in bot, be the alpha male, but the rest of UP are totally running over LGD.
I mean, the gold lead as well, just creating more problems. It's not like UP's comp is even bad, honestly, in mid to late game situations, but the fact that they're ahead as well. I mean, top lane especially. Hecarim is so far ahead of Flame.
It's the return of Sivir Hecarim. It's a very, very strong duo. Both of them are ahead. Flame is completely disregarding. And unfortunately, in these sort of situations, when Baron is a risk, when you get all this control over both the inner turrets in top and mid, someone eventually has to ward, and they just die.
Yeah, Imp's overextended. He's dead now as well. Jeez, that was a lot of damage as Flashflay will actually miss there for Hut. TBQ trying to run himself away, looks to get to safety here as he scatters back through his jungle. Flame or Redon in there as well. Punished actually going to get the kill there onto Nunu. Long teleports in, has the home guard ready, but he's rushing straight for Baron.
And there's just nothing Varus can do in this game. Varus got to dictate previously because he could get into smart positions during Tempered Fate on a Baron. The Baron in the last game maybe lost UP the game. This time around, the jungler and the AD carry both dead. You could throw out a Tempered Fate, but it's on cooldown, so UP not going to have the same fate twice in a row.
Yeah, just nothing here, unfortunately, for LGD. Just going to try and get what vision they can as UP going to claim their Baron and extend that golden. And I have to say, the last game was definitely a bit shaky, some questionable late game calls there, but they've really tightened it up, playing to their win conditions here, playing like a team that's ahead, which they were in the last game, but doing a much better job of it in game number 2.
And that's why I'm going to disagree with you slightly. It is very reminiscent of the last game. It's just that around 21 minutes, they took the foot off the gas, and then everything changed at 30 minutes when they had that real ill-advised fail play around Baron, when a lot of the LGD members had just got items in the preceding 9 minutes that they shouldn't have had any right to. They've never taken the foot off. Every time Sejuani's ultimate has been available, aggressive Arctic Assault, Amy style. This is what we expected from AB. This is exactly the scouting report for this jungler based on his LSPL play on both Vici Gaming potential and previously on Vici Gaming when he took that lineup to the LPL in the previous split. So just showing so much aggression, never giving time to farm up. And that's why LGD just find themselves all at sea, because they don't have the items to deal with all the pressure and aggression of UP.
And I agree. It's almost been a completely different game.
Here we go.
Godby just gets wrecked by an ulti. Long dives in as Punish takes him out. Flame, here's Megano, gets a 4-man ulti as Long goes into the Nexus turrets, but even Flame can't handle all of this. The ulti might keep him alive for a little bit longer, but Imp, no way to free hit. Double kill there for LeBlanc. Imp trying to navigate as best he can. Punish actually dives his way in, and Scat is able to get that kill. PYL forced to go through his own turret as Punish dives back in. PYL actually gets a kill onto LeBlanc, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah, too much aggression from Punish, but it doesn't matter. They take the inhibitor. They don't have another minion wave to pick up. They still have Baron buff minions, though, so it should be the game.
And turrets at least going to fall. The first one goes in. PYL gets hooked, and he'll get blown up there as well by Sketch. Now TBQ going to be the next target. Goes down, and that's everyone dead. Godvi is back. Imp will join him soon. Going to go in for the turrets here as Godvi throws out an ulti to keep them off the turrets. It's not game just yet, but it might as well be.
Amy is so tanky. Actually tended towards the turret. It didn't matter. Could just Arctic Assault away. The difference between the two games, Page Time, is best encapsulated by the last time we saw Sejuani ult or a big ultimate hit onto Varus, instant QSS. This game, no time for QSS. Buying all these emergency items like, for example, the Home Guard boots. You don't have 317 CS Varus before the team fight phase started, and now he's just getting caught and dying at the start of every fight.
I mean, Imp's going to get red buff. He's only just got his 2 items by the looks of things, unless he's got a nice big stash of gold hidden away there in that cloak, because Imp, I mean, it was the same story for him playing Van last game, fell behind and then had to farm his way back up. But you said it. UP have just never taken their foot off the gas here, and those gold leads are ridiculous.
But those gold leads in 10 minutes' time might not be as relevant. There might be the items like QSS and all the cores down for Varus, who, despite being a mid lane champion, mid lane poke champion, doesn't need a lot of items. Needs Mana Moon, Brutalizer, Last Whisper, and then you can happily build a QSS. Everything after that's kind of a bonus, like a Bloodthirster, for example. But in the previous game, he had all those items before he was pressured. Now with Sejuani, it's so much easier to pressure. You throw out that ult, and if it hits, all in is the time to go. And it's hitting consistently. He was forced to take the barrier for laning phase. Didn't feel safe enough to take a cleanse against LeBlanc, and I don't blame him for that. But now he's punishing. Now he's being punished because the QSS, it's still effectively 1,300 gold away.
Yeah, and if we look at LGD and see that maybe they've got 2 items on some of their carries, honestly, their tanks are still falling behind as far as big items go. UP have 3 or 4 items on most of their carries. Long especially has the Trinity Force now. He's absolutely massive on this hack room, and they're going to go in for another turret here, and LGD are going to struggle to defend.
I think Long Strong 10, 2, and 5, 3-item LeBlanc will obliterate anyone.
Yeah, I mean, punished here. Luden's in there as well for maximum AoE damage. Long actually does get caught up there, but he'll ride a lantern out to safety. That last inhib won't quite go down yet, but won't be up for much longer here as LGD are trying to do everything they can to just stop the tide of UP pushing.
It's waiting for the next minion wave to come through. They still have the Baron buff as far as we can tell. I believe it's one off. One rotation. Doesn't kill Flame, but damage is going to stick.
Yeah, Long just going to run in for a flank as well. Imp is not safe either in this game. That's probably the other
Tempted
thing.
Fate misses.
Long is so good at getting onto these carries. Yeah, when the Bard ult down, I think Varus does have his backup. Flame will have his just for now, but his rage is about to run out. And honestly, LGD's luck looks to be running out here as well. UP not going to make the same critical mistake. And like you said, have never stopped just being aggressive into LGD.
I wouldn't have minded them continuing to apply pressure just because there's a big stack of minions pushing in the bottom lane. But maybe there's some big item buys coming through. So backing away is probably not going to be a big problem for UP. Compared to the previous game, they took the foot off the gas without breaking the base, without getting a massive objective. They only had some dragons to show for their game. This time around, they've broken the base multiple times, so you can afford to shop up and get ready, and Golvi's caught again.
They're going to get 1v1 here by the Heck Room. That's absurd damage. Amy nails the ulti there as well, just to seal the kill, and Long's going to pick up his 6th of the game.
And Sejuani being there was overkill. You saw the first burst at over half the health of a Varus. Such is the strength of this high-level Heck Room. They're going to try and finish the game, though, just off that pick.
You can see there are minions in the bottom side. UP are going to continue their aggression here. They can get the last turret if they want, but they probably don't need it. Only one Nexus turret remaining as well. Punish dives in and forces out TBQ's ultimate, and that's going to go in onto the turret. TBQ actually gets chained up there by LeBlanc. Turret's going to go down. Imp's going to get dove on. Dies almost immediately, it looks like, as he's forced to back off towards his fountain. The Nexus is exposed. Punish dives back in for a kill on Flame, doing everything he can, but it's not enough. Unlimited potential are going to split the series 1 apiece.
And the mid lane substitution paid off, and then some. 12, 2, and 6. We saw LeBlanc and Cassidy in the previous you played. We knew that we should expect a slightly different type of mid laner from Punish than we did from Jiang in the previous game, and it paid off trumps. Getting that power in the mid lane. Sivir and LeBlanc were the last 2 picks on the blue side, equaling out what was some weaker lanes, remember. It was the Heck Room and Sejuani, but the LeBlanc power against Varus, bit of an opportunistic Varus pick, I think a bit I think, too aggressive in that situation, was punished in lane, literally, by the player. And the Sejuani got enough time to scale up, and in the late game, Sejuani ulted one of the squishies, and they died.
I think LGD committing too much to their Game 1 plan there. And I said I loved it in Game 1. It was great to watch and great fun, and certainly effective enough to get a game, but UP would only be fooled once, it seems like, and I can't believe Godfrey didn't pick Orianna. I mean, just... they didn't adapt. That's the big thing for LGD. They went back. They wanted to run the same comp back again and couldn't adjust for Hecarim, Sejuani, and Punish playing a nice LeBlanc game as well.
It's the same story for EDG when they tried to run 2 games in a row of Varus. First game went fine. Opportunistic Varus picked the second time and was punished, and the same story was true here. The Varus mid's a nice gimmick, so's the Bard, but I don't feel like we know what exactly an optimal Varus or Bard comp looks like just yet, and that's exciting because the isolated parts in Game 1 especially were really impressive.
Well, we'll have to find out some other day as the series does get split between LGD and Unlimited Potential. We'll take a quick commercial break, but when we return, our final match of the evening will be here as OMG take on World Elite. And welcome back, everyone, to what will soon be our last match of the evening for Week 2, Day 2 of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry-Tunkar. Joining with me still is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And before we get into our next match, that last game, an interesting split between the newcomers UP and the old school LGD. Now with PYL coming back in, but some interesting picks and games there, and Punish, I think, well-deserved MVP from our last game.
Remember, was not playing in Game 1. They subbed in Punish. He played a much more proactive early game mid laner in LeBlanc, and I feel like UP made great adjustments in what was basically the same comp fielded 2 games in a row. They understood they needed much more engage. Not going to see engage in this first fight because this was just Punish picking up a very early 2 kills. That was just the first blood and what ended up being a 4v4 bloodbath 2-for-1 trade. But when it came to late game, it was the big engage from both the pick power of LeBlanc, as you see 1 rotation killing poor Bard, but also the Sejuani ults. When you have Sejuani Hecarim, you have that squishy backline against the Sejuani Hecarim, as Hecarim's in the crowd. That's pretty cool.
That's really impressive. He's just so fast that he runs out of the game, back into the crowd, and then still teleport home guards onto AD carry.
By then, and the home guard
and
boots,
Infinity Edge, actually, was just hanging out, brandishing it. So strong stuff there from Hecarim, both in and out of the game there as far as the Rift goes. But our last matchup here, it is 2 classic Chinese esports organizations. OMG are going to be taking on World Elite. But as we sort of said in the last week, I guess, reintroducing these teams as we start off the summer split. Very different looking teams now.
They're absolutely different looking teams, but both of them have been buoyed by their start to Week 2. Week 1, not really kind to either of them. 2-2 start for OMG, 0-4 start for World Elite. But World Elite against M3, finally getting on the board, playing very solid League of Legends. There was no big superstar that game. Wasn't a spirit carry, wasn't a big one for Mystics. Everyone played their role, which is probably a good thing. You don't necessarily want the fortunes for a team that's lagging behind to all rest on one player. In the second game, not being so kind against Mastery, but still good to get the win on the board. And OMG picking up a big 2-0 win against RNG. But still questions for both teams, specifically for OMG when it comes to a player like their jungler, Zhuezhue, their new jungler replacing Loveland, getting 3 buffed 2 games in a row by MLXG.
Yeah, both of their super new players seem to be definitely coming into their role. I mean, Xiang in the top lane, he is still a new player, especially to his role, but does have some experience competitively already. It is that jungle and support, that utility duo with Zhuezhue in the jungle and amazing down the bottom on support that feels very fresh to their role. And both in their last series, despite the victories, had a couple of places where they could definitely do some fine-tuning because this roster still learning how to play together as a unit.
And worth knowing that these players aren't new to professional League of Legends. Both of them play in the League of Legends secondary Pro League for Oh My Dreams, the second team for OMG. But the step up from the LSPL to the LPL, I guess, has been apparent. Amazing hasn't looked convincing. Like, it hasn't been awful. He wasn't as bad as Fan, for example, that really struggled for LGD trying to replace PYL. But again, hasn't been a source of strength. And Zhuezhue in particular, just completely bossed around by the more experienced MLXG.
And you can see the World Elite signs in the crowd as they swap back over. Such a popular team, and understandably so, have been one of the biggest, if not the biggest organization in China for esports in a while. And we start with Aluka, the train driver in the top lane.
The trains just never come into the station, Pastry Time. The trains never are available for Aluka. He would have been watching Sky play that earlier tonight and thinking, I just want one Scion game.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get it. It's been banned, I think, every time so far as we move to Spirit now as well. A menagerie of junglers in the bottom side there, but Spirit looks good on almost any champion, and Xie, probably the opposite there, is really sticking to a set champion pool.
Just hasn't really convinced us on any of his picks, and this was maybe the big question mark. Came in with a bang when he came through at IEM, but certainly hasn't really shaken out that well. And Mystic, he's been consistent, but not really putting up the big numbers yet.
Yeah, Mystic and Xie actually definitely had a lot of shining individual performances late in last season, but still trying to get there as Conan, the new old player, as we like to call him, with Orderly, joining back into the roster. I believe he was the original support to replace FCZF when he moved to EDG all that time ago, dating myself there. Conan's looked fine as well, but it's definitely still building synergy on the bottom side.
It absolutely is. It's definitely been, it looks better than the lane was with UJ. So UJ leaving and moving, I believe it's positive energy, and the LSPL hasn't really hurt Waterloo too much in that regard. Still no sign of Dada 7, the experienced support they picked up from OMG. Of course, purchase may vary on what you think of Dada 7 as a player. Definitely didn't really shower himself in glory at 2014 Worlds, but does have a lot of experience to maybe benefit some of the other members. World Elite, we're still trying to work out what their identity is coming into this 2015 summer season. They were looking really impressive towards the end of the spring, specifically when they engineered situations that really allowed Spirit to play those really high ganking junglers like the Nidalee. Hasn't returned to the Nidalee, but we still want to see it. And in fact, OMG, despite having a new jungler, they've actually shown the Nidalee this season.
Yeah, and they're looking decent here as they kind of, again, get this new roster into form. Xiang in the top side. Played support as a sub last season for OMG, formerly a mid lane player, but settling into his role fairly well, I have to say.
And the Maokai was impressive, but we kind of take that for granted with players transitioning to top lane. The Na mechanics and the Na ultimates actually won them their previous game. Zhuezhui, he's the one that stuck out, though. He has been really targeted out by enemy teams, and it shouldn't stop here. Spirit versus Zhuezhui, on paper, is a mismatch.
It is, and cool. Probably the opposite there for the team. He's really been stepping back up into his primary carry, or putting on the carry pants in the last few games. And Uzi as well, a fantastic player, one of the best AD carries in the world still. Had a consistent spring, and his summer's looking just about the same. But a lot of Sivir games there in the match history. He's certainly taken a step back.
We were hoping, we were asking, where's the Sivir? Where's the Sivir? Well, it's here in the summer. Hasn't necessarily been picking up as much wins as we come over to Amazing. The Alistar was a good ball carrier, but his individual play certainly hasn't been anything of note.
No, it's not quite the same as Uzi's other supports, and he's had a lot of them in his time. It's a long way away since Makako Tabi and Uzi used to play in a little team called Royal Club all the way then. I mean, Cloud was playing brilliantly with Uzi as a duo, but couldn't quite mesh with the team, I guess. Uzi's had a lot of different players come in. Amazing's the next support player to be brought into the roster, but they really need to find someone that can help match Uzi's brilliance in lane, because if Uzi can find another strong duo lane partner, he'll start doing what he's been doing for the last 2 years, it feels like, and that's take over bottom lanes.
He might take over bottom lane, but honestly, in OMG's wins, it's been all about Cool. His scores in the previous game, 13-1-7, 1150 AP Cassiopeia. Straight into an 8-1-9 carry on Orianna. He definitely had polarizing games in the spring split, you have to say. He would hard carry a game with 15 to 20 kills and then go 0-7 on Zed, just zombie pushing across the map. Cool has been their barometer. It's usually all about Uzi on Uzi's team, so he might find it surprising to see that it's been all about Core. If they can pick him some more winning matchups, or at least skill matchups, he's definitely got the skill to show that he's still out there to play with the big boys in the league.
He is, and I think that's great for a team like OMG. Cool's a fantastic player. It's lovely to see him sort of get back into form, but coaches are lining up behind their players. That means it's time for Game 1 champion select any moment now. And who's getting targeted here? Is Cool going to finally eat some bans? Because he had a fairly free landing phase. He's drawn a lot of bans in his lifetime. We'll see what happens here in game number 1. Alistar, though, is the first ban by World Elite.
So these two teams have very vocal fan bases, and I have to think, if you were a WE fan talking to your friends, you'd say, okay, I've seen that Zhuezhui guy. He's a bit questionable. I think Spirit can get all over him, and Spirit will be our source of victory. And I think, yeah, that sounds like a very solid theory. Honestly, though, OMG probably feel the same about the mid lane. When Cool gets going, he's shown a level of performance that Jia hasn't been able to get to. So I feel like whichever of these real star players for their team, whether it's Cool or Spirit, get on top of that matchup, they should be the keys to victory. And I'm really going to be watching both those matchups to see whether it's Cool or Spirit that can really take this game by the scruff of its neck.
Well, Banthrom is complete now, so Azir's going to get banned away from Cool. Kalista once again taken away from Uzi, and of course the silence ban there for Luca, joining with a LeBlanc ban actually on the red side for OMG, so don't want to give it over to World Elite despite Cool's prominence on the champion. Maokai is actually the last ban, so kind of taking it away from Xiang. We're going to deny the standard tank from Aluka as well, who's honestly has not looked that good so far.
No, it definitely didn't look like something that could answer a Hecarim. That's the big situation, is you kind of need a bit of carry flavor to answer a Hecarim. You need the frozen melt, you need the real damage items coming out from the Gnar. And if you're just not that kind of Gnar, just don't pick yourself into the matchup. Cassiopeia is the notable champion that's made it through picks and bans. Is Jia feeling confident to play it? Because if not, we've already mentioned 13-1-7, 1150 AP. It was a real hard carry performance from Cool to get them over the line in game 1 yesterday.
And they are going to take it. It looks like Aluka selects his analyst, rushes over and says, it's okay, you picked the right champion. First pick Cassiopeia for World Elite.
What will the answer be is the question. They're not going to rush to pick a mid lane. There's no rush to do so. Hecarim's available. We've just mentioned that Aluka's not really good at keeping Hecarims in check. He did win one of those 2 games yesterday, but there was some real poor plays coming through from Let Me, turret diving, and what was definitely the facepalm moment of the evening. Hecarim is going to be the pick from Xiang. There's something different. He showed shades of carry potential on the Gnar. Now he needs to go real big on the Hecarim to justify the pick.
I like the Hecarim a lot against Cassio, but Nautilus is going to come in as well. So amazing 2 supports that we've seen so far, I believe, in this particular split. He's going to get the other one here. Alistar's banned away, so he picks up Nautilus.
A lot of junglers available. No junglers banned means that it's a risk to pick the Nidalee. You can go for champions like the Nunu, which of course wouldn't be a bad matchup for Nidalee. Nidalee can open up kill pressure, but you can just go for the classic meta junglers, like for example the Rek'Sai who's available. All those picks like Rek'Sai and Gragas available. I'd like to see the Nidalee, but this early in the rotation, I don't think it's a viable choice for Spirit.
I agree. I think it's a bit too dangerous. So just take your top laner here. You've already seen OMG, so you want to, I guess, hide your bottom lane's not the worst strategy. It will be Rek'Sai now that picks forward Elite, and Aluka, once again, he's been in this matchup a couple of times, has not impressed us just yet, but has opportunities to do so now.
And look, if you just look on the pure results, he was up 40 CS in game 1. He won the lane. I think it was more from Lupa's misplays, but maybe he can show that I was wrong. Maybe he can really make me a believer here, Aluka. It took me a long time to warm up to the Scion, and then by the time IM came around, it was world-renowned. So if he can make Nara his own, at least that's another string for Aluka, who's maybe unfairly pigeonholed as just a tank role player.
Yeah, Aluka certainly seems like a slow burner as far as champion mastery goes, but again, as you said with the Scion, when he does get going, he looks great. But OMG have made their next few picks. Uzi is back on Sivir duty once again. Surprise everyone. He's going to play Sivir again, and Shui Shui is going to take the Gragas for the jungle.
After we saw a brilliant showing of Sivir Hecarim, we get to see it again. Doesn't have the Sejuani for the guaranteed backline dive. Gragas a little bit more situation depending on how the explosive cast comes out. But definitely the plan is clear. Get on top of that Cassiopeia and delete her. Maybe even just stack armor and try and DPS down the Cassio instantly.
Oh, I actually saw the Morgana for a second, but Conan switches it up to Thresh. Mystic's going to take Lucian, so an aggressive bottom lane, and I think our standard response now to Sivir has been Lucian, but I like the Morgana there. I think you already see what OMG are trying to do is amazing flashes of fizz. This is a very classic cool champion.
Korn played this yesterday against Yu's Cassiopeia and completely smashed the Cassio. Any of the assassins is fine. Rookie's already played a huge performance on the Ahri. Cool is the queen of Ahri. He's a wonderful Ahri player. It'd be great to see it back, but Cool on either the Ahri or the Fizz would have been fine, and it's going to be the Ahri.
It's back. The fans probably celebrating right now in the stands because Cool's Ahri, it's been a while since we've seen it, but in spring he was drawing constant bans for this champion. You have to think that even if he's a little bit rusty, it will not take him very long to warm back up to one of his favorite champions.
In the Cinderhulk meta, it hasn't proved to be an auto pick or an ideal pick for the Ahri, but it's against only one Cinderhulk here, a little bit less health stacking, especially if this Gnar wants to pressure the Hecarim. Theoretically, you have to go a bit more the damage route, maybe a little bit less resist, maybe a little bit more squishy. The more viable targets there is to 100 to 0 for the Ahri, the better.
Yeah, we'll go through our matchups now. So Aluka back into the Gnar Hecarim matchup up against Xiong. Be curious to see how Xiong can get going on the Hecarim, if at all. Spirit on the Rek'Sai versus Shui Shui's Gragas. Very standard jungle matchup there as well. But the exciting one has to be in the mid. She has Cassio versus Cool's Ahri.
High pressure ganking junglers to a pick mid laner and a very high DPS mid laner. Should be a lot of fireworks around mid, and both those featured matchups, whether Cool or whether Spirit can get going, featured there.
Yeah, and Conan amazing and round things out with some hook champions there as Thresh versus Nautilus. Bottom lane could be explosive as well. There are a lot of things that could happen here in this particular game, and very excited to get into our first one.
I mean, WE versus OMG is the two most popular teams in China. It's a really big rivalry. World Elite, slow burners, but at least getting a win on the board. Can this finally be their big gambit? Can they finally show that they are a top team in waiting?
Well, I guess we're going to find out relatively soon here between these two teams, and you know what? Let's find out right now. We're about to get straight onto the Rift. And we're back here for our first game of our last match of the evening as OMG take on World Elite and Cool. He's been our big player this weekend. He really stepped up in OMG's recent 2-0. Can he do it again on a trademark champion?
Exactly, on an old favorite is Cool, but outside of Cool, there's still questions to be asked. What does Xiang's Hecarim look like? Because we've transitioned from pure tank in Maokai to some pseudo carry potential in the Gnar, which he performed very well. Surprised me, in fact, how great his Gnar mechanics were, to the Hecarim that really errs towards early game struggling. Is he going to understand how to be denied, going from a support player to picking himself into a losing carry matchup on the Hecarim? We don't know the answer to that question. Will Aluka be able to come out of his shell and actually take advantage of the fact that this is probably a bit of unfamiliar territory for Jiang and really boss him around the Na. And then in the jungle, high pressure from both, but junglers have been really having a field day against Shredder. Can they actually either engineer a 2v1 that hides Shredder, a bit like LGD was doing back around playoff times, 2v1ing consistently to hide TBQ, or will Spirit and Shredder just go at it, and will that be an even matchup, or can Spirit show us why he's respected as one of the best junglers in the world and really blow Shredder out?
He's one of the best counter junglers in the world as well, so I agree. I'd love to see Spirit kind of go back to his roots and be a bit more aggressive, but even at a basic level, it seems like we're going to break out into standard lanes here. I actually like that a lot of teams seem to be picking Hecarim, who's fairly late game oriented as far as champions and sort of farm priority goes, and just picking an assassin is amazing. Gets the first hook down, and Uzi's already in it, but the Flay goes back in, and that trade was won by World Elite.
That was definitely one by World Elite. Another small mistake from Amazing. If that was a Blitzcrank, it would have been a wonderful hook because it would have brought everyone towards OMG, but Amazing ended up going so deep. He took minion aggro, he took a trade, and lost it convincingly.
I've seen a lot of level 1 all-ins, especially Def seems to be responsible for a lot of them in the LPL, but not working out quite there for, again, Amazing finding his space with his new 80 carry Uzi.
Zhuezhu is going to pick up the Scuttle Crab. Doesn't look like there's going to be a 3-buff situation this time. And that's just been all too common when Zhuezhu has been playing.
It has. I mean, I think it was 2 out of 2 games, despite the victories for OMG when they played up against RNG that it happened. But level 2 is dinged pretty early for both of the bottom laners here. And Zhuezhu's actually going to invade Spirit here. That is very, very manly. But Spirit not going to get his Raptor tonight, just pulls it away and going to wait for his smite. In fact, it's going to be a smite off here. Good vision there going down. Who's going to get the Raptor? It's fairly important. First smite goes in. Spirit's going to take it away. Those level 3 to level 2. Cassiopeia is that time for him and Shui far too much. Cool. Oh. Massive flash by Shea of the Charm. And he very well-deservedly collects first blood.
And it feels like Zhuezhu overcorrected. He was too passive yesterday. Went to invade in what is a very even matchup. Didn't even call in cool to react first. And he was punished.
Yeah, Spirit's in the bottom side as well. Uzi, I think, might have fancied a 1v2 there, but Amazing spots the jungler coming down and prevents the gank from coming in, but Shie loses his flash but gains the kill. He'll take the trade, and he's already ahead of Cool in this matchup.
Now we're trying to see if there's going to be a hook. Hook lands.
Lands onto Amazing. Heal used by Uzi. Mystic going to be the target. Gets ignited down, but Uzi doesn't have enough damage. Conan going to try and line something else up. Uzi turns around for a few more autos. Hook lands onto Conan. Good boomerang blade. That's going to force the heal. Mystic flashing down, but Amazing just manages to live. Uzi's going to hold on to that flash, but Amazing just barely gets away.
He lived on 7 HP, Pastry Tide. That is by the skin of your teeth and then some. Again, the new members of this team, the communication's not there around the mid lane when we saw the first blood came through. If Cool was calling him to do that and was going to come in first, remember it's on World Elite side of the jungle, so Jia has a much more direct path. Absolutely go for it, but in this lane matchup, it's not like Cassiopeia is at the whim of Ari, where the lane was as well. It wasn't pushing into the turret. Jia didn't lose anything rotating and just got donated, basically a free kill.
And the free blue buff as well, which is actually something I only just noticed when we panned back to the lane. But that's bad news here for Cool, who's starting to lose the lane matchup, mainly because of what just happened as Cassio goes back for a nice early tier and some boots.
And it's worth knowing that uniquely in the LPL, remember, this is an all-Chinese lineup coming through from OMG. There shouldn't be communication issues from a language perspective. So this is just new players coming into the lineup, and this is an OMG lineup that's been basically the same, save Pomelo and Loveling swapping roles for a couple of years. They've been basically the same 5-man unit, just looking wonky now that they have the new members.
Yeah, adjusting to their new players is certainly something that's going to be, I think, a fairly consistent trend of this OMG lineup all summer long, but Xiang could be in trouble in the top side as Rek'Sai has spotted him off, maybe thinking about a dive. Luca in Meganar form, but it's going to wear off fairly shortly, and that'll probably end all possibilities of a gank.
Xiang, I think he's going to be just fine in this particular situation. It's going to take a while to push in the minions. He's already spotted out the Rek'Sai, so even though the gank is very, very strong, there's no Gnar ultimate available either. If the Gnar is available, if Aluka pings 6, maybe there's kill potential, but Spirit's really camping this hard.
Yeah, he's almost level 5 his Spirit, but he's waited quite a while to try and get it down there. Wave eventually pushes back to Xiang, and he's going to collect more CS, and he's keeping it nice and even. I think any difference of about 10 or less is good news for Hecarim in this lane.
I think that's a fair number.
Oh, Spirit charging in there. Gets the knock-up, forcing the flash, actually. But a very nice charm from Cool, and the flash prevents him from going down.
It was still poor from Cool. He actually had vision of Rek'Sai coming down the jungle, so should have known that he was under significant risk of a gank. Now has flash down when that was really unnecessary.
Did he have vision? I can't quite see the ward that he might have had
There was vision up top side
okay.
as Rek'Sai was camping in the top and then moved towards the enemy jungle. So at best, Rek'Sai was taking one of the camps. At worst, ganking his lane.
Yeah, and that's what happened. So Cool does lose his flash as a result, but now level 6 will feel relatively safe in the lane, you have to think. Actually went back as a blasting one now, so going to get some early pushing power and AP. We see this a lot when Pawn plays Cassidy, and it's kind of the same story here for Ahri.
I mean, Ahri not having flash actually removes kill pressure in these duels. When you have the flash, you can make those cute plays around the Petrifying Gaze, either flashing to the side of it or flashing away from the stun duration. When you only have the Spirit Rush, suddenly you only have defensive Spirit Rush options. You don't really have kill pressure without both those outplay mechanics.
I mean, you can do it with just your ulti, but you need to pretty much hard read your opponent to force that to happen.
And look, he's a wonderful Ahri player, but that's, I think, too optimistic.
It might be here. Spirit's coming back down again for a gank in the bottom
that's
side.
like
Uzi spell shields, but flashes the hook nicely. Xie down here as well. The teleport cancelled by Xiang and smartly as well. And Cool beaten to the punch on that rotation. And Spirit, he is brutal today on the ganks.
Absolutely, but he's really good at playing champs like Rek'Sai. Both Kakao and Spirit, those Korean junglers, excellent with their pathing. Very smart, those reads, going for those behind-the-turret ganks that used to be uniquely Shaco-only style. Now looking excellent on the Rek'Sai.
And blue buff here, not going to be contested, so Cool will pick that up for himself. I imagine Xie will do the same. Shui got blue.
Not covering himself in glory this game.
No, unfortunately, Shui not up to a good start here this weekend, so we'll see how it lifts out as Cool. Gonna actually have problems now. We saw what happened when Cassio had blue buff in the matchup. It's fairly important for both mid laners.
I'm going to hope for Shueishue's case that it was Gromp that stole it, because of course Cinderhulk not completed and can't steal it anyway, but just awkward interaction regardless. And now Jia with blue, after already being donated the first blue from Shueishue, has the blue buff advantage in lane as well.
Not a lot of blues going on there, unfortunately for Cool, as Mystic just going to miss the hook there as he takes the lantern away. Nice pressure from Amazing, but OMG's bottom lane struggling a little, I guess, mainly from all the pressure that Spirit's applying. And I agree with you on players like Kakao and Spirit on the Rek'Sai. We saw this yesterday. Spirit was so aggressive trying to gank lanes, but he never overdid it. He just came down, burned some summoners, apply some pressure, and then go straight back to farming his jungle. He's still ahead of Shui as far as farm goes.
We see a lot of Rek'Sai, and not every Rek'Sai plays like this. Burst trade coming on to Conan.
Yeah, they're actually going in pretty all in here. Uzi pops his ulti. They want Conan. They are going to get it. There's no teleports for the top lane. Is Mystic going to go in onto Amazing, who pulls out just at the end. Now Mystic could be in trouble. Boomerang blade lands, and Uzi gets the double.
Mystic should have used Flash, tried to be greedy with the summoner, and pays for it. And OMG, despite the fact they looked like they were struggling bottom, 15 CS advantage and now 2 kills. Amazing's dead.
Yeah, he is going to die, but he might just make sure Uzi stays safe. Spirit, very nice rotation. It's Xiang takes out a Luca. Shui finally comes up big. It's Amazing. He's trying to dodge Prey Seekers, but yep, just going to play a merry old tune in Spirit, and he'll get it eventually.
Yep, finally the kill comes through. It's worth knowing that Jia left lane and actually lost a wave of minions to the turret, trying to help with the gank when it fast became clear that only Amazing was going to fall. So multiple things coming through and things coming up, OMG.
Well, Cool has to dodge the miasma. Just gets around, actually misses the charm, but that is going to give Scuttlecrab over to World Elite by the looks of things. And Dragon with Xiang on the top side, and Shui last seen there as well. Aluka did die from the dive. That does give Hecarim a nice little lead, but World Elite might look to continue pressure on the bottom side of the map.
A 16 CS advantage, and now Turret in a lane that he's always going to outscale the Nut unless some big damage purchases come up. And spoilers, Barmy Cinders mean probably not going to be those big damage purchases. Probably going to be a lot the same. We saw the replay. Just a very prototypical Turret dive. Things are going to get better and better for Xiang in that top lane.
They are, and that was our question. How well can he do on the Hecarim? Seemed to hold his own fine in the lane. Shui actually a nice gank there. Keeps him safe as Spirit dives in. Lantern over the top, though. And just, again, a bit of pressure from Spirit, not overdoing it.
The Death Sentence going wide stopped any kill pressure. That's why the defensive Lantern came through. They just lost the kill pressure without Thresh also joining him over the wall.
And Dragon actually attempted now by Spirit, I believe. He's sitting on top of the buff, trying to solo it up. Level 7 means that he can kind of do whatever he wants on the Rex. So he's actually completed his Cinderhawk as well and joined in that Stalker's Blade to get access to the Chilling Smite. So everything's just fine for now. Amazing again wants to 2v2 with Uzi, and they're getting good damage down, but Spirit eventually is going to wear down the Dragon.
Jojo's making another little mistake. They knew Rek'Sai was in the area. He pathed everywhere but checking the Dragon and ends up being a free Dragon when if contested would have been able to do something. Aluka doesn't have a turret to run to, but with the bounce, he finds his inner turret.
Minion Wave actually very nicely positioned as it comes back up the lane to make sure Aluka gets a safety. Xiang, though, with the turret gone, pressuring this Gnar and already starting to really stick it to him in the lane. If he'd had ultimate, that was probably a kill for Hecarim.
It probably would have. This time, it looks like OMG are going to be the first to react bottom. There is a defensive ward, but they do have explosive cast.
Ultimate is popped, though. Mystic gets step charge and hit into the wall by the Gragas explosive cast. Going to get chased down and take a ton of damage from the red buff Gragas. They continue to the divers. Aluka's dive down as well, but Spirit now is the next one to come through. And Xiang, he's got his ulti. They're going to keep diving in. Gragas gets a double, goes in. Massive ulti on the Spirit means Siv's going to get the next kill. Cool's diving in under the turret. Thresh is dead to Uzi, gets the double. And Xie finds the ulti only onto Shui. Going to dive again as OMG get an ace under a turret.
A perfect ace under turret. It's old OMG reincarnated with a new lineup. Lovely play to pick up an ace. So hard to execute. No one dies. The kill scores, especially Uzi. Something about this Sivir really lines up. 5-0-2.
I mean, you can sort of see there, just popping the ulti and having everybody charge through. It's, you know, Sivir Hecarim we've highlighted as being a great combo. It's not quite Sejuani as well, but Nautilus Gragas are not bad.
So this is, again, one of the cleanest turret dives you'll ever see. Firstly, amazing almost dies to the turret, then Spider nods away. This is one of the reasons we say Gragas does a lot of base damage, able to just duel out the Lucian. They could have just backed away with the kill they got, but that's not OMG. That's not the OMG we know and remember. And Xiang is so strong at level 9 already. And now Cool takes the last turret hit, doesn't die crucially to the turret. They continue the shenanigans, but it's 5v1. And a big team fight win for OMG.
And it seems like we discover what OMG have been training with this new lineup the whole time. We might have had some missteps here and there from players, as Cool will also get the blue buff. As Amazing even might look for Spirit. Spirit knows he's there. Cool pops down a ward, but hasn't quite seen the Rek'Sai yet. And Amazing face checks a brush, but with his jungler there, as double wards come down as well. They'll collapse the tunnel and keep Spirit away from the mid lane.
There's a reason why there was a famous meme around Season 3 World Championships involving Chinese client not having any turrets on it. They were always the masters of the turret dive, and even though a lot of the members change, with just a couple left, or just a one actually in Cool, they still pull off some very nice turret dives.
And to clarify, you know, that's now a product of Chinese League of Legends in general. Clearlev especially has impressed me all year long with his turret dives. But OMG, they were the trendsetters as far as that metagame went. And looking to be back to old form here with, again, some new players. Is Blue Buff even going to get stolen there? Shui picks it up.
Look, I agree with you. There's a lot of turret dives in the Chinese LPL and across competitive scenes now. A lot of teams have picked up that play. But there's the difference between 3 people diving 1 or 3 people diving 2 and literally acing a team under turret at 12 minutes.
The freight train might be back, Boba Smith. They even have the Hecarim ult just to make it happen. And who better to conduct the freight train than Sivir herself?
But that's just rude to conduct a freight train against Aluka. Why does that man never get on the train?
Look, if they pick Sivir, maybe he would be able to at least relive some of the happy experiences with Sion. But we've talked about the Sivir win rate. Uzi, no slouch on the champion. It's not quite a hyper carry, but the way Uzi plays it, still the same old aggressive AD carry player.
And you're right about the movement speed. Just the thing about the movement speed in the early game, it's one less turret shot because you're able to open up that much more distance. Xiang is being found out, but look at the level.
He's 1v2. Level 11, ults away to safety. Pretty low cooldown with rank 2 ulti as well. And Spirit, who was applying good pressure early but couldn't convert, struggling to keep these teams ahead as Uzi's just going to take his red buff.
Exactly, just walks into red buff and just takes it. There's 3 members there. Easy steal. He's equal in levels. It feels like he's under level because of level 11.
That ulti was sick. Spirit goes down. The Xie's going to be the next one. Petrifying Gaze is cool. Waits for his cooldowns and another turret dive. Gives OMG 2 kills. Amazing. Is going to go down to Mystic as a nice hook from Conan secures it. But 2 for 1 and a tower. OMG still diving.
Finally, someone's punished for turret diving on OMG, but unfortunately for World Elite, 7 kills were already the product of turret dives. Excellent play coming through. As you mentioned, the explosive cast, mini stunning against the wall was beautiful mechanics. And Aluka, this is the reason why I say I don't like him playing the Gnar. He just sort of sits in lane. He's building very, very tanky for team fights. But when you're 7,000 gold behind at 15 minutes, the team fights aren't going to be the same whatever items you build.
Let's just take a moment to ingest that gold lead for a second. That's ridiculous.
It's a lot.
That is a lot. I mean, just look down at the Royals right now. Uzi is, what, 2,500, 3,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent.
He's a static shiv ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, Xiang is about 1,500 gold ahead. Spirit's 1,000 gold behind. Actually, the mid lane is fairly close. It's amazing it has quite a lot of the gold as a result, but a gold lead is a gold lead here, and OMG have a massive one looking for the next Dragon, which will be back in 50 seconds, and a death cap now completed for Cool, skipping his Athene's or Morello Nomicon because he just had that much money. She has got a Rylai's in a tier, but he's not going to stand up to this, Ari.
With that snowball death cap, maybe actually just looking over at the fact that it's a very safe build from Jie, picking up the Giant's Belt first into the Rylai's. Death Cap Ari is a blast from the past. It's instant kill potential. It's probably not as much of a one-item power spike on Ari as Luden's is, at least on patch 5.8. Might be changing when 5.11 hits the Rift, but still, a lot of damage coming through, and it will just mean that when he actually builds the CDR, each of those spell rotations is going to be doing massive damage.
Yeah, I like the build a lot, actually, from both of the mid laners. Death Cap is, I guess, fairly stock standard at this stage, but we saw Dade do this Cassiopeia build and have some success with it, and it might not be right now the best thing for Shea, but Cassiopeia takes a bit of time to get going anyway, and for right now, OMG, still traveling with all that momentum, going to get themselves their first Dragon.
It's a good, smart build against any burst mage. Cassiopeia, not necessarily a burst mage, but you have to live through that initial 3 or 4 Twin Fangs that are definitely going to ride on. The Dragon is confirmed. It's only an answering Dragon, as World Leader picked up the first. Zhang's already got a couple of kills on Aluka, and certainly at minimum going to chase him out of lane.
He smites him. He just wants to keep going here and try and pressure. The Fade's going to keep him fairly good in this chase. Though Aluka does turn it around. The Spirit is rejoining once again. A hook lands for Conan, but Shui just ults him and gets a kill. Shades of AP Gragas there and cools back to the bottom side. Uzi's actually taking away some jungle, and OMG going to try and push an inner turret now.
It's no coincidence that the big carry members here are their mid lane and their jungler. The old members are shining through their smartness and the calls of the turrets. I can't profess to know who's making the shot calling. I've heard that Jiang is actually being heavily involved in it. They've definitely been very on top of things, and Jiang himself, the question was, can he play the carry champions? Resounding yes so far.
And he's in the best spot as a Hecarim at this stage of the game. Cinderhawk's done with the skirmish, to say, but he's got his boots too. Doesn't have Home Guard, I guess, is the other big thing, but does have his Fade. So if he wants to get Trinity Force and get some money for it, he can. If he wants to go tanky, he can now as well. And that Home Guard enchant's not far away. This is, for me, the big jumping off point for Hecarim.
He's just dictating his lane as well. That's the thing that's usually missing, is that you might have the items, but still, Gnar or whoever you're laning against is bossing you around. He's bossing around the enemy champion, and there's the outscale potential. So, yeah, everything's coming up, Hecarim.
It is indeed here, and Xiang looking good here in his first game on a fairly new champion for, again, a top laner that has not played very many top lane games in the LPL. Mystic does have his Infinity Edge, but he's behind, like you mentioned earlier, a static shiv to a 6-0-3 Uzi and Cool. Silkshoe's done as well. Not quite looking again to turn that Fetish Conus into anything yet, although Morello Nomicon is on the way with a Forbidden Idol there in the inventory. And OMG, a bit of a lull in the action with maybe less turrets for them to dive now that they have 3, but they're going to keep moving and try and take down some inner turrets.
Let's have so much pick potential with Ari picking up the early death cap. Now has the Sorcerer's Shoes to go along with the Fiendish Codex, and soon to be a Morello Nomicon. Actually just rotating into a split push. It's not quite Lichbane Fizz, but there's no one that can duel against her. And if OMG can keep pushing up vision, and honestly, the defensive vision for World League's very good. You can see multiple pink wards across the map. But as they start to clear out that vision, and you have to respect both the pick power and just the Sivir ultimate making any tank with CC a pick champion, it will just be harder and harder for World League to pick up CS. And that's why you see Mystic freezing down bottom, is that he doesn't know when the next minion wave he can actually get will be once that minion wave pushes out.
Yeah, he just has to collect as much as he can. Xie going to eat a Boomerang Blade, but actually fairly tanky with the Rylai's there, so going to shrug off some of that spell damage there from Uzi, who's just going to take the Wolves away and say, cool, Olsen, Xie, ulti hits him, but he flashes out. Box now down. Amazing's going to die there to Mystic, and OMG going to charge back in. Aluka takes an absurd amount of damage there from Cool, and Xiang, he's not even here yet.
But that was still very well baited. Conan was standing over the ridge, ready for any semblance of a turret dive. Nowhere for Xiang to react because there wasn't a ward, a OMG ward in the area to look for any sort of flank. but the result is a kill, and still they're going to lose turret damage.
Yeah, they open up enough space, and this turret's dead now as OMG will take their first Tier 2 turret of this game. And well played by both supports, honestly. A nice setup there from Amazing. They almost had Xie cool charged in there with a Spirit Rush and tried to get a charm down, but he flashed and barriered out in time. Well played by Conan to keep it just to the minimum here, but Waterloo still losing territory in this game.
That's the thing. The operative word is almost, because if you get a pick and lose an objective, you're a long way behind. The Gold League will confirm that to any of the viewers, but yeah, they can't even stop the bleeding with a kill, and that's why, unfortunately, World Elite, unless they get a miracle, are very, very far behind in this game.
They're so far behind. They're almost 10,000 gold behind in this game already. And it's 21.5 minutes, Papa Smithy. Cool just went back and finished his Morellonomicon. Xiang's going for the Trinity Force, and I don't blame him at this stage. Got his Sheen in his pocket now as well. Gragas is getting tanky. Even the support's building in towards the Mikhails. Everything's going right, and World Elite is struggling, and Xie gets caught out. Xiang just ultis. The freight train is back. Ultis used everywhere, 1 kill, that's the OMG we know and love.
And they didn't even need to use those ultis. Cole's just like, I need to, again, pump up my KDA. It was a 13.5 KDA yesterday between the 13-1-7 and 8-1-9 Oriana games. 2-0-6, probably too many assists there for Cole's liking. But that pick, especially onto the only member doing respectably on the side of Xie. Okay, apologies to Mystic doing fine himself, but with so much of the damage gone, should be an unanswered Baron.
And Baron does go down. Uzi pops the ulti. OMG gonna pile up the freight train once again. No picks, just a ward actually there instead. But Uzi will aggressively take it away. And you know what, Papa Smithy? In 2013, when OMG actually coined the phrase freight train, it wasn't always about getting the kills or getting big team fights. It was just about using the ultis, getting a pick, and sending a message.
So back in those days, it was Thresh, Graves, and Hecarim. You can sub out Graves for Sif. I don't think that's fine on this particular patch. When you've got those 3 items, you're basically hitting people with buckshots with your Boomerang Blade. The Hecarim's still there. In the top lane now, it's not anymore the Loveland jungle Hecarim, but the metas shift like that. And Nautilus is a very apt replacement for Thresh, because again, we're just talking about pick CC, and you're correct. Throw out the ultimate, someone's going to die. In this case, it's Xie, and that's a bonus, because then you basically get free Baron, because there's no downside opting into a Baron with only 1 damage source left on Water League.
And it's just Mystic here who has to dodge so many skill shots. Forget about ultimates. They're not going to be up after the pick onto Xie. OMG, complete control of the game. Now officially 10,000 gold ahead at 23 minutes. Dragons back up in 10 seconds, and World Elite, they're going to have to buckle up and prepare for a storm. They have a long hill to climb if they're going to get themselves back into this game.
And honestly, I mean, a surrender is something they could consider in this case. It's not like you look at your comp and think, all right, we got the outscale, boys. They don't really even have that. Cassiopeia, I guess, theoretically could hit 6 items, 1150 AP, but there's just so many different types of pick threat onto her that I think you're going to have to go so defensive in the build that those sort of numbers aren't realistic. Remember, we did see Dade play a similar build, but he wasn't pushing 1000 AP whereas Cool was, because he gave up on items like Giant Spot and went full aggression in the build. The split push is coming through from Aluka, but when you're split pushing an outer turret for your inhibitor turret...
Shui ulti's in there as well. They want Xie once again. Spirit's going to take a lot of collateral and almost go down. Xiang's just charging on top of people. Uzi tanking turret hits with his ulti ticking away. Cool gets the first pick on Rek'Sai. Cassio goes down to Gragas. The turret's fallen, so do Water Elite's hope.
And OMG are playing Chinese League of Legends pastry time. We've watched M3. We've watched them spend 25 minutes work out what to do with their 3rd Baron buff. OMG don't need any Baron buffs to dive turrets. Smart dive. They knew how far ahead they were. Maybe they're just able to judge their power better than most teams based on both their items, levels, and champions. But they're so assertive when ahead, and that's why you watch Master 3, you watch other teams that play around with big leads. And teams like OMG, they don't get them as often as some of these other teams, especially in recent weeks. But when they do, they blow out games.
Yeah, and they're looking like, again, classic OMG with trying to fit these new members in. I don't blame them, honestly. It's a pretty good strat to be like, well, this is what we did when we started winning in China, so let's just go back to basics. And it's looked great here for OMG. They're going to get a 2nd dragon here as well on World Elite. Just more problems, unfortunately, for them. There's not that much they can do here in this game than sort of stick by their turrets and hope OMG make multiple mistakes.
A lot of people have talked about OMG's roster swaps and been sad. And honestly, when an iconic team with a starting lineup like that changes lineup, there is reason to be sad. But honestly, I think the organization stepped back and realized we're not going to win Worlds with this lineup. Just with the state of League of Legends as it is, we all hope that the Flying V, Uzi at the back, Cool and Go going at the front, all on carries, smashing down enemies would happen. And it did for one game, and then just fizzled out during spring because it's just not a realistic allocation of gold based on the patches. They've gone for a big change. A previous support player, now playing in the top lane, is able to play pseudo carries like Hecarim, but very happy to go into Maokai duty. Honestly, not that big a departure from Go going, but still very solidly understanding his role. They're changing also multiple other members, and they've got 2 clear carries now, which much more fits into the 2015 meta. And if they're just looking for a little bit of early game heartache, whether it's Zhuezhue getting 3 buff, whether it's Amazing just struggling a little bit in lane for an ultimate goal of just assaulting worlds, I can respect shooting higher than just top 4 in the LPL.
I can as well. And this is a great, exciting game for this new OMG roster, but much like the LPL, Worlds is a long way away for all of the teams here. So OMG, this is a great game for them. They'll certainly use it as a model for their future games of, hey, we did this before, we can do it again. And we're pretty sure we can do it against arguably stronger opposition when they look to the top teams of this league. It's a great start for them. They're going to need a bit more, but this game has just been, in a weird way, a throwback to classic OMG, and it's just so much fun to watch.
But not a lot of teams, even like in top versus bottom matchups, can play like this so assertively, understand their risk, push their limits. It's not a flat track bully situation where it's the best team against the worst team. This World Elite lineup might be struggling this season, but certainly should be in playoff contention. It's just understanding how to win when you're ahead that teams like Master 3 are shouting out for. And here comes another
Amazing
dive.
goes in, the dive under the turret. That's a dead Lucian as Mystic's already dead. She is going to go down as well fairly soon as Xiang will actually pick up the kill. Great spell shield from Uzi, keeps Conan took away. Spirit is getting chased in, and OMG running into the fountain. Uzi, oh, he gets flayed back in and taken out by the laser. But he's an easy casualty here for OMG to give up because World Elite's base, it's dead.
Even Xiang is powering down these structures with the Trinity Force. Every POC bursting champions and structures alike. They're taking their time, hoping they get some more exit kills. Cool, really wishing he could flip his assists and kills. But a very comfortable win for OMG. Shades of 2014 and 2013, which given their stranglehold on the scene, especially 2013, that's good times for OMG.
It is indeed, and a great first game there is Cool. Cracks a smile. Spirit looking bemused, I have to say. He's certainly not happy, but I don't think he's quite sad either. It's been tough for Spirit. It's been a tough year, to be honest. He finally cracks a smile. He wants to pick his team back up, but I don't blame Spirit. He's tired of losing, and Uzi, he seems to be always happy this day. He's like, yes, another successful Civic game.
And I almost feel like OMG is going down a similar track as CJ Blaze did previously. They're always giving up a kill or 3 buffs or just ruining themselves in the early game and winning anyway. It's never a factor in the late game. I don't know who to credit for that. Maybe veteran shot calling, maybe just having 2 excellent hyper carry players, but Cool comes back onto the Ahri. Looks like he's never left the champion. Still very solid in that role. And Uzi on Sivir.
He's never left the Civic. Trust me.
He wants to, I'm sure. I know that it's eating away inside. He hasn't rage locked in Vayne yet. So obviously, he's happy to be winning.
He's been smiling a lot, honestly. Uzi's attitude, at least from what we can see just from a couple camera shots, looks good. And you know what? So does OMG's play. Fantastic first game here against World Elite. But don't go too far away. Game number 2 is coming right up. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We have one more game to play this evening on day number 2 of week number 2. My name is Julian Pastry Timecard. Joining with me for the last time is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And it's OMG versus World Elite, and OMG back to classic form. If you're a new or an old OMG fan, you'll love what happened. And Shui Shui actually wins the MVP for that game.
Don't know who's voting on these things. Played well. His explosive casts were actually quite a treat. We noted the one under turret for the second turret dive that was really good. This is the one we missed in the top lane. His explosive cast mechanics actually really impressive. His early jungling, giving up first blood, I thought that would kind of disqualify you from the MVP. And just a note, it might be the end of Papa time for the evening, but we'll be still around tomorrow for some action with Atlas. But yeah, it is the end of something, but it's the start of something for OMG. Even though the old style has come back, this turret dive, you could replay it so many times. I don't know if you can necessarily take it as a learning exercise, but it's so clean. And this is what OMG of 2013 were famous for.
I don't know what that says, but I hope it meant that was awesome, because that's basically what I'm taking away from the last set of plays. OMG seem to be back to some old tricks, and again, great to watch here. Some new faces, certainly quite a few actually from the old 2013 lineup, but they were around. They were starting off actually when we were starting off, Papa, so it's great to see them back to some classic form.
And the playstyle stays the same. The playstyle is permanent, which is a great thing to see. It gives me hope for the future that keeping those couple of members, keeping Cool in particular, has that link to 2013, still instigating all the dives that caused all the commotion back then, is still great to watch now.
And my question is, can they do it again? That's a great first game for OMG. Apart from a couple of missteps here and there, mainly again from the new players, amazing, and Shui Shui in particular, everyone found their feet. They played well. Uzi and Cool finally got to carry a game in tandem with the rest of their team supporting them. So great to see that synergy emerge as well. But it's only one game here. They need the 3 points. World Elite certainly looking to recover, I feel like, from what was a long and very topsy-turvy season for them. So if OMG can replicate what they did in that game in this next game, I'll be very impressed. If not, World Elite might find themselves with another win on the board.
I think we had kind of similar questions come into our previous series when LGD played a very what seemed like gimmicky strategy, and we're wondering, okay, are they going to try and field it again? They actually fielded basically the same team. A couple of adjustments came through for UP, and the series ended up 1-1. The thing I'll say here is that I don't think it was the champion pool that really impacted this game. There was no Bard that could do unique things compared to, say, other picks. You could swap out a lot of the picks, go for... you could swap out the Ahri for another strong early game mage. You could swap out the jungler for another early game pressure jungler. It was the play style that was uniquely OMG. So it's the sort of thing where you can play with the variables and still see a very similar game. That's why seeing more sustainable change and moving to this play style is definitely something I hope is a sustainable move from OMG side. That's kind of lost focus since maybe week 4, week 5, when the support revolving door started towards the middle of last split. I'm hoping this is the start of something great for OMG.
See a Luca there. He looks very unhappy. I think he's really hoping that someone finally does on bad side. It seems like Hoon's going to come back, cheer him up as the coaches move back behind their players for our second game's champ select here. But OMG did almost everything right, it felt like, as far as their picks and bans. So World Elite looked fine, but maybe didn't execute quite well. So we enter another draft here, our last draft of the evening, in fact. And we've got Sion banned again. Luca going to still have that sad look on his face.
I just don't think he wants to be on Nard duty again. Nard does not seem to suit him. I've already said I didn't like it. One game it came through with a victory, but I think that was more Lupa's misplays on any excellent plays on the side of Aluka. He doesn't look to lane dominate on any champion. That's just not his playstyle. Just like Pokemon before him, he's not a top Castanen player. He's much more of a Sion or a tank role player. So just put him in situations. And look, if you have to ban Hecarim, teams are banning an out-of-meta champion Sion against you. Use one of your bans to ban out a champion that really undoes a lot of your good work.
And I actually love this from OMG. That's 2 Maokai bans in a row there to join the LeBlanc against Xie and the Sion as well.
They're forcing a Hecarim ban.
They are. They're basically being like, hey, what other top laners can you pair Luca? Because we're not that impressed by your Gnar. And Xiang, his Gnar looks fine here. Azir is actually the last ban that will leave Cassiopeia open once again.
Or Hecarim.
Yeah, Alistar and Kalista also banned out by World Elite. Xiang hovers a Hecarim and pretty much instantly locks it in.
So when we saw teams start to really target Pokemon for Invictus Gaming, that's when things went sideways for them. Teams would really abuse his champion pool and try and play around him. The same story's happening to Aluka. They're playing champion. They're banning out safe counter matchups. And you could say, okay, but Sion and Maokai, they're not going to be able to kill Hecarim, and you'd be correct, but both of them can do things to answer Hecarim's scaling. Maokai, one-item power spikes very high, can make excellent teleport plays. His Scion play is magnificent, and Scion is a very strong laning champion, if not kill pressure. What does he have? He's considering the Aurelia. It's not Aurelia versus Gnar, so it's not a prototypical counter matchup. He goes towards the Gnar again.
Nope.
Or does he?
All right, so that's a Rek'Sai locked in. And you'd think, okay, good jungler for Spirit, I like it, but the Nidalee's already locked in. That says to me that Spirit really wants to win a game. He almost always goes to Nidalee when he needs to put in a big carry performance, but that is some interesting drafting. Aluka might be changing to something completely different as he does even swap over to Teleport Smite.
But you saw Spirit looking away from the camera, looking a bit bemused. I don't know if this is necessarily a strategy they had pre-planned. It feels like a last-second adaptation, and it certainly was. If he can play it, we've already seen the power of this top lane Rek'Sai, but again, aggression is kind of the name of the game in your Rek'Sai builds. I guess you could go full tank, and Spirit Visage first in a lot of matchups is fine, not so much against Hecarim, but it's a risk, and again, it doesn't feel like an Aluka champion.
No, and if it ain't broken for OMG, why fix it at this point? Gragas and Nautilus
100%.
locked in once more. Yep, they're 100% with the champions. Actually, I think Nautilus is not actually, unfortunately, for amazing, but again, the Freight Train combo back in there again. So much CC, good early pressure, plenty of ways to teamfight, and Xie gonna flash Yasuo for a second, but probably considering some other picks, likely will give their mid laner the counter pick here. I love Mystic's Jinx. I think he's one of the best Jinx players in the league. He's shown some of his best performances on it, and he's going to go back to it with Morgana probably in support.
I think you take Morgana here and give yourself the option of Morgana mid if a really strong pick champion comes out from OMG. So don't mind the drafting, of course. Black Shield, excellent on Jinx, whether it's coming from the support or the mid lane role. Still, picking Jinx into Hecarim, picking Jinx into Gragas, and I guess to a lesser extent Nautilus. Already 3 champions that love diving the backline. Hecarim especially. You're really counting on Aluka getting on top of Hecarim this time, because if it's the same Hecarim we saw coming through from Xiang, it's going to be sad times for Mystic.
It is, and I actually considered Morgana last draft, but didn't take it and took Thresh, and I actually thought that was a mistake, so I like the pick here against this team comp. Lots of different champions being flashed.
It's Uzi time.
Yeah, Uzi's like, guys, I'm playing Vayne, you can't stop being cool, says, fine, I'll take the Lulu.
You just know that previously they're like, you can play Vayne when Civ is banned. And Civ still hasn't been banned, they're just like, screw it, it's Vayne time.
Well, I mean, I guess Jinx being open, you don't really want the Sivir Jinx matchup. To be fair, you probably don't want the Vayne Jinx matchup either, as Annie's being hovered.
And of course, we've noted yesterday, in fact, Annie would have been a flex pick. It looks like they're not going to look for the Morgana mid. I guess Morgana against Lulu. You do have the option to go different directions. Xie had a very good win rate on the Vladimir. Don't know if he's played it again this split, but at least during the regular season last split, he was very, very good. I think he might have one losing game this split. So if he can get his eye back, overall has a good ratio on the Vladimir. This is the time to come back into power. But the big question mark, it's in the top lane. We asked Xiang, can you play those carry top laners? Answer is a resounding yes. We have a lot more tape of Aluka, and consistently the answer has been no. You can go full tank on the Rek'Sai, but I think it's when you itemize so naturally into Black Cleaver. I mean, just picking up the Black Cleaver gives you that CDR to make Void Rush basically the most annoying ever-present champion ever. But more crucially, 5 or so autos, get that 30% shred down. You are going to do massive help for your Jinx.
You are, but can Aluka do it? I guess we'll find out as we're going to have Shueisho back on Gragas. Spirit on Nidalee, by the way.
Hey.
Another thing to look at. Yeah, I said Spirit wants to win. That's because when he takes Nidalee, he usually brutalizes his opponents with the champion.
But when we saw a successful Nidalee game, and remember, that wasn't a successful Nidalee win, but a successful Nidalee game, it is when Snake was running Maokai in the top lane. Very easy to set up CC for those spears to land. We just saw the mid lane matchup. Vladimir is going to be no help to Nidalee. It's not a gankable lane for the Nidalee until maybe level 6 onwards. Top lane is going to be the Rek'Sai. Again, the setup CC is situation. Doesn't have flash for the flash unburrow. Only Morgana really has set up CC for Nidalee. So, look, Spirit had to effectively 1v9 a couple of times in the last split. I think he kind of has to really make all of the action himself again.
I think so, and he's on his 1v9 champion, so if anyone can do it on a champion like Nidalee, it's going to be Spirit. But Uzi's on Vayne, Spirit's playing Nidalee. Let's have our last game. And welcome back to our last game of the evening here. World Elite taking on OMG once again. OMG are up 1-0 with a very similar looking composition, but World Elite have thrown some spanners into the works here, and I like Vladimir Jinx, they've played it quite a lot to good success. Aluka's a question, Spirit's a question. There's lots of fun here in our second game.
It definitely is. Teleport, Smite, top lane Rek'Sai. Zatai did wonderful on this champion in week 1. Over in the LCK, we saw actually some excellent top lane Rek'Sai, but it was the flash teleport, which doesn't give you the flexibility of picking up jungle camps, which Rek'Sai, obviously a wonderful champion at jungling, being a prototypical jungler, and having that Q at level 1 to get attack speed, interacting very well with the Smite in general. But the thing the flash gives you is much more backline threat. You can flash unburrow, which is obviously a very standard mechanic for jungle Rek'Sais. Teleport Smite's already something that we've only seen work successfully, I believe, once, maybe twice this week as well. It's very, very risky, and it's even harder to set up ganks for Spirit because you can't even flash unburrow into that lane. So there's a lot of what-ifs, but screw it. Spirit's playing Nidalee. Uzi's playing Vayne. What a way to end the night.
Yeah, and World Elite can actually put Uzi in the top lane there already, so have the lane swap on by the looks of the current positioning, and that was my other question. They have to lane swap this lane. If Sivir Jinx is bad enough, Vayne Jinx must be awful.
It's not happy times. There is always outplay potential. The level 2, as I mentioned, is a lot of fun and possible, but you're against a Morgana who can just skill pool as she walks into lane, and Jinx who has range farming options. Cool fans, you like the hair, don't you, Pastry
Cool's hair has been certainly been something that I've noted of. Whether I like it or not, I guess the jury's still out, but Cool's play has certainly been much cleaner than his unkempt hair. And Lulu, I like the pick here. It's certainly, again, a big Protect the Uzi comp, but I actually like this from from OMG. They played Freight Train. They had big, tandem carry style going on with Cool and Uzi both being aggressive, showing that they can play this style as well. It'd actually be a really good weapon for them. So I like that early in the season, they're sort of taking a chance and saying, you know what, can we raise the puppy back up?
And we had this discussion off air after their series yesterday, the 2-0 win over RNG, is that, okay, it's always Cool focus when they win. Can they actually play those Uzi focus comps that obviously was such a boon for Starhorn Royal Club? We're going to get the answer throughout this series, I have to feel. And I guess the only question I want to know the answer to is Spirit doesn't connect.
Nice juke there from Cool. Dodges the spin. Needs to whimsy himself away, but running towards his team that actually invaded over onto World Elite.
Tremor Sense.
Yep, Cool going to return. Tremor Sense, really good passive. Whoa, amazing! Whoa. Goes in, lands the hook onto Spirit. Binding, though, lands in, and Xiang even coming down. He's been jungling, so 8 people in the mid lane at 3.5 minutes. Welcome to the LPL.
Welcome to the LPL, indeed. Took a while for the welcome. It's about 30 games into the season already, but the welcomes definitely sent out. Spirit's not done, though. Remember, he's on the enemy side of the jump.
Yeah, going to take away some camps, but with the way the lanes have worked out here,
still safe.
Yeah, this is their side of the jungle. So we've started off vertically. Cool going to continue pressuring the Vladimir early on. Pretty much what you have to do, but Xie, Tides of Blood coming down. It'll get better for him as he gets more levels, and probably the biggest thing is both of these late-game carries are getting their early farm.
I mean, speaking of late-game carries, Xie is a late-game mid-lane carry in the Vladimir. Will outscale the Lulu. What I want to see from Cool is that we've seen this matchup a few times, and we've seen a lot of Athenes and very defensive Lulu builds coming through. I want to see, does he go for the Merlinomicon? He did it on Ori last game. Amazing's level 1.
Yeah, that's not good news here. Is he actually, no, doesn't hook away. Aluka has the Unburrow to keep him out. Spirit's going to dive in, but no first blood. I don't know how he lived, but he did. That was amazing.
They did not get, that's not good, but they did not get the reset on the hunted proc there from Nidalee. So I think it was actually a risk to go for the tower dive. Diving and even a level 1 Nautilus is always a risk. So they don't go for it. But again, I want to see if we get Merlinomicon out from the Lulu. Go for the offensive, cut down on the healing, and just deal with the persistent damage from the Tides of Blood.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Cool's Lulu once again as well. Again, a shift here for the team, but certainly competent on the champion. World Elite continuing to stack up in the bottom side, hoping someone walks down, but OMG are not taking the bait once again. Amazing's already in for them, guys. It's not good down there. Do not wander in without a buddy.
There's just no rush for Aluka. He's a fiercely melee champion. One of the reasons people said that top lane Rek'Sai wouldn't work is that what's she going to do when she's in a 1v2? Even Rampage from Hecarim is 350 range. Rek'Sai has no range farming options, barring the Prey Seeker every, 8-9 seconds. Take the Smite and exit lane. Of course, very fast at jungling and picking up camps in the jungle. So no rush to enter lane. Very happy at both these teleport Smite top laners.
Yeah, getting good farm though with Xiang actually forming a dual lane now with Amazing, who's still level 1. He'll probably want to check that, but yeah, you point to Uzi there on the top side. He's deeply freezing the wave, and I'm getting flashbacks to an early spring game here. The last time Uzi did this, and he's great in this sort of 1v0 situation with the freeze, don't get me wrong. His first buy was a Blade of the Ruined King.
The thing about Uzi, as you mentioned, is that his 1v0 is wonderful, but what's old is new. It's even more effective against a champion like Rek'Sai that literally can't get anywhere near the minion wave. It's not Maokai who can walk up, Q, throw out the saplings and see what happens and try and push the wave. They need to right now put multiple members top, but it's important to note that it's Nidalee who does have some pushing options but has to get into melee range for them. So they need to really apply multiple members top, or they're going to recreate that Blade of the Ruined King purchase, and that's going to be sad times for everyone on Team World Elite.
Except for, for World Elite, yes. For Uzi, it's the best possible time here on his vein. As Spirit can look mid for a gank again, but cool. Just not buying it here. Spirit's trying to find pressure, but Shueishue's been hidden. That's actually the other nice thing about the lane swap is he doesn't get bullied around by Spirit because he had 2 bodyguards for the first 4 minutes of the game in his jungle. Xiang's doing just fine. He's actually 20 CS ahead of Aluka already. And OMG, we've seen the Vayne before in spring, looking just fine here early on in summer.
Spirit's frustration keeps ganking lanes that have no CC or kill pressure. I think he needs to, as I mentioned, help pushing in top. Finally, Aluka picks up a mini waves. Finally, the freeze was ended. Both jungles are there, no coincidence. Will we see some action?
Yeah, I wonder why Uzi broke the freeze. I guess for what you were saying, a dive actually is imminent potentially. Shueishue's level 4, Uzi's level 6 on this Vayne, and Spirit actually just going to miss the Gragas. Now he'll eat a spear and know what the story is. So the dive that they wanted, they're not going to get. But Uzi's level 7. He can start bossing people around.
It's worth knowing that keeping a perfect freeze is never a guarantee. Uzi's caught.
Yeah, it's full Uzi time. Here is level 7 on the Vayne. 1v2. Teleport's going to make it, even though Aluka going to get aggressed on. Xiang's coming in. He's only level 4, though, but it will protect his AD carry player.
I just mentioned that mechanically, with how minions break, there is always the time that it will eventually push back in. So it might have just been one of those awkward interactions. Maybe a minion shouldn't have taken a turret hit and did and was going to push out. That's why you just call over your jungler and say, okay, in 40 seconds, it's going to push to his turret, and you open up the dive. So it probably wasn't a intentional choice, but you just try and make the best of how the minions break.
Yeah, and 68 CS here, actually matched by Mystic. So again, both the late game focused carries going to get their early backs off soon here. Mystic actually takes a turret. That's one nice advantage of the Jinx. And Uzi, it's not straight Blade of the Ruined King, unfortunately for him, but it's a decent crack at a Bilgewater Cutlass done. He actually had recurve bow for a while, but decides on Cutlass and a dagger.
He chooses to swap back as well. We'll get Dragon pressure, but won't have a turret to back away to. So suddenly, bot lane is a lane with CC, especially if Conan ping 6 can potentially get a lot of work done, even especially with no turret to retreat to. So suddenly, gank pathing around bottom lane is a realistic option. Maybe we'll still see the swap back as OMG realizes the risk of going into this lane, but for now, definitely pathing towards the bot lane.
I mean, this is great news for Xiang, because his lane is excellent right now against this Rek'Sai. He actually got his Cindos. Doesn't have that much right now on the pony, but a good CS lead, still very comfy in this lane, and doesn't have teleport. So actually, I think they need to swap down just to make sure that they don't instantly lose the dragon with too many people on the top side. BF Sword for Jinx is going to make the lane a little tricky here for OMG, but if they can navigate from this stage onwards, Vayne's going to look great in the mid game.
Returning to the mid lane, it is going to be Athene, so they are respecting the damage potential from the Vlad over potentially cutting down his healing. It's a 2-threat lineup. I did kind of negate the fact they do have a jungle Nidalee, so the magic was just doing double duty. Disappointed not to see the offensive choice, but he showed it on the Ahri, so there's still always potential for Cool to go the offensive option.
Yeah, blue buff there for Cool as well. Going to make his life a little bit easier there in the mid as they're fairly even in CS. Xie going for Abyssal Scepter, it looks like, on an amp term. So Hextech Revolver's going to be in the mix there somewhere. And Cool finally hits a spear, has to shield himself, but he'll just walk away from Spirit's gank.
A lot of damage, though. Don't let the shield distract you. Even after the things, we're talking 400 damage registering from the max range spear from Spirit. They don't have enough jungle pressure around mid to double pink the sides and really relieve any pressure in that regard. So jungle Nidalee, if there's CC or if there's kill pressure, is a scary thing to behold.
And we've seen it from Spirit before. Probably had the best looking jungle Nidalee of anyone in the world, potentially, as far as individual carry performances go. We've seen him do insane things on this champion. Has his Magus so ready to go as Uzi, just missing a Chompa's actually amazing going to come in, but Spirit's down here as well. So is Shueishui. They're going to maybe fancy a 3v3. Conan's already used his ulti. That's going to force the flash very close to take him out. Uzi! Oh, he wants it so bad. He gets second them. Shueishui is going to come back in, but Conan, he is safe, and Spirit's going to come back. Cool's here as well. It's a party in the bottom lane. line, but nobody dies.
It's multiple members, all 5 committed, and OMG, can they rotate and pick up an objective to justify using 4 of their members? Hecarim's still on the top, so I do apologize, but sending over the Lulu while Cool gets a free, so while Jia gets a free shop, could be punished.
Oh, so many good spears from Spirit as well.
And now Dragon's gone.
Yeah,
Can't take it
is
now.
way too low, and Xiang doesn't have his teleport, so OMG, that was a good opportunity for them to force and actually take advantage of the teleport disadvantage, but as it stands, World Elite going to keep control, at least over the teleports and the Dragon for now.
And that's the unique thing about Rek'Sai top, is that there's always going to be a teleport disadvantage because you don't need teleport to get back to lane. You instantly reappear with the Void Rush. Realistically, you're not going to have a tunnel network in the bottom side of the map anytime soon, maybe 30 minutes into the game, but certainly not early. So teleports exclusively for showing up at Dragon fights, and the Void Rush just means that you're always going to be over-leveled because you just can't be forced out of lane.
Yeah, and this is the Luca again, a very different style of champion. He's got his skirmisher Saber, the Cinderhulk's close there with the Barmy Cinder. Xiang actually doing the same, and Aluka still a bit behind in CS, but starting to sort of even it out a bit more. Hecarim does need to keep scaling. Aluka's actually going to be the same, and for me, does Aluka really commit to this champion? Because I want to see a Black Cleaver from him.
I feel like there's a couple of factors working against him comp-wise. Like, I'm happy to see Spirit pick the Nidalee again, but we've already mentioned not really any help. It's not the Maokai on top. If this was a Maokai top, it would be a perfect World Elite team comp in a lot of ways. But it's a bit of a risk. They are going to pick up the Dragon, but what I don't like is that Aluka's the solo frontline with 1 CC that he doesn't have Flash to really work on. Rek'Sai kind of needs to build into damage to be a split push threat. Still going to be decent in the split push, but the Black Cleaver is kind of needed. If he goes Black Cleaver, everyone's else is squishy, barring potentially some resistant health coming through from Jier's passive in mid. It's an awkward team comp. The pieces individually are nice and strong, but together.
Amazing, it's a binding. Jinx ulti, just gonna miss. Spirit Spear will miss as well. Depth charge coming in. Uzi gets the condemn, but Spirit will finally claim first blood as Uzi goes back in, eats a binding, eats a spear. Spirit might dive back in, but it's teleport city now in the bottom side. Shui's here. Xiang's teleported in as well. They're onto Aluka now as Cool is rotating in, but Mystic getting good damage in. Xiang dives in on top of him. Shui eats the wild growth, and Xie gets a kill there onto Gragas. Uzi still here dishing out damage, but it's not quite enough. Condemns Mystic away to try and dissuade some of the damage. Cool goes down to Vlad though, and OMG, everything went wrong there.
A really nice collapse from Jia. Xiang uses the devastating charge for the CC effect just to push him away. Uzi will live, but things actually looking pretty good for World Elite.
If that had been a QSS or cleanse situation, Uzi would have looked like a genius going back in 1v3, but unfortunately just gets nailed by a binding, almost dies from the follow-up poke, and World Elite starting to get good traction. In fact, we look back up, almost 3,000 gold ahead for World Elite.
And although I don't like the team fighting comp, poking around structures in particular and just having that annoying split pusher in Rek'Sai is a real possible win condition for them here. He's going to go back, has his Cinderhulk already, does Aluka, so we'll be able to compound that, start building a bit more defensively, which he needs to. If there is going to be the Black Cleaver, it's likely going to be quite delayed. Spirit's doing well this game, is starting to get kill participation, 100%, 1-0 and 2. Not going off per se, but snowballing is one of their best ways to win this game, because in the late game, as we mentioned, if it gets to a pure 5v5 team fight phase, can't see World Elite winning above 50% of those fights.
And I think you're right, 5v5 it doesn't look good, but if you commit completely to just a game where you always pressure 1-4, their 4 actually looks quite good.
Absolutely. With the Rek'Sai split pushing, it definitely is a very good option because they just have so much more uptime on the split push because, again, the teleport's always there purely for team fights. It's why Rek'Sai has really started to become a contested pick, not just in the jungle, but in top as well.
And you can see good rotations there from Mystic getting damage down onto the turret. Uzi does have his Blade of the Ruin King, so might fancy the 1v1 a bit more now against maybe anyone, honestly, at this stage of the game. But Berserker Greaves and good, strong AD items completed. Moving towards that Infinity Edge means that Mystic wants to try and take some turrets. Looks for the mid, but doesn't quite knock it down.
It's a very strong turret-taking build, but not the critical strike or Infinity Edge to really get the team fights rolling. But still very, very comfortable. Very at similar levels of power between the two. Berserker Greaves will be a nice little tipping point for Uzi, but it's still a little bit away. And in the top, Aluka's got an experience advantage. How far will this go? Because honestly, consistently, 2 levels or more is the advantage for these Rek'Sais compared to their opponents.
And sneaky Conan has just come back into into the top lane. Maybe looking for a gank here. The wave's going to push back out, and Xiang, no flash here on these Heckrooms, of course, does have the ulti, but he might just die from the damage if he gets binded.
Staying next to his turret, Conan's dissuaded. So the top laner senses seem to be coming quite naturally to Xiang. This is, of course, worth noting for history that Xiang has played top lane for OMG before this season, actually going after 2014 Worlds. Xiang's getting a bit cute.
Good pull there, and Uzi just goes in aggressive. Depth charge lands in, but Uzi's eating the Hemo Plague. Wild Growth down there as well, but Uzi can't commit to the kill. Hemo Plague goes off. He almost dies from the damage. Shui blocks the binding, but he might go down now as well. Body slams away, and OMG commit, but do not get the kill thereafter.
Crucially, Super Mega Death Rocket hits the mostly full health Shui, so isn't able to take down Uzi either. This experiment from Xiang is looking better than the previous time. As I mentioned, going swapped to AD carry. Xiang went to top lane. That was all a bit crazy. Everyone kind of looked at it with the expression, you just gave me pastry time. It didn't work out that time, but showing a lot more natural mechanics and obviously been practicing the role, presumably during the spring split.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these subs we've come in, I mean, Zatai's another great example for me.
Poke.
Yeah, lots of poke here coming in. Bindings flying out everywhere. It's pretty interesting shooting gallery to try and dodge here for OMG, and they're not stopping. A tower's gone down. That's 2-0 now for World Elite. Growing that gold lead to 4,000. That's a dead Nautilus. So Xie actually gets credit for the kill, and that might mean another tower.
All three line skill shots have to be respected, whether it's the Zap, the Nidalee Spear, or the Morgana Dark Binding. One of them hits, and you know the next two are guaranteed. The split push is so successful, and they're playing around Uzi's Vayne, because the one thing Vayne's not good at is clearing waves.
It's not trying here. Oh, Droids are actually going in. They want Spirit. Beautiful ulti by Xiang. The freight train unloads its payload once more. Xie now going to get chased down. Uzi doesn't have his ulti, crucially, but will catch up now. Xie going to get knocked up by Wild Growth. Does go down. Uzi going to keep chasing in. Can't dodge a binding for Conan. Aluk is down here as well. Uzi looking to go down. Gets smited, but does not fall. But OMG answer back with some kills.
Yeah, and the ult was almost available. If he'd avoided that skill shot, would have been able to re-engage for a couple more bonus kills. That's the fight OMG's looking for. The 4-1 split is not really possible for them. Hecarim needs to answer Rek'Sai. Grouping with Vayne doesn't feel great, but until you get a few items and can just be completely uncontested, the poke from WE is real.
It is, and we talk about 2-item power spikes a lot on Rumble. Want to highlight Nidalee there. Just had tier charging up, had it for a while, so looking good as far as that goes. Magus was done quite early, and actually just Sork Shoots was there for the poke. Nidalee gets so much power so early that if you set up that situation like World Elite did, Nidalee does exactly that, just takes over a game.
There's a reason that Magus, unfortunately, is overlooked given the Cinder Hulk meta, but Magus is such a strong and efficient item in its own way. A needlessly large rod worth of AP, 20% CDR, which again, Black Cleaver accepted, is very hard to itemize for. And just builds so well. It's super cheap, super effective. You build the tier afterwards to alleviate your mana problems. And that poke sticks from Nidalee.
And if we want to look at builds a little bit more in this game, Aluk is actually where we should start, because he's got Oranduins coming up and the Merc Tread's already completed, so not the Black Cleaver, wants to be a bit more of a tank and team fighter.
Again, I think he has to do this. Why I'm not as much a fan is that as a solo tank, he doesn't really have any engaged CC barring the world's best flank. Maybe you could get a home guard boot and look for a great ward, but both the wards and the home guard boots aren't created. Poking is their only option compared to team fighting that they inevitably should lose, barring the game getting late enough for Xie to just hyper-scale as Vladimir.
And I guess the other thing to look at as well is, cool, he's got a Magizer on the Lulu. I get it, you're a utility champion. The AP stacks are nice, but that is going to delay the death cap.
And it does dissipate some of the wave clear. Mystic's core.
Yeah, Black Shield keeps him safe, but he does not want to be standing that far forward, because the other thing that OMG want to do, and this is signaled to me by that Magi, is they want to fight.
They want to fight. They want to all-in. All-in is their best mode of play. Any sort of extended poke trades will go against them. Any sort of a poke is also kind of a bad thing, because if they lose a member, even though they have a 5v5 advantage, things like team comp don't mean as much if one of your members has died. So they want to engage fights in open areas wherever possible. Just utilize Uzi's great Vayne mechanics to avoid skill shots and get those picks. Until they do that, though, the game's a bit painful for OMG.
It is, and you can see they're trying to find a pick. Aluk is where they look to, but it's not quite there. Good rotation, though, to give them pressure on the turret. They'd like to take it if they can get it, but it's a bit tricky. They have to dodge again. All of the poke, and cool, just eats a spear, and OMG can't finish the turret.
Yeah, the turret taking's bad, because again, not one of Vayne's strong points. Wave clear and turret taking is a struggle for the Vayne.
Xiang actually might be in trouble as Shui Shui just gets out with a body slam, but again, Spirit and these spears, he's working on his Arcandras as well. That blue buff belongs to World Elite by the looks of things. Uzi's even down in the bottom side. Double smites, maybe they can secure it, but oh, Xiang. Very nice smite, does take it away.
But it is strange to see scattered OMG shot calling. Why are they defending blue when Uzi had full-on committed to picking up the red on the other side of the jungle? 5 members of World Elite on the same page, and Uzi takes a huge burst of damage.
Yeah, almost eats the spear there, and that would have been his death as Xie not mucking about also with the damage. I actually like this group from World Elite as well, because again, they've got the poke, they can siege, but Xie right now is a potent threat with Abyssal and Will of the Ancients.
At least OMG have prepped a wonderful minion wave that is punishing World Elite at the top side of the map. So that's the minimum they can get, because this poke war...
Yeah, they're not winning it ever at this stage of the game, and that turret's going to go down here. OMG, don't pull the trigger. They had the ultis back up, but too much poke means they can't go in.
This comp would look pretty good for OMG if they had a Sivir.
Yes, I mean, we're going to say that a lot about Sivir Hecarim, I think, but instead we have Vayne, because Uzi.
Because Uzi.
I mean, he's already gone full Uzi a couple of times with reasonable success. He doesn't need much more as Xie. Black Shield and pull just to make sure you are safe from the Nautilus Hook. And Aluk is back to split push duty in the top lane.
Just the downside of comps like this that do work very well in team fights is they only really have one mode, and that's win team fights. World Elite, they got really strong split pushing options with the Rek'Sai. Their poke is wonderful under turrets. The thing that's evolved in League of Legends in 2015 is that if you have multiple win conditions, you just have so many more options to win a game. It's why Sivir gives you so many things. She has wave clear, she has excellent turret damage, she can out-rotate enemies. She can do so many things that, okay, you can get a Blade the Ruined King as Vayne and then just go in her lane and kill her in a perfect world. But if the perfect world doesn't happen, there's 80% of other games where you will get punished as Vayne against the Sivir. Uzi is building items, he has got good CS, still far behind Mystic, but he's going to be competitive and still has 1v1 advantage. So what does World Elite do? Just never set someone to punish him 1v1 and just play towards their win conditions. Keep poking, keep causing pressure around the mid lane, because if they can finally start clearing out some of these defensive wards on the blue side jungle for OMG, you poke to the point where you have complete Baron control. You know for a fact that all wards would possibly have timed out, and then you just back off to Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Dragon controls on. It's back up in less than 2 minutes, so World Elite can now look for their third dragon. That's another thing that OMG have to worry about here. Yes, they'll eventually get to a spot where they force 5v5s and they look good, and that might even be now, to be honest, but you can see with the way World Elite's playing, Aluka in the bottom side, Mystic's even getting farm in the top side. OMG might get this turret, but it's not going to be much more than that.
Wait and see if there's going to be an engage. We see the flank from Aluka.
Onto Xie, but Aluka's back down as well. Xiang needs to line up the ulti. Pokes still coming in amazing, taking a little too much damage. Yeah. Jinx will unleash and get excited, and OMG 5v4 have to back off.
And it's just the thing, the comps don't mean so much. Sure, if they were equal gold, equal objectives, I'd take OMG's comp every day of the week. It's just there's no way to be that. Once you come into the Vayne, once this early game was inevitably going to roll out this way, things really go well for World Elite. And now we see the bait coming on. Of course, Tremor Sense is on the side of World Elite, so at the moment, it's a successful bait until now.
Yep. Walk over the wall. They're trying to get a better position, and that will mean OMG will back away. Dragon back up in 55 seconds there as well, so they're going to look to their third dragon. And Shui Shui clears out a couple wards, but Kuzma is looking awfully bare at this stage of the game, and Spirit just got his Void Staff.
There's a reason Do or Die has become more of an ironic jeer rather than kind of a call to a rally call to arms. It's just often it doesn't work, and it just tips your hand. It's if you build an needlessly large road, you can still opt into fights. It's still a power spike, but saying I need to get stacking, boys, lets the enemy know exactly what you're looking to do. And look, the team comp they put together made it pretty damn clear, but it's so easy to play around things like stacks, whether it's target selection as the numbers get higher or just respecting the team fight power when they pick up the purchase. It's all been communicated. Uzi's trying to get that second outer turret to start answering the 4 that are down. It's a very small win if they get it.
It is, and I actually really like the movement here from Uzi, but it comes at a lot of risk. He's actually the best person to match Aluka's split push, and they actually do get the turret, so getting a bit of traction back here. The problem is, though, Uzi obviously doesn't have teleport, so when he can't come into a lane immediately, that does give World Elite a chance where they can actually win disadvantageous team fights for OMG, and Uzi can only do this long before World Elite just put pressure somewhere else, like this third dragon that they're going to get for free.
I mean, the dragon playbook has been completely thrown out by OMG. That's why everyone is on this side of the map. We see Cool in the mid, and all 4 other members rotating around the enemy red side jungle. That's where they have their control. Obviously, Baron taking damage. I mean, Vayne does a lot of damage to Baron. Hecarim's building for damage as well, so they do decent Baron damage, but not a realistic objective given how far behind they are. And they just have to see Dragon as an objective. The third one, it's already not ideal, but maybe you can give it away. But once the 4th comes down, that win condition just keeps popping up for World Elite and becomes more and more of a struggle for OMG to start giving up these neutrals.
And you said that OMG, fairly one-dimensional as far as how they're going to win this game. I think they're just going to have to go full EDG here. Get a pick, win a fight, get Baron, and just push through the Dragons. We've seen it time and time again, but the question is World Elite going to let you do that? Because right now, they've basically spent a bunch of time running away from OMG and just getting further and further ahead.
The critical thing for World Elite to do here is to buy 5 pink wards, always pink ward their flanks, and just ensure that Hecarim never shows up from behind. They don't have as much pick CC. Nautilus in particular, from the support role, can't just flash ult people. It's not a realistic way to engage, and they have Morgana anyway to stop single target pick CC. Only a Hecarim flank with Gragas coming at the same time, so both perfect communication and perfect warding and play can facilitate that, and honestly mistakes in terms of the defensive warding of World Elite. It feels like it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, if this happens and that happens and the other team makes a mistake, then OMG can get a pick. But 90% of the time, that's not going to happen, and World Elite, assuming no cataclysmic mistakes, should be fine.
Yeah, looking good so far. In fact, Uzi might be getting ganked. This is one of the risks associated with split pushing with your Vayne. Just that they're an amazing... literally a ward there, spotting him out, so it doesn't get Uzi ganked, but that's not gaining OMG that much ground, as World Elite might just say, you know what, stuff it, let's push.
And World Elite, they're playing to their win condition. They're pushing hard. They have excellent siege and good turret damage coming through from the Jinx, even just as a solo machine there. With the Nidalee heal, it'll just be huge amounts of attack speed riding onto the Jinx. They keep pushing in. Xia at this point is disregarding damage and doing considerable damage himself. Minion waves been well pushed out by OMG in the bottom lane, but turret damage.
I mean, you made the point about wave clear, and really, apart from Cool, it is lacking here for OMG. Unfortunately for Cool, he went Magi's instead of Needlessly Large Lot or Blasting Horn, which means that flat AP that you need to quickly clear out the wave, it's just not there yet for him.
And that's just a mistake, I have to say. That's just, if that's the only wave clear you have, going for the stacking build is a mistake, because now your wave clear is behind par. It's even less than it should have been. And that's why if World Elite ever get Baron, the game's just over, because with how the minions interact with magic resist, it's just going to be too much.
Black Shield has been used. OMG might not find a better time to go in. Gragas ulti throw, Mystic goes into the wall, but OMG, it's a disengage ultimate there for Gragas. Uzi eats a spear as well. Things going from bad to worse here for OMG, but for World Elite, looking just dandy.
And Luca can just go and pick up this wave in the bottom side that's pushing in, to be honest. He doesn't need to be grouped. I guess they're being flexible and looking to see whether turret diving is an option. Didn't even notice this, but the first completed item after the Magus is the Void Staff. No purchase is going to keep you away from that Nidalee damage.
Yeah, Spirit's doing insane poke damage right now, as I think someone else ate a spear. Amazing, looking to go in. Xiang's going to try and make it happen, but Black Shield back. Ulti does miss, and Xiang, even with the wild growth, can't do anything. Shui eats some chompers, and World Elite going to repeat what they've been doing for, honestly, the past 10 minutes.
But Mystic not trusting in Conan actually flashed despite having the Black Shield. So they get a 5-minute cooldown out of that engage. Much shorter, of course, on the Onslaught of Shadows. They need to use that window. They'll have the flash timer. This is their slimmest of hopes. It's only a glimmer, but it's something.
I mean, OMG have to go quickly, and Conan's Black Shield, when it's up, makes it almost impossible, even with the flash down there for Mystic. The poke's going to keep coming. I mean, Spirit doesn't even have the blue buff, but doesn't really need it given that he's got mana sacked up from the tier. He's just fine right now. Uzi's actually stopping Aluka from split pushing in the middle, so he's not even there for a fight if it broke out. Fourth Dragon's going to be up in a minute 50, and OMG running out of options and time here, and World Elite looking just fine here to try and close out the series and split it with OMG.
Backing off to Baron is a smart move for World Elite, but OMG's warding in general has been good. They cleared out a pink on the way. This is all fairly predictable. They're just hoping that Amazing will face check and die.
I think, honestly, maybe just push in the mid here and try and create some pressure, because you will draw World Elite out. You'll actually finally have an avenue to fight them 5v5 unless they, unless they go the long way around, in which case you get a turret.
They don't have the Gress turret damage, though, so even this is not going to be an assertive trade, and there comes the flank.
I mean, this is sort of what they want. It's kind of a head-on team fight, which is, I think, what OMG have been waiting for, but with the advantage that World Elite have 6,000 gold, they might even find just a 5v5 will be perfect for them. Xiang needs his ulti. He's waiting for it to come back, and World Elite successfully defend their Tier 2 turret.
No pokers registered whatsoever, so the 5v5 team fight is real. 6,000 gold or 5,500 means not going to be even necessarily, but World Elite just don't have to fight them, and that's the only way they can lose is opting into a 5v5 where their comp isn't really tuned for that. So they'll just keep playing their game, and eventually OMG will be slightly out of position, and they'll get the big objective they're looking for to just tip this game completely over.
And ults are up, Mystic's flash is down, but OMG can't find a window to try and find a fight. Maybe they're going to contest for this 4th dragon. Mystic's flash will still not be available, but OMG got some work to do. Need to clear out waves, make sure they don't lose anything else, and get to that dragon. 20 seconds they've got to get over there, and Uzi's busy farming.
Exactly. Uzi's been farming the whole game, has excellent CS now, only 5 CS down on the Jinx, but honestly, base time, it's not going to matter unless this big mistake comes out or unless we see the outplay of all outplays.
Yeah, OMG needs to go soon. We keep talking about windows here and options for World Elite. The options are only growing larger as OMG's options grow slimmer here, and they kind of only had 1 or 2 to begin with. So World Elite, they're closing in on the 5th dragon. Baron's a threat now as well. They're still up in gold. Everyone's getting stronger. And unfortunately for OMG, things just not going the way they wanted this game. The Vayne pick, we barely ever see it work. It's kind of outplay or nothing here for Uzi. He loves the champion, we know that, but you said it already, Sivir might have been a bit better.
And you just compare it to the Nidalee pick that always seems to work, that they just don't actually select that often. There's a reason that during the break, while ADG were over at MSI, when the International Esports tournament was played, final was World Elite versus Invictus Gaming. That Nidalee was banned out 3 games out of 3 on the same patch because teams respect the power. Xiang considering going for the steal, but he doesn't have flash. It's not, if he suicides, he's going to give up Baron. So 4 dragons, and now, again, everything running for World Elite.
I mean, I don't know if OMG are out of time, but they're getting awfully close to it at this stage of the game. 32 minutes have passed here. World Elite have still got a 5,000 gold lead. That's been fairly consistent, but that's all the lead they need at this point. OMG just can't find anything productive to do. In fact, they're going to rush down Baron. There's already a pink ward on top of it.
Position.
I mean, that's a decent chance to fight. This might be OMG's only chance.
They have 2 smites, so this is a decent decision. I think they have to do it because whatever else they do, they will inevitably lose.
All or nothing, Aluka dives in. It's 2 smites first, 2 smites. Xiang gets it, but now ulting in onto Mystic. Going to try and run him out. Conan's going to go down. Xiang keeps himself alive. Amazing dies again. But if that's all they lose, OMG, that's actually a win.
That's a really big objective taken.
Oh, Spirit. Find Xiang
done.
with a spear. No, not yet. Uzi dodges the next one. But Spirit equalizes.
2 for 2 on a Baron is certainly not an equal trade. Excellent knowledge. They knew that Jia had gone back. They tunneled it down. It certainly wasn't a Baron without risk. There was a very high-level smite coming through from Aluka. But they were clinical, and it was Xiang who was clinical. Again, one of the new top laners who certainly wouldn't have his eye in terms of smite. Spirit keeps pushing. What can they get done with this Baron? I think breaking the base is too much, but if they could at least take out all the standing gold on the map, it's 2 turrets to 5, start equaling that, get the gold values even, and then just hope to God you get that team fight you picked for that World Elite has never granted.
I mean, Baron gives OMG the one thing they haven't had all game long,
Siege.
it feels like. The ability to be assertive more than anything else. They can finally take fights, but Aluka teleporting in. Xiang's coming in as well. Good chompers there from Mystic, and Xiang's forced to cancel. He'll run back from the base, and Uzi's been caught. Emu playing on top of him. Lockett gets proc. Shui trying to keep him as healthy as they can. The shields are there. Amazing. No, does not die. Wild growth from Cool keeps him safe, but they need the pony back in. Xiang is here, but he doesn't have his ulti, and World Elite are not stopping Uzi. Back and forth, trying to poke his way in. Exhaust baited there by Xiang, so very nice moves. 1 for 0 trade there. World Elite come ahead, but OMG still hold Baron on key members.
It's not just the Baron, though. They were low health members. They hadn't shopped, and it was still a very equal trade. Shui just makes the evasive maneuvers. Of course, able to dance is Gragas when it comes to dodging skill
Xiang
shots.
finds Spirit. That's a big kill if they can get it. Flashes out of the way. Xiang ultis just snaps him with the Terrify, and that's a big pick here for OMG.
And Conan was literally 100 units away from being able to put down the Black Shield. That probably would have been just enough to keep alive the Nidalee. OMG keeps pushing. They're in vision, I believe, but they're going to keep going.
You can see Spirit there frustrated at the death, but Uzi has one thing on his mind only. Push some turrets. They were at 0 for 3 turrets for so long in this game. There's their 3rd up against World Elite's 5th, but they need to keep going.
Yeah, we're waiting to see what the Baron buff duration is like. I have to assume it's below half. They've I told you there were 2 to 5 turrets, so pick up that standing gold, get that 4th turret to start equalizing the gold, because we already said team fights looking pretty good.
Ulti coming in, Mystic, no black shield, but the angle not quite there. Cool takes a massive chunk of poke as well, and the siege just not quite there, even with the Baron buff for OMG.
Flash is also back up on Mystic. That was another source of the problems. The defensive flash through. Jiang is caught.
He's dead, I have to assume at this stage. Ulti comes through, does take him out. That's a lot of execution damage there, and Hecarim will fall.
To be fair, it's a level 15, 3-item. Not even Last Whisper, going for the rich man's build with the Bloodthirster, and only the Glacial Shroud for armor. So that's probably the effect you should see from Jinx.
I mean, Uzi QSS, 3 items there as well, starting to do a bit more in these fights. This is, unfortunately for Vayne, her jumping off point. It takes a lot to get a Vayne going, and Uzi just reaches it at 36 minutes in the game. OMG did not really equalize the lead, but Spirit might give them a free kill. Uzi QSS is out, Spirit's dead again. And that's twice now that he's been caught out of position.
There's a lot of things that 3-item Vayne doesn't do. This is one of them.
Uzi going in, full Uzi time, but he gets hit by a Chompers. The Wild Growth there, though. Hemo Plague down. Uzi has to back off there, gets lifesteal off the Scuttle Crab. Takes a bit too much damage, though. Mystic is so strong.
And this game is all about Uzi. Mystic can't actually close in onto Gragas. You can see the potential now that they've managed to get the Baron. It's ironic that after a game of purely turret diving and aggression, it was a misrotation that OMG was able to capitalize on. So definitely a different school of League of Legends, but the assertive play when GA backed has got them back into this game. Suddenly the gold leads only at just about 4,500. It never ballooned from that 5,000 value, and crucially, the gold lead between 80 carries is almost 0.
Yeah, Uzi's managed to keep himself in the game. Still about 5 CS behind Mystic, but keeping it competitive, which, given the texture of this game, is very impressive from the seasoned Vayne player in Spirit. I can see there in his inventory, a needlessly large rod has been completed. That Zhonya's cannot come fast enough.
But I guess the question that comes back, Patient, I hate to poo-poo what is going to be potentially a massively strong performance from the Vayne. If Uzi carries this game, was it all worth it, setting up such a poor mid-game situation where they basically need to get lucky or massively out-rotate just to win? And still, so many factors working against them. 0 to 4 in Dragons, huge win conditions spawning in 30 seconds. All the cool-centric comps seem to go really well for OMG. They've gone full Uzi. But man, it's going to be such a struggle if they can do it.
It is. I mean, don't let the last few shining moments for OMG fool you. World Elite are still firmly ahead here in this game, but OMG starting to feel like they have a little bit more space to move. 5th Dragon for World Elite's up in 10 seconds. OMG must contest, and they've gotten themselves to probably the best possible point that they could have gotten to, given what's already happened in this game.
Although we've seen winning performances on Vayne, we haven't seen the hyper carry reminiscent of either 2014 or 2013 Worlds. The poke starts to register, but only onto Amazing. You've got to fight, but World Elite not making it easy.
I mean, Dragon's going to get low so swiftly. Mystic does not mess about as far as damage goes. They actually get them off. Never mind. They were going to get them off the Dragon, then Amazing took another spear.
I mean, how are they going to? They don't have any through threat other than all in. They have no poke whatsoever. Uzi's poking around the side in terms of damage and auto attacks in 550 range. I think Xiang should just teleport in, but the Dragon's too low.
He's there. He's actually behind. Massive ult from Shui. Xiang goes back in, and Uzi is unleashed in the fight. Mystic needs to go down. Actually, Uzi gets taken out as Aluka goes in. Xie still alive as well. Cool gets a double. Mystic getting chased there by Xiang, but it's not enough here. Xie, so much damage here. The 5th Dragon went to World Elite as well. That was the crucial part. Shui going to go back in, but Mystic does disgusting damage at this stage. Xiang's going to die. The ace is all but completed here as Cool manages to survive on a sliver of health. And that was all OMG could have asked for, and they still couldn't win a team fight.
And after all of it, they were actually outnumbered. It was 3 OMG members to 2, but the hyper-scaling of Vlad with AP meant that he even got more health to go along with just his high natural damage. And an AoE crit rocket killed Vayne from half health. There's no life-stealing, 12% bonus AD, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, and a pickaxe Mystic damage. 1,200 crits for days. And Vayne, with all her heroics, could do nothing to the crit rocket.
And World Elite now get themselves even further ahead in gold and looking at Baron as the next objective. Mystic's there on spawn. They've still got a pink ward in there from the last time. Aluka joins in. He's fairly tanky and basically a jungler at this stage, and Baron's dead.
It's a free Baron. They can't contest it. Amazing went to walk towards and said, oh, wait, I have no wards in that area. Have to back away. free Baron for a team that already sieged well. It took a Baron to get them back into this game, but I think a Baron will be the death knell for OMG's hopes.
I mean, the 5th Dragon looks to be wearing off here for World Elite, but they'll just fend off some waves. They've got their Baron off, more than enough strength to take on OMG. And let's watch this again.
So this was a really big fight. So when we eventually engage, it is the 5th Dragon, but it might not matter if they get the ace. Uzi surviving his half health. But wait for the Rocket just kills him for 633 damage onto a champion. Mystic backs away, has so much AD and lifesteal at this point. I believe also has the Elixir of Wrath for even more effective lifesteal. It's 3v2 action, but Zhuezhue obviously isn't going to do too much damage. And just World Elite with their scaling, it's 2 carries. It doesn't matter that the peelers are down just because they're at high health and they have the extra stats and lifesteal. And now they're pushing down mid and there's no reaction.
No, that turret's dead, melted there by Mystic. We've seen this late game before, the Vladimir Jinx especially, with a World Elite special late in last season. And they kind of got there in a weird way. They sort of bridged themselves to this point with an Italy. But this looks great for World Elite, and all of a sudden I understand Aluka's tanky build much more in this game.
He just needs to be some semblance of a frontline so that everyone else can poke behind him. The poke is really hurting too.
And they have good damage. I mean, it's not a traditional 5v5, everyone goes in, frontline dies, backline does damage, but they can actually force a fight now against OMG because of all the objectives they've accrued. And again, we've seen the Vladimir Jinx before, from World Elite specifically. It does so much damage in the late game.
It just does disgusting damage, and Aluka is a solo frontline. He's trying to take aggro, but no damage yet.
Amazing. It's a binding. Zhuezhue might be going back in. Jiang dives in and actually depth charge onto Mystic. Conan is dead. Uzi can only hit what's in front of him, but eats a spear for about 50% of his health. And it's 1 for 2 there. World Elite still ahead as far as manpower goes. Aluka dives back in. Uzi just dodging the Jinx ulti, but it's too much, it looks like. Xiang going to try and make it happen, but Uzi, he's eating far too much. Xie is just going to dive him here at this stage, and World Elite look to take this game against OMG.
Yeah, OMG keep topping up, but it's not enough against this damage.
Yeah, Shui's dead. Mystic needs a crit. Almost goes in. Gets Gragas, but can't get Uzi, but it doesn't matter. World Elite equalize the score and take game number 2.
Smart Baron kept OMG in the game for 3 to 4 minutes pastry time, but by the end, it did not matter. The things they had to give up to be able to get competitive, specifically giving up 4 dragons without a contest. Sometimes we see 1 or 2, the third one in an odd game, but 4 games given away literally with no contest, no team fighting happening around them. And other advantages, just any sort of map pressure wasn't being able to be possible just to get Vayne to the late game. And it still didn't matter once the 5th Dragon came through and those crit rockets were hitting for an extra 12% bonus AD. OMG will be happy to pick up a victory, but definitely the cool-centric comps just seem to be so much more reliable for them than when they go full Uzi.
And I think for me, the Hecarim might have been a bridge too far there as well in the top lane, because, like, what are they really going to... how can they afford to get another hyper carry in with no other mid-game potential when they have to have a Hecarim scale as well? I honestly think if you're going to play Vayne in this metagame, you almost have to treat it like Juggernaut.
I do agree with you, but I think honestly it was just we don't believe Aluka has anything that can deal with this Hecarim. He just blown away Gnar, which is on the paper a very strong counter pick. Didn't prove that in the first game, and it didn't seem like Aluka had any idea till 1 second was left, went for the top lane Rek'Sai, which did the trick, does a lot of natural damage, has so much wave clear, and importantly, we saw situations where Hecarim was over-leveled a couple levels on a Gnar. You cannot be over-leveled to a top lane Rek'Sai. Doesn't matter if they take flash or not. With the teleport, with the Void Rush, always going to be in a lane farming, so always going to be competitive. And just was so much more of a wall for Hecarim to deal with. So Hecarim never snowballed out, and just the lack of wave clear just killed them because, man, under the turret, trying to 1-3-1 split or 4-1 split against Nidalee's Spear, against the Zap, against the Dark Bindings, something had to give eventually, and those were OMG's hopes.
So why not play Sivir?
It was a perfect Sivir comp.
Because Uzi maybe undoes his team once again with a Vayne pick, but a split for OMG is not too bad, and World Elite happy to pick up a win. And with that, we are done for our Day 2 broadcast. Join us tomorrow, of course, for the final day of Week 2. But for myself, Papa Smidley, Atlas and Rusty, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL action.